Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is now in session for this Tuesday, April 16th regular meeting. It's good to see everyone here this morning. Thanks staff for helping us get this agenda together. We have a lot of things to discuss and do today, so let's get started. If you would please, let's stand open with prayer and pledge. Our Father, we thank you today for everything that you do in our lives. As we come today here in this place, we ask, Lord, that you would lead, guide, and direct our thoughts, our intentions, and our understandings. Help us to make the best discretionary decisions, Lord, that we can make. We thank you for the opportunity to do things that will lead to the betterment and to better lives for the residents and citizens in our communities. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we get started, as Mr. Morone has said, during the public hearings today, it's not necessary to have a speaker card filled out for those. We do have one that turned in for that area, but when we get to those public hearings, if you're wishing to speak or be recognized, you do not have to have a previously filled out speaker card. With that, we will get started with today's meeting. Mr. Morone, we do have a late add to the agenda, correct?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. So I got an item late yesterday evening that, well, actually came to you and copied me.
Yep.
We discussed it, and you wanted to add. So I've added it. It's item number 9. It is an action item. It's on my report. So when we get there, we'll recognize that it's a late add, and I'll call for public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll ask you to call for public comments, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Okay?
Okay. All right. Anything else before we proceed? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the addition as it's been published.
So moved. Second.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Kern. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Approval of minute and payment of the county bills.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. We did not have any public comments. The only one we had was during that subject matter of the public hearing. So we go next to Clerk Maxwell.
Hey, good morning. Michelle Maxwell, Clerk of Court. Pursuant to Florida Statute 197502, 3 years after the day the land was offered for public sale, the land shall escheat to the county in which it is located free and clear. All tax certificates occurred, taxes and liens of any nature against the property shall be deemed canceled, and as a matter of law and of no further legal force and effect, the clerk shall execute an escheatment of tax deed vesting title in the Board of County Commissioners of the county in which the land is located. The board voted on August the 18th, 2020, not to purchase these properties. Therefore, they became eligible for escheatment to the county on November the 10th, 2023. The clerk's office is authorized by law to execute and record an escheatment tax deed for the following properties. And I've attached all of the parcel numbers and tax deeds that were issued. And it looks like all of the parcels are located in the city of Carabel, which are adjacent to the last one that we did, pretty much.
Okay.
And I have got copies of all the deeds too. So I just need.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Michelle, so in 2020, this first came up before the board.
Right.
The board chose not to purchase the property
That is correct.
but it's next to the county property out there, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Because the county
I was gonna
has
get Michael
one.
to see if he could pull it up on
Yeah.
the planning and
Yeah, I pulled it up. It's
property
in that
appraiser's
same-
website.
Yeah, it's off of 5th Street over there in Carabel
Right.
Northeast.
The county now owns most parcels. There's only like 3 different people that own separate parcels, so it does separate just a little bit, but the county does own the majority of those parcels there.
you know, I brought it up at a meeting not too long ago, that it may be something that we can do a project with the city of Carabel for some affordable housing or something out there, and I didn't believe it needed to be done. I'm surprised that the board, you know, voted on this in 2020 to not purchase, go with the other one.
Right.
But anyway.
There are a few more parcels, and honestly, I look for those probably to go to the county as well at some point. So there's a few more left. You have any questions?
No, ma'am, does that require a motion and vote? Or that's just an
I
action
just
that's
needed to
done?
read it into the
Okay.
minutes, so we have record of it.
Okay. All right. Anyone have anything for Clerk Maxwell while we're still under her part of the agenda? Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome, thank you.
All right, Ms. Valentina Webb, ECCC Director, Executive Director.
Good morning, Valentina
morning.
Webb, 255 11th Street. I'm the Executive Director of ECCC, Elder Care Community Council of Franklin County. You have in your packet a proposal that we put before you. I hope you all have taken the time to read it. We've been in existence since 2016. We serve approximately 128 meals daily out of the senior center. Our hopes is that this proposal that we put before you, that we would come into the Carabel area and begin those exact same services. It will be patterned exactly like what we have over in Apalachicola. But however, it does require funding, something that ECCC does not do because we are in the 501(c) nonprofit organization, and we do a lot of fundraisers, and the good taxpayers of Franklin County donate to this cause. You see the level of activities that go on daily. I hope you go to our Facebook page and view it. You'll see that it's no joke. It's a real senior services that's taking place up there. However, there's money that requires anything. And I can't recall the last time the commissioners actually increased the amount of money for senior services in Franklin County. I don't know if it was ever increased. And you know, when you go to the grocery store and you buy eggs, or you buy milk and bread that is quite expensive, you leave out with one little bag and it's $100. No different than with ECCC. Every 6 weeks, we are now spending over $7,000 and some dollars, almost right there, that 8,000 just to keep afloat here in Apalachicola and the East Point area. If it wasn't for the city of Apalachicola, basically allowing us to use that facility 5 days a week, paying the light bill, the water bill, and take care of all the other expenses, we would not be able to do what we do because it's quite expensive to have a hood service. It's quite expensive to keep those huge refrigerators going in the AC units or the heat or whatever it incurs. And so with that same, on that note, we're asking for that same identical thing to happen for the city of Carabel. The facility you have over there, Betsy and I went over and we visited that facility. We think that facility has great bones, just need people in that area to be able to come in and run those services, and we oversee it. We do have someone in mind from that area that wholeheartedly has agreed to step in and assist us because we feel like that face needs to have the face of the community from that particular community in order for it to work. You have two proposals. One is basically a $30,000 proposal, addition a year. That's what you really buying and purchasing a brand new van, because we have to have reliable transportation to bring your people back and forth. I personally don't think that's gonna really work for your area, to be honest with you. When you put an elderly person on a van back and forth 5 days a week, that's tiresome. That will get old to them. So the best proposal that I put before you is scenario B, at 57,356 additional funding per year from the county. Now, I've already discussed all this with Liberty County. They are stretched at what they're already doing for us. We've given you the potential problems. We've given you the scenario of 10 individuals that we could service each day, and that the funding may become even insufficient then if that number of participants grow, like I think it will, like Apalachicola did. It just takes someone to get in there and just make that happen. Any questions for me?
Any questions, commissioners?
I've got some questions, but Michael's not in here.
Yeah.
They have to do with money.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask the same thing. I didn't have any questions specifically for you. I think you guys do a phenomenal job because I do follow your Facebook page and you do provide a great service to the community. And I appreciate you guys wanting to take on an additional area of Carabel that are near and dear to Commissioner Sanders and my heart because that's our districts that we represent. But I'll let Commissioner Sanders start, and then maybe some of the questions that you have, I probably have. So
Probably do. Probably got the same ones. Okay. And this will help you out, Val.
Okay.
We don't have any services at the garden, I'm gonna call it the garden club, so we all
Garden
know
Club
where
building,
it's
so
at.
we know what it is.
But we have kept the NGO money from the Franklin County senior citizens.
Yes,
Am I correct?
you're correct.
So where did we put that at?
That is still with Lisa Brett's at Area Agency for Aging, or they have a new name, I believe.
Wasn't it about 25,000?
I will have to check. I asked Lisa to be online today, but I don't see her right
You don't
now.
see her
I
on
see her
there?
there, I don't see her hand raised.
There's a lot of questions we're gonna have
I'm
to
thinking
ask
more,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Yep,
Chairman,
there is.
sorry. I want to say 15. I want
Yeah, I
to say
think it was,
15.
I'm
Yeah,
more
come
with,
down on
yeah,
it.
it wasn't that much that's going there, and you, I don't know if you guys saw Lisa's email to you, explaining that this has been the problem all along. That's why Liberty County, it was just not enough money to keep the garden club open.
Oh, we're gonna put some money in there so we can get it opened up so the people of Carabel can be serviced.
Yes, because I think right
In
behind.
Lanark area.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because I would tell you right behind there, I've had the chairman come to me and say, okay, as soon as we get through with this, we need to start looking about doing something for the East Point residents, because they never had a center.
well,
So, yeah.
and Val, in her presentation, said that
We actually
the meal-
deliver in the Caribbean area 5 days a week, and East Point, I'm sorry,
East Point.
East Point, and we give the meals out, and we've already established that area with volunteers that actually come to Apalachicola, pick up those meals, and take them back over to those seniors.
Yeah.
I was under, Senate, the chairman would like actually center,
That's fine.
actually senior center in,
That's fine.
We would love that.
I don't have
yes,
no problem.
in East Point is what he was looking
Well,
for.
it's
Yeah.
just for the
That's
time.
just
I'm
a
sorry,
typical
I didn't-
budget.
I'm trying to get.
I didn't
we're
mean
trying
to stray from,
Yeah.
let's focus in Carabel first, yes.
Well, and you wasn't here at the very beginning, but Val said it's not fair to the senior citizens in Carabel to have to drive all the way over here and back
Oh,
for a meal.
We've had that discussion,
And
yes.
so, and I agree, and I think Commissioner Ward, I can't speak for her, but I think she agrees too. But we need to get something, because this thing has been closed down too long.
Yeah.
And you have people that we need to accommodate.
Yes.
And we need to find some money, through Lisa Brett or wherever, and we need to get this thing rolling for those senior citizens.
Well,
over
I'll
there.
tell you, I don't think it'll be through Lisa, because what Lisa's basically saying, we're still in the same situation,
Is-
and Ms. Webb, Val brought it up, she said, we still have funded them at the same level for so many years, so there's not much more Lisa can do. So that will have to come from your current ad valorem taxes. If any increases for this year, and any future budgeted increases you want to do would have to come from ad valorem.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Chairman, not to interrupt.
Mhm.
So, and I do agree with you, Commissioner Sanders, and with you, Ms. Webb, is, these elderly seniors do not want to travel to Appalachia, and they're from Carabel, and they don't want to come to Apalachicola. They would rather stay at their home in Carabel, and I understand that
I do too.
completely. Is there any other areas of the budget that we could maybe allocate other funds, insert out of certain budgetary line items that we could?
Simply put, Commissioner.
And I know this may be an Aaron question, but I know we have to be careful because we have audits at the clerk's office, they have to do audit, for auditing purposes. But there's gotta be some way, and I agree with Ms. Webb. I mean, I went and bought 4 or 5 things at the Piggly Wiggly the other day, and it was almost $50. So the prices have gone up, and they're trying to provide a service based on funding from however many years ago, and it's changed. Inflation has changed. We've got to help these people. We've got to figure out a way to do it. I don't like doing, I don't want to raise taxes and have anything for ad valorem, but there's got to be a way we can do it.
I think raising the taxes for our seniors would be a worthwhile cause. If you look at senior services in other states, they are really good stewards for their seniors. So I'm not for you raising the taxes either. But however, if we want this project done, the county commissioners are going to be responsible for these funds coming from somewhere.
That's commissioners,
Right,
you are responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of your residents. That's your
And we
number
are.
one
And
task. So,
It's a
what?
catch-22.
Well, we'll see. My expectations was to have Mrs. Webb present this information today, and you guys give me some direction to sit with Aaron, Lisa Bratz, and with Mrs. Webb, and we sit down together and see what we come up with, and then make a presentation back to the board, say, okay, here is where we can get the funding to start this project.
And
Chairman?
Excuse me,
May
I
I
like to
go
speak.
again?
I think we're really kicking this down the road with meeting back and forth. I've met with Lisa, you've met with Lisa, you and I have met several times. I think it's time for our
Well,
commissioners
let me explain this.
to put it in their budget.
It's not a matter of kicking it down the road. This wasn't budgeted at the beginning of the year, so we have to seek a funding source for it.
Right.
To find a funding source, we have to meet. That's just the way it works. It's not like somewhere we can go just write a check.
I get that.
So
We're asking for you
there's no intention to kick it down the road. Actually, I believe if we meet prior to the next meeting, we can, and actually fortunately, this is one of the months that I dream of, where between this meeting and the next one, we actually have 2 Tuesdays, not just one, before we meet again. Ample time for us to sit and have a presentation in front of you to move forward with this project.
Mr. Chairman? Michael?
Ma'am?
You got an item on your agenda, on your report, that's gonna be coming up with the supervisor of elections,
Yes.
right? Concerning that same building? is
Yes,
it?
yes.
Okay. Part of the problem is that she's saying the maintenance of the building's down, this is down, that's down. We're gonna be helping that situation if we
Yes.
do what the
So,
elections.
the reason,
meeting.
the
See what I'm
reason,
saying?
the reason to meet with Aaron is to see how much of this cost the county could just have as part of courthouse maintenance, which would reduce their responsibility, I mean, their financial responsibility. But again, we need the opportunity to put our heads together to see what Lisa can do, what we can do on our end, and see if we can get this accomplished, because that will give you the time you need to look at this and see when budget discussion starts in July, how you can make it some more permanent funding
Well,
situation.
the people I've been talking to that uses the services over there, they're missing it bad now.
Yeah, I know.
And we may only be able to start out like a part-time
Yes.
thing, like 3 days a week or something like that. We may have to do that. But take that all in consideration, and then on the May 7th meeting, come back and see what y'all have came up with.
Yeah.
And let us know, because we've got the people, I've got the people at the IGA post office every time I go down there. asking, when are we gonna be back up and running?
I think it was very important for the board to see the actual numbers of what it takes
Oh,
to
yeah.
do that. Hear from ECCC, you got the email from area agency, so you guys, it is a funding issue. And Mrs. Webb is correct, we have not increased that funding issue in some time. So yes, I mean, it's not like things have not, and they have food is the biggest expense, but they have gas, they have a bunch of other expenses that they incur that she may or may not have mentioned while I was, next door.
The food may be one thing, but we've got the Archangels giving out food, we've got the, farm,
The farm share?
share. You got the church over there giving out food that comes from the county's money. So, I mean, there's way, and like Commissioner Ward said, donations of food will come in, just as soon as they know that it's gonna be operational.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, so, I think we're going to, Aaron will get with you, we'll have our budget fundings requests June 1st, they'll be due. So, Commissioner, that's only barely over a month away, so, you know, so yeah, so, I mean, we could start this funding, what they have for as many days, but in about a month and a half, Commissioners, you're gonna be able to look at it and see how you can fund it for more days.
That's what I'm saying, though, we can
Yes.
start out small and then work up to it.
Yep.
Don't you agree, Val?
I totally agree. In the scenario that I put before you, which was scenario B, was saying participants may quickly outgrow the 10 senior services for the number of 10 people. That's what this is estimated for. And I can just tell you, once the word is out and there's activities and they don't have to sit in their homes and be isolated and get to sit at a table and eat with someone, which most of them eat alone,
Yeah.
that will become their life and it will take root over there.
And, you know, and you have
Yeah.
those too, that sometimes the family member, the caretaker just needs to do something
Need a
else.
break.
It's a doctor's appointment of their own, so they need them to stay there for a few hours. Yeah, we'll get it done.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question, Michael, and I know Ms. Bretz is on the phone.
Well, I thought you was.
And I'm gonna probably contact her after this meeting to discuss this a little further, but my question is this. She has a whole nother entity that comes from certain, Florida statutes, like the Elder Act,
Of the
some
funding
other
sources?
things.
Yes, ma'am.
Why hasn't the state, or where she, that's obviously where she gets her funding from, why haven't they recognized this issue? Is there a way we can maybe contact our legislators and see why
Yeah.
that,
We-
I mean,
we could.
Actually, she has been working on that, with lobbyists up in Tallahassee as far as the funding as well. I know that because I attend her meetings. And, they've asked us to reach out to them as well. And so I think this portion of this, though, I'm gonna re-emphasize that, is that I believe it is our county's responsibility, our city and our county's responsibility to, step in.
you're right.
Welfare and safety.
Mr. Chair, I got something.
Yes.
Ms. Weld, I think it's a good service.
Thank you.
And, I'm in support of it. I do believe that in some form that the county needs to contribute to this service. So I don't want to prolong it, but I know we have to meet with
View the budget.
Aaron and
Yep.
everybody else. So that's, that we need to keep this at the forefront of our sight.
I know this isn't a motion type item, but I want to emphasize, let's not delay this as long as, I don't want to kick the can down the road. I want to get this done. It's been way too long. I want to get it done. If we need to meet, let's meet, but let's meet within the next few weeks.
Oh, yeah, we're available.
I'm gonna set this up.
And I'll be happy to meet when y'all meet, if y'all want to talk. I know Commissioner Sanders can't, and I'll be together, but we need to get this going,
Yeah.
and we need to figure out a way to make it work, because I agree with Commissioner Croom and everything that's been said today.
I'm
So-
hoping to have I'm sorry, I'm being distracted. I keep looking for Lisa. I'm hoping to have a meeting early next week, no later early next week, so we can have something. Because I'd like to interact with the five of you prior to the May meeting to make sure we're all on board and you guys don't have additional concerns. But Mrs. Webb also has some other good news. Would you introduce the gentleman that you appointed to the board on behalf of the county? Because I think it's important you guys know that, because that seat's been vacant for a while. And so she was able to get someone to get on that.
So this is Mark, I'm not, say it again. Baldino, and I'm gonna let you hear a little bit of Mark's history of where he come from and why we thought it was vital for him to be chosen to represent Franklin County as one of the board representatives with elder care in Tallahassee.
I've been a taxpayer in Franklin County since 1986, and I worked for IBM for 35 years. And after I retired, someone once told me, your life cycle is you learn, you earn, and then you return. So when I retired at 59, I decided to look for a nonprofit to do my return. And Elder Care in Tallahassee was looking for a new executive director, and I put my name in the hat, and lo and behold, I got the job. I did it for 7.5 years, and because I have such deep roots here in Franklin County, I was asked by the women who started the grassroots effort in 2015 to help them. And they came up and spent time in Tallahassee. I brought people down here, and you should be proud of what these women have done. So when they asked me to come back out of retirement and do this, I couldn't say no. So they do God's work, and once they start in Carabel, you're going to find out the word's going to get out fast. I couldn't believe how good the food was when I had my first lunch here. So I do whatever you can to help support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldino. Ms. Val,
Yes, sir.
I think that I agree with what you're saying about not trying to kick the can down the road, but I do also agree that we need to come up with a good number because of what you're saying, and it's probably going to be true. If this figure is based on 10 people being served, we need to try to come up with a better figure and make sure, because we're not going to have, or we shouldn't be, exercising a continually changing amount after something's budgeted.
I agree.
So we need to come up with a good number. We need to address it right the first time. But the thing that the board can do that we haven't discussed here today, so this number, both numbers we're looking at, I assume is for a year.
Yes.
So all of that being said, we can also have the discussion, commissioners, of how much of our actual budget year is left and prorating and starting whatever amount we come up with. So it's not a big a dollar number right now on something that's not in our budget, but maybe a way to address it until we get to our budget cycle and are discussing it and putting it in the budget and going forward with it.
We would love that.
Yes, ma'am. And I support that.
And Mr. Chairman, one more question. Just to clarify, Ms. Webb, these meals that you provide are free to the community, to the
They are
citizens?
free, totally to the seniors. They are given enough at their lunch meal a lot of the times to take home and have something for supper. So yes, these meals are nutritionally adequate. We have hired a dietitian, a certified dietitian, to ensure that we're in the guidelines. The health department comes in and they regulate us, they check us. So there's a lot of layers of safety issues that we have ironed out even this year alone. But yes, those meals are adequately nutrition certified by a clinical dietitian.
And it's probably, Mr. Chairman, the only meal these citizens have to eat all day. It's probably the only food that they get. So that's why this is even more vital, in my opinion. And I don't know, maybe moving forward too, and this is maybe something we can discuss in the meeting, these food pantries that we give money to, maybe we can set up a way, and Michael.
Our food pantry here in the Apalachicola actually assists us.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
already.
Maybe we can all work together.
And I love the way that happens
Okay.
because that's relationship there. Either when they have abundance of vegetables and fruits and things, they actually let us come out and say, well, how many boxes do you want? If they have 200 boxes, of course, I'm gonna take 50 of those boxes and back to the senior center.
Okay, good.
Good. Good, good, good.
And the same thing would happen over in Carabel. I would meet with those players as well.
All right, so Mr. Rowan, it's my understanding we're gonna have this for a vote and approval at the next meeting? Or
Yes.
To
Funding
be
source
able
and
to move
everything.
forward, okay.
Because- And also what we'll do is get the dates from now, the dates from Heather that she has to use, she has to use that building for elections. Unfortunately, we can't use the big senior center across the street for elections anymore. That's a story you and I will discuss off the record. But so we'll get that calendar all set up so that everybody's aware of the days that we'll be doing it, okay? Because I know you guys aren't planning, not you guys, we're not planning on doing it 5 days a week anyway. So-
No, we were thinking, I gave you a scenario for, I think it was
3, 4 days a week?
2 days a
We're
week.
trying to start off at 2.
That was 2 days to initially start and see where we go from there. But I can just tell you, I already know, I've met with some of your Carabel citizens and right at the local food pantry over here, and they were really excited about it.
Yes, so
Yeah.
we might have, I'll see if we can figure out to push it for 3 days, but we will have to work around Heather's calendar. And what I would like to do, once the board approves the plan and we come up, is that I help facilitate like a public information workshop over there at the
Yes.
Garden Club and invite all the citizens to come over and, you know, and understand what's going on and how it's gonna work.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that too, Mr. Chairman, sorry. I think that's important. I think that was supposed to happen a few months back, but we're still kinda unsure and trying to, you know,
Oh.
kinda work all this stuff out, so.
Lisa's there. I know, you want me to ask if she has anything to say?
Sure.
If she's- I don't know how much she's been late. Hey, Lisa, I'm going to unmute. If you would unmute on your end, if you have any comments, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I cannot tell you how thrilled I am with the partnership that ECCC has established with our funded agency out of Liberty County. It's very important to me. I'm passionate about having local meal programs. Home-based services we can get around, but the services that ECCC has been providing since before they had any county support and funding, it's just phenomenal. I share Mr. Baldino's comments. It's amazing to see what a grassroots organization has built themselves into. I work very closely with Val and Betsy and Bonnie, and you know, they share their ideas with us. As you're aware, the funding that we are allocated from the state through the Older Americans Act is just not sufficient enough to reach the entire county. As I indicated to Mr. Moran yesterday, 80% of the funding that the county currently does allocate for senior services, which you've entrusted me to distribute, is going to ECCC for their efforts. And then 20% for match for Liberty County Senior Citizens, who is the administrative entity. I just want to express my continued appreciation for designating that funding, but we do need more. We need more to support the community in Carabel, and I'm excited to see that we have the potential to work in that direction. So I just wanted to express my support, and of course, if there's any questions that you have, I'm happy to listen and respond accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bretz. We really appreciate it. Anyone have any questions?
I've got one more thing for Val,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
Val, I'm reading through all the activities that you have and all the resources that are available. Alzheimer's and dementia is getting to be a big problem in all the communities around everywhere across the country. Do you have anything that that can work for those folks?
I do, that is passionate, that's one of my passionate causes, because I'm directly affected by it with one of my loved ones, my mother to be exact. She comes to the senior center 5 days a week. I've seen improvements in her thought process, majorly. When we first started with bingo, and anybody in this room that knows her know that she worked in the public school system for 35 years in Franklin County. She tutored many, many students. To see her health diminish in that way was very alarming to me. And so that's the number one reason why I retired from Career Source, was to go to the senior center and make sure the activities were healthy for everyone involved. She plays bingo up there now and can recognize those numbers and does a number of things. She even walks herself from her home to the center, which was a major challenge at one point. So yes, I like to think what we do and what the person from Carabel that volunteers every Monday and Tuesday comes in and do is really touching the cases of Alzheimer's clients that we have as well.
Cause that's near and dear to my heart too.
And we're actually doing a series right now, once a month, with individuals out of Tallahassee on dementia and teaching the caregivers and the person what's available to them and how to interact with them, the do's and the don'ts.
Well, and the first signs of it.
Yes.
You know, how you can determine the first sign. But make sure you get the purple bus down here because they have everything.
We've had it. We've had it.
They've had everything in the purple bus.
Yes, they do.
But yeah. It's an Alzheimer's thing that travels around and it informs people about what to look for with a dementia, Alzheimer's patient and all that. And it is very useful.
Wow.
And I tell you, I would go this far because it's getting to be not only a problem within the communities, but also on the law enforcement side of it. And I would even recommend that bus and those folks that do that to the sheriff's department because you don't know what you're dealing with the, Alzheimer's and dementia. But Val, thank you for coming and informing us on a lot of things.
Thank each of you for
appreciate
having us.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question for Ms. Bretz if she's able to answer, and I don't want to put her on the spot, but just so that the community is aware and the public is aware, because they may not be, because I wasn't until all this kind of started happening.
Yeah.
Ms. Bretz, if you can hear me, this is Commissioner Ward, could you explain kind of how the whole disbursement of this money is? I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you could provide a little bit of clarity, I'd appreciate it. I don't know if she can hear me or not.
She's off.
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So there's funding that the county has, 51,000, and then there's funding that my agency puts into the community for home and community-based services and meal programs. So currently, under our RFP process, Liberty County Senior Citizens Association won the RFP to administer our home-based services, which includes Alzheimer's Disease Initiative, home care for the elderly, and community care for the elderly, as well as the Older Americans Act. What they have done with the Older Americans Act, under our encouragement and dialogue with ECCC, is they have a subcontract with ECCC to manage the Older Americans Act program in Franklin County. So technically, you do have a local provider, which is what we've all been hoping for several years. Unfortunately, the funding is such that it's really difficult to reach the county from end to end.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
No problem. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, but Val, I know I'm unusually quiet,
You are.
but but I am taking this in.
Thank you.
And when you mentioned your mother, I
You
think I
know.
saw your mother every day of my whole school life because I was at the office about every day. But anyway, just know that we'll work on. We'll get back. We're gonna get on this.
Thank you so much. My mother fed many students in the school that came to school and did not have their lunch money. I think her poor little check went to feeding a whole bunch of students. And so I think that what she done, she sowed a seed into me to ensure that seniors are taken care of as well.
Mr. Chairman, I can attest to that. There's been many a time I forgot my school lunch money. She's like, don't worry about it, honey, just go eat. And so, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when, I forgot mine too, and she would give me a lunch ticket. But he was talking about Alzheimer's and dementia. That's very near and dear to me as well. Because having the passing of my granny, she used to love to visit at Senior Citizen Center in Apalachicola, and it was very beneficial.
Thank you.
So thank you for stepping up and leading Career Source to make this better.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we fully intend to be able to take action on this the next time we meet. And
Thank you.
y'all for everything.
Be careful what you ask for. You might be running multiple senior centers in the county.
We can handle
In a
it.
couple of years. That's all I want to hear. So don't forget about these meetings are recorded. I'm going to hold you to that now. So, okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Lisa.
All right.
Thank you.
Miss Georgia Ackerman, Apalachicola Riverkeepers. Here to talk about a exploratory oil and gas permit in Calhoun County. Give an update.
Sure thing, and I brought extras too. Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I appreciate your time. And if you can't hear me, please let me know. I'm Georgia Ackerman, and Cameron Baxley, our riverkeeper, is here with me this morning to give you an overview of what's happening upstream, and am happy to answer questions and take a deeper dive on this topic. It may feel a little bit like a deja vu. This is not the first time I've stood before you and told you about the potential for oil and gas drilling upstream in Calhoun County near the Gulf County line. With Apalachicola Riverkeeper, y'all know we're a nonprofit organization, and we've been around for over 25 years. We're a member-based organization, and we're committed to protecting water quality and water quantity in the Apalachicola River Basin. We're also a member of Waterkeepers Florida and the International Waterkeeper Alliance. So we're all about ensuring fishable, swimmable, drinkable water for everyone. And I don't need to tell you how special and important the Apalachicola River and Bay is. I know that you all get that. So let me talk a little bit about Clearwater Land and Minerals. I'm going to read from my comments, and that's mostly to keep me on track and being respectful of your time. Clearwater Land and Minerals, a South Florida company, has applied to the Florida DEP for a permit to drill an exploratory oil and gas well in southern Calhoun County in the floodplain of the Apalachicola Basin between the Dead Lakes, the Chipola, and the Apalachicola River. All of this, the handout that you're looking at, is from a page on our website, and I'd like you to know that there's a link there to a Google map so that you can zoom in and out and see where this particular location is in relation to where we stand. An exploratory well is an attempt to find commercially viable crude oil, and Clearwater Land and Mineral seeks to drill a well of a depth at about 14,000 feet in effort to find commercially viable crude oil. It is expected that the Florida DEP oil and gas program will issue a decision on the permit in the next few weeks in April. The permit application packet was deemed complete by the state on March 29th, 2024. And why that's critical is that typically there's about 30 days that the state will turn around that decision. The next step, the state will issue what's called a decision, an intent to deny or permit. Basically, that's putting us all on public notice that this company has completed an application, and by law, DEP needs to make a decision. So we get about 2 more weeks of public comment. Our riverkeeper, Cameron Baxley, is tracking all of this, and as soon as we call DEP regularly, we're asking, have you issued this intent? We want to know when the clock starts ticking, and so we will do our very best to keep you informed on all of this. So what's critical for the county and for citizens, particularly folks downstream of this location, is now's the time to weigh in on this issue if you haven't done so previously. Apalachicola Riverkeeper filed comments of opposition to the permit on behalf of our 1,400 members. I'm going to share a summary of our concerns, and they were lengthy, and I'm happy to provide the full pages and pages of comments that we provided to the state if you'd like them, but I'll share a couple of highlights. The location is surrounded by wetlands and a freshwater forest. Exploratory wells bring the risk of releasing harmful chemicals into the wetlands and nearby water. Toxins can be carried into the water and downstream in periods of heavy rain or flooding. Oil wells require thousands of gallons of water per day, water that would otherwise support flows to our river, floodplain, and bay. Upstream drilling puts the Apalachicola Bay at risk when millions of state dollars are currently focusing on restoring oyster habitat in the bay. Clearwater Land and Minerals' proposed drilling site is located within the floodplain and close to flowing waters and during normal high flows, typically in winter months. At those times, about 95% of the Apalachicola River floodplain is connected aquatic habitat. Of note, the water elevation has twice risen higher than the estimated 100-year flood stage in the past 25 years. So what I mean by that, when somebody says, well, that's the 100-year floodplain, my response to that is, so what? Because nature doesn't read the rule book. So we may have deemed it a 100-year floodplain it's flooded twice in the past 25 years. In the original permit, for those of you that remember the previous permit that you all commented on to Calhoun County and the state, that was a company called Choya. FWC had actually commented to the state expressing concerns on the location of this site because of, again, the flood, the high water, and the fact that the water had risen twice in the past 25 years. Moreover, during major flood events, the drilling pad would be surrounded by flowing water, and again, drilling uses toxic drilling brine and sludge. It punches thousands of feet into the Floridan aquifer. The aquifer averages about 1,000 to 2,000 feet in depth, and of course, that's the water that we use for drinking, bathing, and irrigating our crops. Again, this well will drill down to about 14,000 feet. The well is not in the public interest for those that use and care for the Apalachicola River Bay. There's significant risk to damage to water quality and the geological and biological integrity of the river and the bay system. Extreme weather events such as Hurricane Michael are expected to worsen flooding in years to come. Last week we experienced a rainfall event that was very significant. The Apalachicola River is designated an outstanding Florida water, providing it special protection under statute. This well threatens the river and bay system, which is closely woven into our region's economy and heritage. The county and residents can contact the Florida DEP to ask questions, express concerns, or express opposition to the permit. Additionally, the county could request that DEP hold a public hearing on the permit. Now is the critical time to comment on the concerns or ask questions before a decision is made by the state. And Apalachicola Riverkeeper will continue to get information out to community members about this shared threat. We'll continue to post updates on our website. On our website, you can find all the contact information for DEP along with the full application. And again, like I said earlier, there's a map link there as well. So I'll stop there and see if I can answer any questions that you may have now that I've given the basic overview.
Mr. Chairman, I just got one thing. When I found out about this a couple of weeks or so ago, I got on the phone with Michael Morone and I said, look, we need to do something about this. This is not good. Not good at all. Nope. So I think that's hence why you're here, and he's back there. But I think that we need to act on this, obviously, sooner than later. I think that we need to, I don't think we have yet. I don't know if I'm sure my other commissioners, I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I'd like to write a letter of non-support of this. I don't know if we need to do that in a motion, but I mean, I'm sure we're going to have to do it in a motion, but I want to do that. And this whole DEP holding a public hearing, I don't know how that process will begin or how we can maybe potentially do that. I don't think a public hearing is going to matter because my thoughts are still going to be the same. That's just my thought. I think we need to write a letter to DEP expressing our disinterest and our opposition to this. My personal opinion.
Mr. Chair, yes. I did the same thing you did when I caught wind of it. I called Michael, and I'm also in favor of writing a letter of opposition as well.
Jeb, so Ms. Ackerman's here today because she's the phone number I had. I didn't have Ms. Corey's phone number. You know what I mean? So that's...
We work closely together
right.
and tag team on many things.
And you told me that. I'm just making sure the public is aware. So that's what it was when, matter of fact, when Mr. Morone had talked to me, he said, Commissioner, have you seen something about the oil well drilling? I said, I've already been talking to Miss Georgia. So, you know what I mean? So trying to figure it out. And there are a lot of things that are happening in our river system that we need to keep up with.
Yes, sir.
But,
Well, and from what I understand, the Calhoun County Commission, did they support?
So,
At the time, to let you know, this has been going on for years. And you know that, Mr.
I think they actually changed, I don't think they have to ask for support anymore. I think they actually changed the way they address it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Sanders, my understanding, our last go-around, and you were chair, I believe, at the time, the last time we were dealing with a permit up in Calhoun County. Calhoun County did change their land use code to allow for oil and gas drilling. That is something that Riverkeeper was knee-deep involved trying to stop from happening. Calhoun went ahead and has made that an allowable use. There may be some site permitting that goes on related to the permit, and again, we're monitoring that. I know that the Chairman Bailey was interviewed in a recent article and has expressed support. I don't know where the other commissioners stand on it. I do know that there are residents in Calhoun County that are not in support of it. They're members of Riverkeeper and have had made their voices concerned, so.
And the one thing that I get concerned about, as we all know, is DEP gets kind of complacent, and you can't really, I said it, but you can't
say
get
it
it,
the right
you
way.
can't,
I'm giving her that look.
No, but the thing about it is, I mean, they get real complacent. They tell you, oh yeah, you got a 30-day window, and you get up there and you write the letter, because I did one for the lime rock drilling when I was retired, up 67. And it acts like it's falling on deaf ears.
I would encourage you, and I know you all have done this before, I would encourage you, if you are writing a letter, and we're happy to help in any way that we can with that, there's one person in charge at DEP. It needs to go to him. I suggest also copying our Jason Shove and Corey Simon, because I think it's a state issue as well. And you can also we send our comments in to not just one person at DEP, but we go all the way up the chain, because we want to make sure that it doesn't get lost in any shuffle. And I would encourage you to consider doing that as well.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, and I know the last person that we were told to write was Orlando Rivera, and it just didn't go nowhere after him. So, because I called and checked, and it didn't go nowhere after him, so I don't know what happened.
Mr. Chair, I can send a copy of Riverkeeper's formal comments that we sent. I can send it over to Mr. Marone, and you can see who we sent the letter to, and you might want to use that as your
That would be
as your
helpful.
template.
That'd be
Yeah.
helpful.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, we definitely need to write a letter, though.
So, Commissioner Ward, was that a motion?
Yes, I'm gonna make a motion to write a letter to the individual at DEP, Mr. Walker, in addition to our state representatives, Jason Strofe and Senator Simon.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion to send this letter to DEP with our comments stating that we are not in favor of this potential drilling in Calhoun County or anywhere else in the Apalachicola Flint River system. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, we have a second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion, Commissioners, before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners.
ma'am.
Appreciate your time, and you all know if we can help in any way, give us a call.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for coming today. And I don't know that it's appropriate today, but at some point, we might be reaching out to you guys again. I know it's not really falling to the Apalachicola Riverkeeper. It's more of the Flint Riverkeeper, but there's still a lot of monkey business going on in Georgia, so we're tracking that.
I brought some handouts. I'll also leave those with Mr. Marone. We're monitoring that issue
Yeah.
as well.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I like the monkey business.
That's
Chairman,
the
if
way
you
it
wouldn't
is.
mind, I know it's getting close to 10, can we take our first break
Yes.
because Alliant has a presentation, I want to make sure the share screen
Okay,
is
let's
set up correctly.
take a 5-minute recess. Franklin County Board of Commissioners is now back in session. The next thing on our agenda is Mr. Michael Kozar, Alliant Management, with a lease proposal for Williams. Presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you this morning. And of course, with me is David Walker, the CEO of the hospital, and I also want to introduce Michael Stigler. He's the chairman of the board of Alliant Management Services, and Mr. Stigler is here to also help with the presentation. But what I wanted to really start off, there's been a lot of discussion about the rural emergency hospital, and my presentation really has three components to it this morning, and one being, what is a rural emergency hospital? What would it look like if Williams Hospital currently would move to a rural emergency hospital? And then a discussion on a concept that we want to introduce to the commissioners on a use operating agreement where Alliant would have more involvement in the operations of the organization. So I will start off with the rural emergency hospital, and today's agenda, the eligibility criteria, what must be provided, services may include the REA considerations, an actual REH analysis comparison, and then, as I mentioned, the use, operating, and management concept with the commissioners. REH is, of course, a new Medicare provider type that provides 24-hour emergency services, but does not include inpatient care. This designation was really in response to the over 600 hospitals that have closed in the last few years throughout the country. And one of the biggest concerns in rural markets is access to emergency services, and this would enable facilities to continue to provide emergency services without providing inpatient hospitals and prevent those hospitals from closing. The eligibility for a rural emergency hospital is to be in a rural area licensed and licensed as a critical access hospital or a rural prospective payment hospital. The key here also is that the hospital needed to be in operation in December of 2020. There's a lot of hospitals that currently had closed before that may not meet the eligibility for a rural emergency hospital. It must be licensed Medicare provider, meet staff training and certification requirements, meet annual average length of stay requirements, of course meet the state licensure requirements, have an established transfer agreement with a level 1 or 2 trauma center, and that's key to be able to have individuals that would come to your emergency room services to be able to have a mechanism for them to be treated if their situation was more severe that needed immediate care. Meet the conditions of participation just like we do now with the state and the federal government as far as the conditions of participation, and actually have an action plan including provisions for staffing, a transition plan, and description of the services being offered. As I think was discussed previously, it does require you to provide 24/7 emergency and observation services with an annual length of stay of less than 24 hours. Again, that's an average. So if you had an individual that needed to be there 36 hours or 48, as long as on the average, on the annual basis calculated, it is no more than 24 hours. You must provide staffing for 24/7 with a physician or mid-level practitioner. Have diagnostic laboratory and radiology services, pharmacy drug storage, so that you have a mechanism to provide drugs for your patients, and discharge planning by and under the supervision of a registered nurse, social worker, or other qualified personnel. Some of the services that can be included with a rural emergency hospital is ambulatory and transport services, behavioral health services, care through rural health clinics and primary care services, care through a distinct part skilled nursing unit, low-risk labor and delivery services, maternal health, outpatient surgery, post-hospital care as long as it's not inpatient, routine lab services, telehealth, and additional outpatient medical and health services that do not exceed the annual per average length of stay of 24 hours. Just some of the key considerations, the feasibility, and these are considerations for any hospital that would be looking to make that conversion from an existing critical access or PPS hospital to a rural emergency hospital. Certainly the feasibility, your service mix and volume, operating revenue and expenses that you're currently having, and what would that mean moving forward. Capital needs, if there's any capital needs the organization. Of course, your workforce, recruitment and retention, your staffing mix, which, how would that affect your staffing as you move from a existing critical access or PPS hospital to a rural emergency hospital, and what would that change your staffing mix? Are you providing telehealth services for your patients? The community, certainly the community needs to be involved in any considerations as far as moving to a REH, health needs and equality. What are the health needs of the community, and economic impact of this change that needs to be taken into consideration. Of course, your partnerships would be with your EMS, that plays a vital role in providing, access for patients to come to the facility. Your referral network, when you have an individual that's currently in your emergency room, where are you going to refer them for what services and what they may need? And of course, involvement of your community health providers. And then finally, the regulations that, of course, the licensure, both on the federal and state level, quality measures that are going to be required for the type of care you're providing as a rural emergency hospital, and really the scope of practice for the organization. So those are just some of the key considerations that, to take into account as you, as organizations look to make this move. The REH reimbursement considerations, CMS facility payment. This is a payment that they have established for rural emergency hospitals. It's at $276,233 per month for calendar year 2024, which equates to about $3.3 million annually. REH services, you're paid at a Medicare outpatient prospective payment system rate plus 5%. Your REH services, they're the same rates as a prospective payment system facility. And your providers get paid on the Medicare physician fee schedules for their services. REH will not be permitted to provide inpatient and swing services. Now, one of the considerations that communities look at when they move to a REH and have those what were their inpatient beds. Some hospitals have looked at converting those to skilled nursing beds, which would enable you to continue to treat rehabilitative patients as you were in your swing bed. But that's a consideration, that would have to be looked at as to whether you take your existing hospital beds and convert those to a skilled nursing type of beds for use in that use in the community. And currently, although there's been a lot of discussions about the participation in the 340B drug program, there's, as I think we all have seen through the years, as happened with critical access hospitals, the longer this designation is in effect, there will be changes and additions, and there's been a number of discussions about the 340B program and allowing rural emergency hospitals to participate in the 340B program. So I'll pause there for a second to see if there's any questions on the REH and some of the designations or requirements for an REH.
Any questions, Commissioners? Mr. Kozar, I have some. I don't know
Sure.
necessarily about the REH designation, because I'll just say this before I get started. Looking and knowing that the REH designation is a monthly subsidy, I don't see how you're gonna, even before we receive this, I don't see how you can not be bettering yourself by doing that. Because all the other forms of things we do currently under our current designation are all reimbursement based. So you're trying to get money back. And I'll say this, just as a personal aside, when I helped someone in my family get a job that took them from going to being basically a vendor for everybody to actually a weekly paycheck. And he told me, he said, I don't know if I'll make enough money doing this versus what I was making before. I said, when you start getting a check every Friday, you'll notice a difference after a while. I even before looking at this, I seen that as a positive.
Yeah.
And what we're looking at today does actually confirm that.
Yeah.
But don't we already have a transfer agreement?
Yes, and again, being a critical access hospital, you're required to have transfer agreements anyways. Right. So, but that regulation probably pertains more to some of the PPS hospitals that are converting, because as long as you're a rural hospital, there's two designations. There's the PPS designation where you're not classified, you have more than 25 beds, or you don't meet the mileage requirements to become a critical access hospital, meaning that there's a hospital too close to you to enable you to qualify for a critical access hospital. So their transfer agreements aren't as in depth, I would say, as a critical access, that we are already required to have those transfer agreements. So that was not saying that this was Weems would need to do this or not do this. It's just the general requirements of the program.
Well, and the reason I asked that in reading it, we're holding this meeting publicly and for the public.
Right.
I just want to make sure people didn't ascertain from what's being presented today that we didn't have any transfer agreements in place. You know what I mean? Or that we currently are not doing that, because it is Ascension on the Gulf, is it level 2 trauma center? Or is there any level 2s close to us, or are they just level 1s in Gulf and Leon, or in Bay and Leon?
I don't know the classification for Ascension, but typically your level 1 traumas are your Bay and Leon counties are going to be the closest ones for those designations.
Yeah, one thing that I did find interesting in some of the discussions we've had with CHP in recent months about insurance issues and trying to work through those and make sure we understood one another, is one of the things you've presenting and reading here today is that with an REH, you can have physician or mid-level practitioner. I understood that to be an insurance issue. So if there is a practitioner, a physician has to be over them. Has to be signing off on what they're doing. So can you elaborate, and is that really how it is? It can be either or there has to be a physician over any mid-level practitioner?
Well, and again, there has to be each mid-level nurse practitioner has to have a physician collaborator
Okay.
that kind of oversees, what they practice. And it would be the same thing as far as with the rural emergency hospital. You can have mid-level individuals working your emergency room, but they'll have to be overseen by a physician. And a lot of what happens is those individuals are connected by telehealth
Right.
to a emergency room that is staffed by physicians, so that if there is a question that mid-level may have, that they have immediate access through telehealth or telemedicine, you could say, to a ER that was staffed with a physician. So, but again, some of the regulations on what mid-levels can and can't do, have changed and expanded.
Right.
But still, there is a requirement that mid-levels have a supervising physician that oversees their practice and reviews, the course of treatments that they're giving to patients. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I was certain that that's the way it was, but it's better to ask the question
Sure.
for confirmation.
Sure.
Only other question I have is so far in the presentation, there was, and I'm trying to remember where it was, I wrote it down, where it talks about with the REH, the inpatient care, that's something that would kind of go away, but there are hours of observation and you were mentioning the possibility of having skilled nursing so can you elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, again, as all hospitals do right now, we provide care for patients to spend a night at the hospital for observation. And a lot of that is frankly because some of the Medicare managed care plans, or Medicare Advantage plans, I should say, are not approving admissions, but they're approving them to stay as observation. So we all have patients that need to spend extended periods of time. And I'll just use an example. If you have somebody that comes in with chest pains, maybe not all indications that they're not having an active heart attack, but you want to run their troponins to make sure that this individual isn't having a heart attack. So, the way those troponins are drawn is over a period of time. So you can keep a patient while you're running through those necessary lab tests or whatever to determine, if they're having a heart attack. Or if you have, other reasons that there may need some antibiotics and you want to get the first dose or 2 doses of antibiotics in the patient, you can keep them for observation and then be able to discharge them home, to home health or some other mechanism or an outpatient infusion center. So, that gives you the opportunity to continue to do that. Now, as I mentioned, there are facilities that, have taken a look at their existing beds and taking those out of service because, what would need to be determined is how many beds would you need to have for observation? How many beds do you want to set aside that say this? Now, some hospitals that are typically larger, the 50-bed and higher that are converting to a rural emergency hospital, they have unused floors that will be sitting empty as they move forward. So some of those organizations are looking at converting those unused spaces to skilled nursing, which you're allowed under the regulation for a rural emergency hospital. You're allowed to have a skilled nursing service, and what they do is, to replace the swing bed program, they use skilled nursing where patients could be discharged from another acute care hospital, brought to, in this example, Weems, to have 20 days of therapy that they would need traditionally under the swing bed program, but now it would be under a skilled nursing program.
Okay.
There's a lot of reimbursement ramifications and things that would have to be taken into consideration, but that is an option that you have to take unused space and convert that to a skilled nursing type of program.
Well, that's even more positive, and that means that conversion to REH possibly would mean you just have to go about things a different way, but you're still accomplishing the same goals.
Right. Yes, and it's you're still be able to provide that, what I call transitional rehab or inpatient rehab. It would be just under a different designation as a skilled nursing stay versus a swing bed stay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions, commissioners, before we go on?
Yeah, I got something, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, go ahead.
So in REH, I was looking at your services. So will like the phlebotomy and mammography still be serviced there under the REH model?
Could you repeat that? I didn't catch what that,
Under the REH model,
Right.
will the phlebotomy services
Oh,
and
yeah.
mammography services still be conducted?
Yes, all those outpatient services, lab, radiology, mammography,
Okay.
all those infusion, CT, all those services can still be provided to the community through an outpatient mechanism. And some of those are required because to run an emergency room, for example, you have to have a CT scanner. I mean, in this day and time, you cannot run an emergency room without a CT scanner because any type of head injury, headache, you're going to need to do a CT on them. So, those services are still going to be able to be provided. Anything that you're providing a patient or the community on an outpatient basis, you could continue to do that under REH.
Okay. Also, under that model, what effect would it have on staffing?
Well, that is something that we would have to, take a look at because, again, it depends upon, again, what's your plans moving forward. As we talked about, do we take some of those unused beds and do we convert them to skilled beds versus, what we're using for swing beds now? So, and then you're going to have to, staff for how many observation patients you anticipate that you would need. Currently, the inpatient volume for the hospital is very low. So I don't see, at this point in time, I can't say what it would affect to each employee until we would get it further along in this process. But, I don't anticipate there would be a huge effect on the existing staffing of the organization.
Mr. Chairman, I've got questions, but I'm gonna wait till the
Sure.
end of your presentation because I'm sure some more questions will come up.
No,
So-
that'd be fine.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Cozart.
And what we put together here is just taking a look at the REH comparison, between where we are right now and what the impact for the REH and what would 2023 financials look like if we were an REH facility. And of course, the 23, those are unaudited numbers. The audit's not completed on that yet. So we took, the best numbers we could get from the auditors until they finish it as to what the year will finish up as. The operating income, shows a loss of $3,614,000. Non-operating income, it's $895,000, and that's part of that is the rural hospital capital improvement grant that the hospital received of $500,000. Fortunately, that's going to be an ongoing funding source for the organization moving forward, but it should be noted that has to be used for capital. And then you add in the ad valorem and sales tax for the EMS ad valorem, and the hospital and the rural health clinics sales tax. You have a total of non-operating revenue of $315,000, and then you have the net income of a loss of $102,000 is what's projected for 2023. And again, looking at the REH impact, that's the total operating income. And again, the estimated breakdown, and what we put here is what you gain, but what you have to understand, you're also going to lose certain fundings also. So if you look down below there, it says the REH facility payment, as we mentioned earlier, that's $3,315,000 on an annual basis. The discontinued inpatient services. What we had to look at in consideration of that was the fact that we did get, we did bill and receive payment for patients that we took care of at the hospital. So when you look at what you are going to lose by that revenue, but also what you're going to save by reducing your expenses and caring for those patients, it's about a $1 million delta there. We would lose the dish payment from the state, which is currently about $954,000. The 340B equates for the hospital about $217,000. That we would lose that payments, and because right now 340B is not eligible for a rural emergency hospital. And then the reduction in outpatient services reimbursement from a cost basis that we're under with the critical access hospital to a PPS, Medicare PPS system. So, but net, you would see an impact of $958,000. So, again, taking a look at if 2023, if the hospital, the George E. Williams Hospital, was a rural emergency hospital, would have showed instead of a $102,000 loss, it would have been about $856,000 positive impact or profitability for the organization. Again, I'll pause here to answer any questions that y'all may have on that.
Any questions, Commissioner?
So if we give up the dish, which is pretty much $1 million, with the REH model, we're technically only getting $2 million, correct?
Roughly, yeah, because the total annual payment is $3 million, but you're going to lose $1 million from dish.
Mr. Chairman? Isn't there a repayment owed to Dish right now for most of the hospitals? Were they overpaid?
That is LIP. That's the low income
LIP.
pool.
Okay.
That's the low income pool that I think right now the hospital, it's uncertain, what the LIP will play out in the future. But every hospital in the state of Florida got hit with a low income pool repayment. Because of the calculations that the state used to distribute that money. The federal government came back to the state and said, what you used was not correct, and you owe this, basically the hospitals owe this money back.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up on Commissioner Kroom, so is the dish a guaranteed amount, or is it kind of like LIP in a manner of?
And Michael, if you
I'm sorry.
Michael is a CPA, and he's a chairman of the board. He knows a lot more about the ins and outs of this, those programs. But the dish, it does fluctuate each year, and it's based on criteria and volume that we submit to the state, so.
And the reason I'm asking, sir, is, Mr. Chairman, is because, it's like you and I discussed, Mr. Chairman, is it an apples to apples discussion?
Yes,
If
yes.
you're losing dish, which might change from year to year, but you're guaranteed this certain amount from the state or the feds, whomever, on the REH. That's like, because that's what we discussed.
Yep,
And I
that's
kind of
right.
wanted, and a lot of people had that question after the presentation, the last meeting or meeting before, whatever it was, so.
That's right. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and the disproportionate payment that we receive is a state disproportionate share. And so it is subject to state legislature renewing, allowing, and also funding. But also because of the fact that our Medicaid program is a combination of both state funds and federal funds, we also run the risk at some point that the federal government does not want to fund their portion of state DISH programs. And we're seeing that at the federal level right now with the Medicare program, because Medicare also has a DISH if you're a PPS hospital. And it seems like every budgetary year they have to renew it because they've been trying to get rid of it from Congress because it's a budgetary item that they're trying to eliminate. So there is a risk associated with our state DISH program. Thankfully, it's been stable for the last many years, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you. I'm Commissioner Krumo. I think I saw where you were heading, and I just want to kind of go a step further and ask that question.
So are we currently getting the 340 or enrolled in the 340B program?
Yes, we are. And that's, that 217 is basically what we receive through the 340B program in 2023.
So now we'll be down at 1.8 million if we not eligible for the DISH and 340.
Yeah, yes. I mean, you're about 1.1, 1.2 million there as far as what we would be giving up in revenue by going to REH. That's based upon the 2023 year.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna hold mine till the end.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're trying to draw it out of you. Haven't you noticed that?
We're listening to it.
Go ahead, Mr. Cozart.
Okay,
We're listening.
and then I'm going to ask, Mr. Stigler to, join me on this, on the use operating agreement that we'd like to propose or have the commissioners consider as a model moving forward for the organization. And, really, when you look at the options that are available to, hospitals currently out there, and this graph is just really from, what each options, the implications for governance, reserve powers, clinical quality, management, branding, finance, those kind of things of what, the local community or the local authority would have control over. And it varies on based on that scale. It goes from, you can have a clinical affiliation all the way to the sale of the facility to another entity. And there's various aspects in between there that, either grants or limits, control on a local level to the hospital. So just really wanted to kind of outline, some of the various stages that organizations can look at, from a clinical affiliation to a joint venture, to a lease, to a merger, to an outright sale that could occur. One of the types of things we would like for the commissioners to consider is what we would call is a use operating agreement. And I don't think that, I'm mistaking that, through conversations that I've had, there has been, expressed to me, that like to have for lack of a better word, more skin in the game. I've listened to that and heard that. And one of the things that, we would like for you all to consider is what we would call a use operating and management agreement. And I'll let Mr. Stigler talk a little bit about that because he's also very familiar with some of our other hospitals that we have worked under this model with.
What I want to start with saying is that first of all, we are not an advocate for a sale of a hospital. We think that all healthcare is local and should stay local, and decision-making should stay local. But are there models where you can also bring in outside vendors that are also part of that decision-making and also some of that financial responsibility? And we've had experience with I don't know if you want to call it a public-private partnership, but first hospital that we set one of these up was in 2005, Fayette County Hospital in Vandalia, Illinois. And it was a county facility that came to us that we thought they wanted a hospital management agreement. And we made our presentation, they had us step out, they brought us back in, they said, we don't think you understand what we want. And we said, well, help explain it. And they said, well, what we mean is if the hospital makes money, you make money. If the hospital loses money, you lose money. We said, oh, well, now we understand. And so we entered into, we called it a use and operating agreement. The county continued to own the bricks and mortar of the facility. They continued to own the provider number so that if something happened to us, they still had control of that provider number and that facility. But we ended up taking over financial responsibility for the balance sheet and the income statement. And we ended up in a partnership with them where it was a smaller community also. The demographics were, they didn't have a lot of people that could afford to buy insurance. The state of Illinois at that time did not have the expansion of Medicaid, and so there was a lot of uninsured. And so the county participated in helping fund the operation of the hospital along with us. And we ran that successfully until 3 years ago, until Sarah Bush Lincoln Hospital came to us and said, we want to be in this facility, we want to put more money into this county, can we step in your stead? And we continue to do work with that Sarah Bush Lincoln, but they took over our position. And we had several years of success with that facility. We built a new emergency room, we ended up building a new lab, we built a new radiology center. So it was a good partnership. And we've used that since in 2 others that we've owned. The hospital that we have in Chipley is not a public-private partnership. That was one where the county said, we really don't want to be involved in the organization. They had sold the operation to another individual, and we bought it from them. But we have a good relationship with the county. We include them in our advisory board. We include them in decision-making on what we do to expand in our community. And we think we've been good stewards there as well. We took it over, we had 5 providers in that community. Today we have 22. We're building a surgery center at that facility through a joint venture with a group of orthopedic surgeons. So, when you work with the county and the local population, there's a lot of things you can do to have success. Thank you. There's a lot of things you can do to have success in that community. We've got one other where we have a use and operating agreement, and we've struggled with it. Medical Center Barber up in Eufaula, Alabama. This is one where SAMC in Dothan was going to give up the hospital, give it back to the county. And the county had reached out to us. We came in, we took over the facility under a use and operating agreement. We had 3 good years of operation success with them. And then COVID hit, and we lost also our ER physician group and had to replace them. And we had a bump in the road. And it's taken us about 1.5 years to get back to where we're back to stable position with that hospital. But because we had it set up as a use and operating agreement, we went to the county, we've kept the county involved, we've kept the city involved. They've been part of our decision making. We've been transparent with them about what our struggles have been, where we need help. And they worked with us and they helped us. And we got the hospital stable and we're back on a growth pattern. So a use and operating agreement is not a panacea. It doesn't solve all problems, but it does put an operator that has, as Michael said, skin in the game, that has responsibility, that has the motive to make money, to be in place. And part of making money in healthcare is how do you expand services that are needed in a community and do it profitably. You know, and when we look at this community, you've got growth in this county, but this is a small county. You know, when you look at 13,000 people, it is tough for a hospital to survive in this size population, because you need people using your facility. And when you look at the 600 hospitals that have closed in the United States in the last 10 years, most of them were small community hospitals that had lost populations, couldn't recruit physicians, and they just couldn't survive on a small volume base. And that's part of the reason that I think Congress and Medicare have put this Medicare Rural Emergency Hospital Program in place, is to help solve for smaller community hospitals that have at least stable populations or growing populations to be able to survive until they can get to the size where they can then be a critical access or be a prospective payment facility and grow into the population that needs to survive economically efficiently. And so that's why they give them additional monies, is to help pay for those inefficiencies that a small hospital has with a small population. So what our proposal would be, if you want consideration, is we would look at offering a use and operating agreement where we would negotiate with you on, you know, you keeping the facility, you keeping the provider number, what we would do to take over the operations in terms of the risks, and what that would look like. We're not prepared to share numbers with you because that would have been putting the cart in front of the horse. We really need to understand, is that where your community would want to take this conversation or not? But that's what a use and operating agreement in our eyes would be. It's not a sale of your facility. You still own the provider number. You still own the bricks and mortar, but you're working with us to be able to provide services in this community. I'll conclude with that.
Quick question. Under what you've provided to us, under the different model options, where does this fall?
It falls really in the middle. It would be like a lease option.
Okay. Because, I mean, I'll be honest with you, we've had management now for 2 or 3 years. So I want to make sure it's completely different from that. We're not looking at extending a management agreement, or I'm not. Let me speak for myself. I'm not looking at extending a management agreement. We're ready to do something significant with our hospital and move forward. And as far as others that are closing, I get that, I understand that, but we're still here.
Right.
We're making it.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that we need to make a decision and we need to do something, but we don't scare easily, I'll put it that way. We're still here. We have managed to been able to, you know, to get to where we are. But we do need to move forward, but it's not gonna be because we're scared into a position or we're thinking we're somehow gonna be the next one to close, because, sir, that's not gonna happen.
No, and I hope that nothing I've said has given you the indication that we think otherwise.
That was the only question I had.
So you had the hospital, that's before my tenure here, for 3 years. Okay, under this current proposal that you're proposing, user agreement, what are your future plans for our hospital?
If we were to operate it under a use and operating agreement, we would convert it to a rural emergency hospital. I mean, that would be, that's probably the most viable path that we see initially for this facility, to add stability to the operations. Because when we look at the model, there are a couple things, as we've talked about in this meeting today, there are several things in here that they may or may not survive over the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. You know, in our non-operating income, I mean, we've got almost 900,000 of non-operating income. $500,000 of that is a state grant program for funding capital equipment. And as we all know, you know, we end up with a recession, state's budget gets tight, you know, they look for where do I cut that has the least effect. And that may certainly be one of those areas where they would make a cut or could make a cut. You know, the disproportionate share program. If the federal government, you know, with our $1 trillion deficits, at some point they say we cannot afford to fund some of these programs. We need to find ways to eliminate, to be able to make budgetary decisions. That could be an area where the state doesn't have access to those federal dollars for the match, and the state says, I'm not funding 100% of it. Those are real possibilities. So, you know, as we look at this, even under rural emergency hospital, we've got to grow programs. We need physicians in our community. We need to be able to recruit for our community. We need to expand services to be able to serve the population we have, to keep as much in this community as possible. And as our population continues to grow, we need to make sure that those people that move here and live here use us, and that we have the services that they want, need, and demand. So that would be, at a high level, that's how we would approach this. That's how we approached it in Shipley. That's how we approach it in Eufaula. That's how we approach it with all the hospitals that we either manage or own.
So I'm not, against REH, but, met with the auditor 2 weeks ago, and some questions I had for him, about REH versus our current designation, critical access. In the United States right now, there's 30 hospitals that has this designation.
Yes.
Okay? And he said, if we give up this critical access, that's one of the things we'll never get back.
Well, I would argue with that, because Medicare changed the rules 3 years ago to allow hospital. The rule was you had to be you had to be more than 25 miles from another facility. They changed it to allow for hospitals that are 2-lane roads of 15 miles or more to be able to get critical access. And when I look at the facilities that are within 15 miles of us, I mean, we're 2-lane roads to be able to get to them. So I would discount that somewhat.
Michael, this is one thing that we need clarification on.
Yes.
Okay? I don't know who we can get to do an analysis versus REH versus CA. Maybe that's one of the things you can ask the consultants.
That's exactly.
That's one of the things I want to be clear on before I make a decision on this.
Yes.
Because I want the absolute, I believe all of us do want the absolute best model for our citizens of Franklin County.
Yep.
So that's what I want.
That's the main role of your consultant.
Okay.
To be very honest with you, correct you. We're going down the right path.
They're supposed to be coming in May, right?
Yes. You and I have a follow-up
Couple
meeting
of
with
them, yes.
Juan. There was a request for additional information from the second, and the third is ready to go. So, yes, coming up in May.
So by May, we're supposed to have presentations. Is it one meeting in May or both meetings?
No, unfortunately, they all can't meet at the same meeting in May.
Right.
So the month of May, you'll have all three at some point. I could hopefully be able to nail that down for you by next week. And then to me, at the second meeting in May, you can make a decision then, or you can wait till the first meeting the following month, and then we engage and we move forward here as quickly as possible.
We need to think about that, y'all, because remember, I'm gonna have my other knee surgery May 9th.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be at the first meeting, and hopefully, because there's so much time between, I'm gonna be at the second
one.
meeting. But, because I'm like you, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to roll on this. And I got some questions along with Commissioner Ward, but we're gonna ask him at the end of the presentation.
All right, sounds good.
Almost there.
All right, anything else? Mr. Kozar?
No, again, these would just be, the next steps here with the due diligence and the deal structure. But that really concludes, what we wanted to present today. So again, we're happy to answer any questions that y'all may have too.
Commissioner Ward?
Commissioner Sanders, you want to go first, Mr. Chairman?
I'm busy looking at something
Okay.
I want to bring up to their attention.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, so a couple of things in your presentation that you addressed. For one, and I've said this on multiple occasions, I want to get out of the hospital business. The county has no business dabbling in healthcare. Although I do understand that the healthcare, welfare, and safety of our citizens is also of the utmost importance. That being said, you mentioned in your presentation, it seems to me the only difference in the REH versus the CAH designation in terms of one or the other is the inpatient criteria and the swing bed criteria, which you mentioned that with the REH designation, you can do like a skilled nursing type thing. To me, that's swing bed, because that's what, am I correct?
Well, it is. It enables you, but, the reimbursement is a lot different under skilled nursing versus swing bed, because of the different rates. But you're able to provide that same level of service as, under a swing bed diagnosis. So, and I use an example, a lot of places you'll see where you know your local nursing home or your local long-term care facility will have patients that have had in the past total knees, total hips. They'll go to those for 20 days to have their, therapy and that done. That's under a skilled nursing rate. If the hospital would choose to do this, in the community, to convert those beds to a skilled nursing, you'd still be able to treat those so-called swing bed patients, but they'd be under a skilled nursing facility rate.
And another thing with the critical access, I know a lot of people say, well, I don't want to lose our critical access designation or put that into jeopardy, which thank you, Commissioner Crum, for bringing that up, because that was one of the things I was going to ask too, is we do need to get clarification on that, because we're hearing multiple different things. And I know this REH is a new designation. They're still kind of feeling out. But the thing is, with the critical access, you have to meet the inpatient criteria. And you said yourself that the inpatient numbers have been decreased recently. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Another question that I had was, and it's not really a question more than just a statement, but the 340B drug program, it looks like between the critical access that will, with the REH, will lose that program. However, that's $217,000 roughly, just hypothetically, which is the number that you had in your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, if you're looking at, and I'm throwing a hypothetical at you, medications aren't cheap. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like, me personally, that some of this $217,000 will be a moot point, because if you have someone that's, say, in the emergency room, we're under the REH designation, and we can only keep them for 24 hours. Let's say that they need an IV antibiotic. Let's say that IV antibiotic is a very expensive antibiotic, such as vancomycin. That money is different if you're giving it over 24 hours, or say if you admit that patient and you're giving it over the course of 3 to 5 days, whereas typically as an inpatient stays in the hospital, right? So let's say vancomycin it's a very expensive antibiotic, if anybody is aware of that drug. You're technically saving money by giving it 24 hours versus over a 3 to 5 day course, correct? So,
Correct.
So I think that some of that 340B drug program money is kind of a moot point in that scenario, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, and I think it depends upon the number of physicians that It's a complicated mechanism with the 340B of how many physicians are writing scripts and how many of those scripts are getting filled, but. I do think that there is enough movement on a national basis that will be one of the things that will be added back, whether it's added back this year or next year. But I do think at some point in time the 340B will be added back. But also, there's also, as Mike mentioned too, in a number of areas, there's a tax on the 340B. The drug manufacturers are constantly wanting to do away with it. So there's no certainty, even moving forward, what will happen with that also.
And one more thing, Mr. Chairman. So in the recommended option that you had in your presentation, the operating and management agreement, isn't that what you guys are doing right now?
No, right now, and to be honest, we have a management agreement, and we're responsible for the management of the hospital. What's different under a use operating management agreement is basically, as Mr. Stigler mentioned, we're responsible for any losses of the organization financially, but we benefit if the organization profits from that also.
Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Commissioner?
You want to go?
Ladies-
Otis, you want me to
ladies
go?
first.
It don't matter. Most of my questions have been answered by the other commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Ward. But my question, I just want to point out to this, the ad valorem sales tax support, $2,617,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for support. Let me ask you something, and Mr. Stigler's done said he wasn't gonna give us the numbers, so that flubbed me up right there. That messed me up. But let me ask you a question, Mr. Michael Kozar. In the state of Florida, how many of these REHs do you manage, lease, or own?
In the state of Florida?
In the state of Florida.
There's none in the state of Florida yet.
There's none yet?
Yes.
So you're saying that we would be, if we decided to go this way, we would be the first one?
Well, I know there's some other hospitals working on that.
But they haven't got.
They haven't finalized that process yet. But there's other hospitals that are in that process to do it. So I don't want to say we would be the first because again, I know you all, which we encourage, the discussion with the consultant, there will be some time. So there may be some hospitals in the state of Florida that move to that before we would be able to do that.
Well, I know, those doctors that were here a few weeks ago, they said the same thing, that there was, wasn't none in there. I wanted to see, gave me the same answer.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I think it's time that we look, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Crooms and Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Jones. I think it's time that we move forward in this and make a decision of what we're gonna do for the betterment of health care and the people of Franklin County, because $2,617,000 a year is going in sales tax money, and we have what we have. You know what I mean? We're lucky to have what we have,
right?
Apparently. But my thing is, I think the people deserve a little bit better than what we got.
David Walker, CEO, Weems. I just want to just clarify that the EMS ad valorem taxes is probably maybe around $700,000 going in. $750, and then you have the sales tax money that makes up the 2.6. I just wanted, just for clarification, because I get asked all the time about my tax dollars paying for the hospital. I'm like, no, it's not.
Right now, at this time, they're all included.
Yeah, they're all included. Yeah.
But that was one of the point of this board, these members meeting with Brian Hall, the auditor, to answer those questions that we couldn't get from you all about the financials. So I don't know about you all, but Brian Hall answered some very significant questions that I had, and also I've got a better outlook of where we need to be going as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm looking at. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me ask questions.
Mr. Chairman, all I'll say too, and you brought up a good point, Commissioner Sanders, about the ad valorem. We voted on this tax in 2008, and this is nothing against anybody in the room. 2008, we all voted to provide this tax to help this hospital. And I've told Michael Merle on several occasions, and excuse my terminology, we need to pee or get off the pot, basically, plain and simple. We told them we were gonna build a new facility, and we have done nothing yet. And I know that we can't build a new facility until we know that we can sustain it financially. And right now, I don't think that's gonna happen. So we've gotta agree, we all agree, we gotta do something.
Sure.
But we also wanna make sure we're providing health care to our citizens, because we realize that's the utmost importance as well.
Right.
So whatever that looks like, REH, CAH, we gotta figure that out.
Right.
But anyway.
No.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you all for your presentation, by the way. My first question, and you may not know the answer, this may be an answer for the consultant or someone, and it kind of echoes what Commissioner Croom was getting at earlier, but me and Commissioner Jones have spoke about it last year, I believe, with going with this REH, there was a grace period that we could come back to a critical access if it wasn't a good fit. Do y'all know anything about that?
Well, there's not a grace period anymore on the rural emergency hospital aspect. What is changed, as Mr. Stigler mentioned, is the mileage requirement has changed to where if 15 miles, you have to be located within 25 miles, or you have to be located further than 25 miles from the nearest facility. But if 15 or more of those miles are 2-lane roads, you can qualify for critical access hospital. So basically what that gives us the option to do is if we look at the rural emergency hospital, and for whatever reason, volume started to increase, all indications would support more inpatient. Under the current regulations, we could apply for being a critical access hospital again. Now, the state of Florida no longer has a CON for hospitals, so you don't have to go through a CON process, but you could, under the way the rules are today, and I'm using a hospital that we work with in Laverne, Alabama. They're closer than 25 miles to the nearest facility, but 20 of those 25 miles are 2-lane roads. So they meet the qualifications to become a critical access hospital. Now, they're currently a PPS hospital, moving to a critical access. I don't know of any instance yet where and it's been too new, where a rural emergency hospital has moved to a critical access, but under the way the rules are today, we would be able to, because of the closest hospital to us is, Port St. Joe. I think it's roughly 18 to 20 miles. All those roads are 2 lanes, so technically it would qualify for that.
But Commissioner Emerson, can I interrupt
Yeah,
once?
go
I don't want to break your
No,
train
go
of
ahead.
thought.
You're fine.
So 2 things. Let me ask, so you said CON. Would you explain the certificate of need and how they stopped it, but why it was important in the past? And let me ask a question a lot of people are going to ask me. Does that mean that Sacred Heart over in Port St. Joe can now apply to be a critical access with us still keeping critical access? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to beat you there.
You're fine, you beat me to it, but go ahead.
Since they're there, it's 20 miles, 2 lanes all the way, can they now do that on their own without?
Yes.
Because there was this thought, and I'll just say it, let me just say it, that, they wanted us to, any deal we work with them, they would want our designation. That's what we used to say, our critical access designation. But now they can get it on their own without us giving up our critical access designation.
Correct.
And that is something that we will talk to the consultant, because that's an important factor that we've talked about with discussions in the past about partnerships. We thought that was a card that we had. Let me just say that, and we no longer do, Commissioners. So, just want to say that. So, but a certificate of need, that's something if you could show. That's more for the public use, because most of these commissioners already get what that is.
Well,
not all.
Up until probably 2 or 3 years ago, the state of Florida required what they call a certificate of need for any expansion or of healthcare services, and so you had to apply through this process. I remember back in the days when if you wanted to add MRI services to your facility, you had to go through a certificate of need process to deem that there was a need in your community to do that. And that was the same thing for hospital beds. I mean, you had to get approval from the certificate of need to be able to demonstrate that there was a need for hospital beds in a certain community. A few years ago, I can't remember the exact date, but it's been within the last 2 or 3 years, the state had sunsetted the certificate of need for hospital beds. So there's no longer a requirement for hospitals to be able to go or need to go through the certificate of need process if they wanted to expand bed size of their organization or establish a new hospital somewhere. There's no longer a need for it. There are still aspects of certificate of need for nursing homes and home health and some of the other services that may be associated with, healthcare systems, but actually, and I'll use the example, the FSU TMH collaboration on the new hospital that's being built down in Panama City. They did not have to go through a certificate of need process to build that hospital.
Okay, now, just going back, and I'm sorry you didn't have your microphone close earlier. But that hospital you referred to up north, was that Sierra Bush Lincoln?
Sarah Bush Lincoln.
I'm sorry, the first,
That-
Sarah?
Yeah, Sarah Bush Lincoln was the one we did, we ended up selling the facility to. It was Fayette County Hospital in Vandalia, Illinois. That was our first one we did a use and operating agreement with. And then Sarah Bush Lincoln was a large health system that was reaching out into communities, including the one we operated in. And they said, we really want to have more of a foothold in that community. Would you sell the hospital to us? And working with the county, we got their approval. We transitioned that hospital to Sarah Bush Lincoln.
Okay, so they were basically, what happened in that area is that y'all partnered with the community, am I hearing that correctly? And
Correct.
And then a bigger hospital or organization, say like and I'm just throwing this out here, an Ascension or a TMH come in and purchased it. Is that what you're saying is happening
Yes,
up there?
we operated it beginning in 2005, and 3 years ago transitioned it to a larger health system.
Okay, now
Yes.
is that municipality still on the brick and mortar of that, or is that,
No, a year after Sarah Bush Lincoln took over our use and operating agreement, they ended up buying the bricks and mortar from the county.
Okay. All right. Other question, and again, you guys come in with I don't really think this is a proposal more so, or you're trying to figure out where we're at.
We weren't sure what your,
Because we're obviously not gonna talk about how much skin you bring in and stuff like that, which a lot of these questions all rolls into that, because my concern is how much skin you bring into the game. What about the hospital fund? I mean, we got a lot of, I would like for y'all to go back and put some numbers on something and come back to us, because we don't have a whole bunch of time. I mean, in the scheme of things, we do have time, but I would like to have this information before the 11th hour, because there's a lot of questions with that, are we gonna basically keep putting the amount of money that we're putting into it in a partnership, whenever you're gonna make all the money? You see what I'm saying? We need that information. I feel like you guys are just trying to figure out, where the tide is here. The tide, and I can echo with some of the others, the tide is that we want to get out of we want to take politics out of it. And the only way we're going to do that is we got to bring in a company such as yourself, or the gentleman that was here a few weeks ago, or another entity that's willing to come in and say, hey, look, we're going to create some risk. Because forgive me right now, you guys have no risk in this. As a management company, you have zero risk. It is our dollars, it's our tax dollars, it's our hospital. We've got everything in it. We want to bring somebody in that's going to put something in it, because then they'll be more willing to keep it where it needs to be. Because right now it just feels like whatever we do absorb in taxes, you guys are absorbing it through management. And we have no services, we have not grown any at all. And I'm not sitting here, I'm not going to beat this dead horse, but that's why we feel, or I do, and I'm sure a couple others here feel like we need to move into this different direction, because the only way this is going to get better is if you feel it when it hurts too.
right.
And it's been hurting us for a while. My other question, and this goes back with the auditor meeting there. Like Commissioner Sanders says, it was eye-opening for us, because we got to realize, exactly where we were bleeding finally after trying to figure it out, or not getting those those questions answered. But this may roll back into something you need to bring back to us. How do you reduce the EMS? I mean, there's a lot of things that you guys need to bring to us, and obviously you're not prepared to answer these questions right now. Got one question though. You keep talking about, when we were talking about the REH model, you talk about swing bed services. Basically you're just taking the same service and you're putting another name on it. Now, is the reimbursement the same?
No.
No, it's
Okay,
much
now
different.
which one's higher? Is it swing bed?
Swing beds
Okay.
has reimbursement, the other one doesn't.
Yeah. And you're currently, a swing bed reimbursement is roughly $4,400 per day. Under skilled nursing, you're probably $500 or $600 per day.
Okay. But now our swing bed numbers are not tremendous. I mean,
No.
I mean, and honestly, this is just me personally. I've have experience out at the hospital, not, but swing beds ain't nothing new. I mean, this goes back 10, 12 years ago. It's just never taken off. You know, I mean, I don't really know if that's, you know, if that's a big sacrifice. Let's just put it that way.
Part of the reason is you need a 3-day length of stay before you can transfer them into swing bed. And if you don't have a lot of admissions, it's hard to have a lot of swing bed. And that's our.
I think Mr. Walker's going to probably want to address that one.
Yeah, I'll address that with swing because I'm there every day. The swing bed days have went up, you know, at least 100%, about 179%. So we are seeing more people in the hospital that are staying for a longer period of time. However, you know, we're not where we want to be with it, but we have gone up within the last year on that.
Okay, excuse me. I can't even read my own handwriting sometimes.
That's pretty tough right there.
My other thing is this, and again, you're not coming here with, you know, with numbers and any kind of information, so we're just kind of talking out in the dark here. But my mind, I mean, what are y'all, I mean, what's your future plans on, and this may apply in other areas, is why I'm asking, but did y'all bring any practices in, any services? You know, what's your intention, or what have you done in other areas? Have you brought an OR back? Have you brought, you know, I mean, obviously this thing's got to make money, and that's the whole problem. Or do y'all have any intention of bringing those type of services back into this community, or, you know?
You know, all services, all new services are predicated on, do you have the population base to support it? And is that population base have the economic wherewithal to be able to support it? You know, surgery, for instance. You know, the national average is 5% of the population gets an outpatient surgery on an annual basis. If we've got 12,000 people here, we're talking about maybe 600 surgeries. If we captured 100% of them, to keep a physician busy and economically viable, you need about 1,200 surgeries per physician to be able to pay their salary, pay the overhead, run the department, and do it economically. I mean, that's just high level. I mean, just us talking. Our community, it's difficult to be able to support a surgical department with the population that we have. So, you know, when we come to looking at what services do we need, our number one is we need primary care in this community. We don't have enough physicians in this community. The national average for it, 2,500 population per physician. You know, we should have 5 to 6 physicians in this community based on those national stats, and we don't yet. And so, and it is hard to recruit. It's hard to recruit to rural community. We all know that, and it's getting harder because the med schools aren't producing any more students today than they were in 1988. So we're challenged with trying to get these kids coming out of school that have $200,000 and $300,000 worth of debt to come work in a rural community where they're going to see, you know, a disproportionate number of Medicare, Medicaid, and even some cases no pay because we don't have insurance. And so we have to be able to produce programs that allow for support of those type of individuals. You know, some of that is what federal programs can we leverage to be able to help pay off some of that student debt and attract new physicians to our community. Some of it too is when you look at what programs out there that we need to get developed, like a federally qualified health center, you know, that has some reimbursement mechanisms that allow for physicians that have debt to get it forgiven and can pay them a higher rate to recruit them. So that's just all part of the challenges that we have in managing rural facilities. That's all part of how we develop what services can we provide and that can be supported by community. And that's what we'd have to come to you with.
Okay, I look forward to that. You know, my only last question is this, all right, and please don't take this in a bad way. How many years have y'all been managing the hospital now? Is it 4 or 5?
4 or 5, yeah.
Okay. After 5 years of managing this hospital, and y'all see the financials, you see where it's going. I mean, I'm just a small business owner, but why now do y'all want to come and buy this hospital? Why do you want to get in after you've seen the loss numbers and all? How is that a good business move for you guys?
Well, share with you is that we really didn't. We weren't coming to you to offer this. We understood that the board was wanting to look for options.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying you've seen the way this has been going for years. You've seen the finances. What makes this an attractive thing for you to come and partner with?
Well, I'm not saying until we run the numbers that it is. I mean, we do need to be able to look at, we need to develop a model to see if we can make this viable.
So basically, you really don't know if you want to do that. I mean, I'm just saying, you don't really, right now, what you're telling me is you don't really know if you want to partner with us.
Until 30 days ago, we didn't know you guys wanted to look at an alternative. And so
We've been talking about this for quite a while. I mean, I
Okay.
can go back and pull a newspaper where I was quoted. I mean, there's no secret our position with this. But I'm just curious, just from that business aspect, what makes this lucrative as a good business move for your company to come in and take this in a partnership after y'all been managing our hospital for 5 years now, and you see those negative numbers? How are you gonna make money with that?
we're not sure yet.
Because I'll tell you where I'll go with that afterwards. If you can see that you can be lucrative and profitable here, why haven't we been doing this in 5 years?
Right.
You see? That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, that's fine. I will correct something I said earlier. I thought about it. It's not 750,000 of ad valorem tax dollars. It's 764 that we give to the EMS service, which in my mind, in a scenario that should happen, whenever we move forward, that needs to roll to this healthcare tax, and that needs to come off the ad valorem tax roll.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the one thing that we have to have is an ambulance service, EMS, but it doesn't have to be funded the way it's funded. We just did it, I think the board did that way in the past, because it was that way when I got here, because they were trying to make sure we were supporting Weems and it wasn't gonna close. But clarifying that, the 2.6 million that Commissioner Sanders pointed out, that is the amount that the county gives to Weems in totality in a year. There are other things that are put in our budget that reflect the budget of Weems for a year. But the county is not putting $10 million in Weems every year.
No.
It is 2.6 million. I just wanted to clarify that as we're having this discussion today. And one of the other things that we're talking about big money, but if we're talking about a way to make money, we could get an MRI here. You tried to, anybody in the room tried to get an MRI lately? I bet you had to travel quite a ways to get it, and try to, get on their schedule to get it. Because, so that, where that leads me is this, and I want to mention it while you're here, Mr. Cozart, because we're talking about hospital and health issues. So we had discussion a while back. I know I had it with Mr. Walker, and I'm pretty sure I had it with you. Gulf County, this was before Commissioner Amison got on the board. Gulf County was moving forward with doing a dialysis clinic over in Gulf County with Fresenius. And there was discussion about us supporting that financially. But our issue at the time was, number one, we didn't know if our residents were going to be able to use it because they're in Gulf County, there's an insurance issue. Well, that's one of the things we cleared up when we were talking with CHP about a month and a half ago. Because it is dialysis, it doesn't matter if it's in a county they can't cover. CHP covers you if you have to go for dialysis in Gulf County.
That's good.
It's covered. So, knowing that, I reached out to some of the people from Gulf County that are appropriate to talk to about it. Currently, about 30% of the people they're seeing are from Franklin County. And I say that to say they've offered a service that wasn't really available in our area. How many people do we know in our communities that are not doing proper dialysis care because of the constraints of either time, money, travel, all these other issues, and that's creating worse health care for them, not better. So that's the reason I mentioned something like MRI, because if we had a facility like that here, people could travel here just as quick as they could travel 2 hours to go to it. Is it gonna get 10,000 people a week? No, probably not. But it's a viable service. And then I know it's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, if we're looking for ways to make money, that's pretty low-hanging fruit. Nobody else has it.
But that skin.
It's low-hanging fruit. But so, and I'm not bringing it for discussion today, but Commissioners, probably on our next agenda, I do want to get some more information from Gulf County to see about us possibly looking at helping them fund that facility and keep it that way, knowing that our residents can use it and currently are using it. Because we don't want it to have an issue where funding becomes a problem and all of a sudden there is no dialysis clinic in St. Joe anymore.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think this board has always been supportive of funding whatever we had to help with dialysis for the Franklin County folks over in Gulf County, because that goes way back to the 1990s when Dr. Genesio was the head of the health department, and she tried to do it.
Right.
I've got one question for them, for Mr. Mike Kozar, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, then I'll be through with it. Mr. Kozar, have y'all brought this presentation to the hospital board? Does the hospital board do anything about this presentation that y'all made?
They know that we have, on the REH, I presented the outline to the REH. They got a copy of my presentation, which included the lease. I've had conversations with members of the hospital board individually, but it was not a, I would say, an agenda item on the hospital board yet.
Mr. Chairman, I've got something too, and this is to echo what Commissioner Amison was saying. And I've spoken to talk about making money and skin in the game. I've spoken to Mr. Walker and Mr. Kozar privately about this. How many people in our community, and this also echoes Chairman Jones, need a lung doctor, pulmonologist, an endocrinologist, OBGYN, all these doctors, you know. And I've spoken to you guys about this, about bringing these physicians in to not only for the transportation aspect, but just have that option with your relationship with TMH. That's the whole point of, that's why I asked you what the TMH relationship was, and it's loosely affiliated, but I feel like that's another service that you guys could help with providing. And I know what the conversation was in terms of y'all's answer to me for the reason and why y'all haven't been able to do that, which is, I feel like there's gonna be, if you bring a lung doctor to have clinic days, 1 to 2 days out of the week at one of our clinics, I can guarantee you there's probably people in this room that will raise their hand and say, I'll go to see that doctor. It's going to be more than 10. I know that doctors ain't going to come for unless they can see a certain amount of patients a day, but I can guarantee you that we would see a good number of patients be able to come see those doctors versus going to Tallahassee or to Panama City.
No, and I agree, but I want to go back to the point that was made earlier. It all starts with primary care, though. If we can, because, you know, like it or not, our primary care docs determine a lot of times where we go for our specialists. And, you know, if we can continue to build a primary care base, it makes, and I'm not saying we can't bring somebody in, you know, if they're willing to come in, you know, 1 or 2 days a month, a week, whatever it may be. But it makes it a lot more attractive when they know that they have a primary care base that's utilizing your doctors, your physicians, and they can tie into that. And it really, and I've said this many times before, you know, where healthcare really starts in rural communities is building the primary care base, and then the specialists, you know, you'll be surprised, they'll start knocking at your door and saying, hey, can I come down there? Versus what we're doing now, trying to go out there and say, hey, can you come here and take a day out of your busy practice? And the challenge we have is they're businessmen too, and they say, if I'm going to go to Apalachicola for 1 day, you know, 1 day a week, say, am I going to see enough patients to generate enough income that it's going to offset what I'm going to lose in my practice in you know, Bay County or up in Tallahassee? So, you know, they weigh those options. Can I see as many patients in Apalachicola that day as I'm going to see in one of where my practice is currently located? And that's why I go back to the point why we have to continue to build that primary care.
You're saying that exactly right, Mr. Kozar. The issue that kind of comes up though is, how does that happen? It's not going to happen because the Board of County Commissioners wants it to happen. It's going to have to come as people that are involved in medical in the community are having those conversations. This board can't make that happen.
Right.
I mean, going back to what I mentioned a while ago with the dialysis clinic, we discussed that when all that conversation was going on, and there was discussion about bringing a bus or some kind of thing to do dialysis in Franklin County. As of yet, I've never known that to happen. If it has happened, I've missed it.
Yeah,
But it's definitely something we discussed doing, because at the time, and this is being completely transparent, the conversation I had with yourself and Mr. Walker was, look, let's support Gulf County and get this started, give ourselves 2 or 3 years to try to address it, and us try to do it instead of being under the gun to try to do it.
That's right.
Because when we started talking about using healthcare trust fund money, which doesn't all belong to Weems, it falls under Franklin County.
Sure.
They were like, no, we can't do that. Well, as of yet, we're still not doing dialysis in Franklin County. This board can't direct that.
Yeah.
We can't do that. That falls under healthcare.
And I think,
So what are we gonna do about primary care? Continue to talk about it? Go ahead, sir.
no, we have to try to, what we're doing now, we're trying to recruit physicians to come in right now. We need a physician here at Weems. We're not perfect. We're not, we hadn't did everything right. We still got to try to continue to prove.
We're all together.
You got to create access to health care in this community. For as different specialty care that we have now, we have urology, we have dermatology, we have OBGYN coming to the Carabel location, but we need more for as dialysis. My family is dealing with dialysis right now. At one point we did talk with a group about bringing a dialysis mobile van here into the community. The quote was right around $1 million at that time, and then the individuals, stopped making contact with us, with that. So dialysis is very important to us. If we could find a way to help, maybe fund the facility in Gulf County. Why? Because our Franklin County residents go there, we can do it. Now, the reason why we couldn't do it initially is because for money to come out of our operating budget, we have to have that has to be a part of the department of the hospital per se. So that was the only reason why it couldn't come out of the hospital budget to kind of fund that facility over in Gulf County. But if the county, want to think of different ways to do it out of trust fund, I don't have an issue with that, because our patients here, use that particular service there.
Well, at the end of the day, Mr. Walker, and I don't want to drive it in the ground, but if we're losing 102,000, what's losing 120,000?
Yeah.
What's $20,000 difference going to be if you're already losing money anyway?
Yeah, I'm just talking about for as I think the cost report stuff, in order for us to fund anything, it has to be part of our operating budget, so that a dialysis, we had a partnership, for example, with Fresenius, just say Fresenius, we had a partnership with them. And then through that partnership, we may be able to fund some type of dialysis, but it has to be part of the operating budget of the hospital, operating programs or departments.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. That's what the issue was with that.
And Mr. Chairman, one more thing too, and since we're on the topic, might as well bring this up. Pharmacy. How many people on the east end of the county would love a pharmacy in Carabel or somewhere around there? They have to drive to Crawfordville or to Apalachicola here to get their prescriptions filled. We talked about that too, and I know there's a lot to opening up a pharmacy, but that's just another added resource that we could provide healthcare to our citizens that we talked about, but we haven't.
Yeah.
I know things are easier said than done. Believe me, as a commissioner, I've learned that the hard way. But it's like we talk about things and then they go away.
Yeah. Well, the only thing with pharmacy, we started the mammography program. So technically, we wanted to make sure that program was up and running first, and then move out to see when we can do the pharmacy program. Now, as a CEO of this hospital, anything that I've ever said that we want to try to move towards, we pretty much did it, unless we had some issues with financials or things like that. So pharmacy was on our top next list after mammography. Now, with the Rural Emergency Hospital designation, of course, with all of that, you have to be careful, because to do the pharmacy program over there, if you don't have the 340B program, you probably have to look at the cost of that. I'm just throwing that out there right now. But that was the only reason why we didn't move forward quickly with the pharmacy, is because we wanted to make sure we got the mammography program up and started first.
But that, Mr. Walker, was never told to me as being the commissioner that represents Carabel. That was not told to me, that y'all don't have whatever you said you were gonna work hard on getting that in there because the previous commissioner had
Yeah,
asked
yeah.
to do it. And I was carrying on what he had asked
Well,
for.
yeah, the only reason why we wanted to get mammography up. I mean, that was our own internal thought process. Let's get mammography up on a solid ground first. And then now let's move towards the retail pharmacy market there. Now that you have another added wrench in here now, which is the REH designation, you know, you need to see now, you know, how can you, if the county commission move towards that, you know, how can you do the REH as well as then move towards the pharmacy in the Carabel location?
Another question that I'm gonna end. Are y'all any closer to trying to find a primary doctor?
Yeah, I am.
For Carabel?
Well, we're talking with a recruiting company through our net, which is they have a host of recruiting physicians, and what they do, you know, if a physician come to work in your area, they kind of like offer loan forgiveness. So we're kind of working with them. We also talking with a recruiting company also to maybe engage them so they can help us with this process as well. So, you know, of course, Dr. Newton left back in November or December timeframe. So probably 5 months we've been without a primary care physician here in this county. But I've always said that, you know, we want to get primary care physicians here, and we're trying our best to get it done.
So with Dr. Newton leaving, then that left you all was not working with TMH on anything for Franklin County, since they have the new facility in Wakulla, or gonna have the new facility in Wakulla?
Yeah, well, we did talk with TMH about if they had interest in bringing in a primary care physician. At this time, they said they were not recruiting a primary care physician because we wanted one ourselves. But they also indicated that they may have a cardiologist that may think about coming into this area here.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I just want one thing with that 340, or the
340B.
The 340B, you know, this has been told to me, and I think Mr. Colsart touched on it earlier. You know, we might be looking at that being inclusive into the REH next year. I mean, the chances are that'll be part of the REH before we even, you know, move half an inch on a pharmacy over there. So I don't see why there isn't any reason to continue to move in that direction, given that there's pretty much a positive atmosphere around the fact that 340B is going to be included in REH down the road. Just my thoughts on it. But
yeah, well, one of the thoughts, I think when they did when the pharmacy did the consultants did the analysis, a bunch of the analysis was governed on the 340B discounted drugs, you know,
yeah,
for the retail
that,
pharmacy.
What you was telling us was that you just kind of backed off of it because, you know,
the REH model, yeah.
But I don't see what that'll affect it as far as moving forward, because like I said, you know, this is the one time I believe government's gonna outrun us. You know what I'm saying? You kind of see my train of thought with it.
Yeah, but somewhat.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I don't see why that stops. I mean, where are we at on that? I mean, it ain't like we're breaking ground. You can't break ground tomorrow.
No, we're not breaking.
But I mean, it just sounded to me like earlier, and I may have been confused that we just kind of backburnered that because, you know, we're you know, going to potentially go to an REH, and it right now doesn't have a 340B. I mean, why would we do that whenever, you know, you stated yourself earlier, or Mr. Colsart did, that more than likely that's going to be included in the upcoming year or so.
Yeah, I mean, if it's included in the upcoming year, you know.
I mean, what I'm saying is, why not just keep moving forward with it? That way, we just roll right on into it. You know.
Okay, I take that. I see that. Thank you.
Well, and just to clarify, so the public knows, this REH designation we're talking about actually come about during COVID. I think it was around 2020. And the state of Florida, each state has to, the state legislators have to agree to allow their states to operate under that. And they just took this up at the last legislative session. And that's also why there's nobody else in the state that's an REH yet. It's not a designation we've been able to move forward on so far. But it did go through the legislature. I don't think the governor signed it yet, but there's every intention that it's going to, because it gives, especially the rural communities, gives them another aspect or another tool to try to go after to help provide for sustainability and making sure that quality health care can be had close as it can to the citizens that it serves. So that's the reason why we're talking about this rural emergency hospital designation. It's pretty new.
Right.
So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Can I ask one question? It's playing on my mind, and I hate to prolong it off, but
Well, we're here for questions.
They're all here. We got
Yep.
the auditor and whatever.
Yep.
The PPP money, do you think you owe it, or do you think you don't owe it, or what? Where are we coming on that?
No, we don't owe the PPP money. I mean, the federal the government, the paperwork that we submitted, you know, the loan was forgiven, you know, and that's what we got. That's what we got from Earl Solomon at the bank. He's the bank president of People South. And I know there's been a lot of different conversation about that, but that loan was forgiven, and we hadn't I talked to the auditors again. I don't think that was an issue, you know.
It was forgiven?
It was forgiven from Earl Solomon point of view.
And we turned part of it back in, didn't we?
Excuse me, from
We
Earl.
sent some money back to the federal
Oh,
government.
no, yeah, we sent, that was the CARES Act money. So
Yes,
you
okay.
had two different types of money
Right.
that came out back then. So we had the CARES Act money, we sent $1 million probably back to them.
Because
for
I
that.
know one time y'all were saying you didn't owe it, the other time you said you did owe it. So I just wanted to know, make sure we don't, if we go into an agreement with whoever,
We're not-
this
yeah.
is not gonna be hanging over.
right.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, but
That's a
that,
big
yeah,
chunk
yeah.
of money.
But from the conversation from Earl Solomon at the bank, you know, that has been forgiven, per se. And the CARES Act money is totally different. We sent $1 million of that back.
But in the same conversation with that overhead, what about that TMH? We got, what, $500,000 hanging out there
Yeah,
that we owe
yeah.
TMH?
Yeah, TMH, that was done back in, I think, 2016, 15, you know.
But it's still-
Yeah, it's still there, 500-something thousand, excuse me.
That original was paid off
Oh.
before I left in 2000.
No matter.
Part of it was paid off.
Part of it.
But we
Not all.
still have, not all, yep.
So
Yeah.
it's accrued
Yeah.
interest too?
I don't know if it's true, it was,
Oh, interest, yeah, but
No,
it's
just
just, there was a
haven't
balance
paid.
that was not paid, Commissioner Sanders, that was
We
hanging
gotta
out
find
there.
out.
Yeah,
We gotta find
When we offered to pay, I think they told us to just wait.
yes.
yeah, and
We'll deal with that later.
Yes.
and I've reached out multiple times, and I hadn't,
Yes, you have.
They hadn't
You
said
have
anything about
discussed
it.
that multiple
Yeah.
times, yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
I just got one statement.
Yes.
Michael,
Sir?
when you talk to the consultants, this is where we need a lot of clarification. We was talking about the designation, CAH versus REH. See, when I was told 2 weeks ago that if we give up that critical access designation, that Port St. Joe cannot get it because of the mileage close to Ascension Bay.
Yeah.
That was said differently. So that was one of the things that we really need clarification on.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
I don't need any hypotheticals or insufficient statements. I need facts. Was the hospital here, have y'all had the lease for 3 years or 5 years? I heard both. I don't know.
no, 2020, that's when they signed the agreement. Alliant Management signed the agreement in November 2020, I believe. That's when the management agreement started with Alliant.
So it's 3.5 years so far.
Something like that.
Well, now, I will remind commissioners as wrapping this up. So when we have these meetings in May with potential consultants, we're interviewing who we want to hire. After we get somebody hired, then they can start trying to answer the questions we'll bring
Yes.
it up. Just to make sure everybody's on the same page.
But it will be important that during the interviews,
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys
ask
say,
those
yeah,
questions,
say,
yeah,
hey,
yeah.
this is what we're expecting from you. So
Right.
they're prepared and you can see how they react.
That's
Yeah,
right.
having them in front of you is,
Yep.
yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Thank y'all, Mr. Cozart.
All
Thank you
right,
for your
thank
time.
you for your
Michael.
time.
Appreciate it.
Thing.
All right,
Mr. Chairman,
let's
yes,
take
if
a
you take
short
a
break
break,
and
because Commissioner, before you break, what we're going to do, because I know I had some planning and zoning people, we're going to go, we're way past the hours, nothing like
Yes.
having fun. The time has gotten away from us, so let's go to the public hearings.
Yes.
Let's deal with those public hearings first,
And then
which
come
is,
back.
one is Lanark Village, I can't remember the other. Let's deal with
Drive.
Yep.
Patton Drive. Let's deal with those two public hearings, and then we'll come back to the planning and zoning.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, let's recess for 5 minutes. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're going to move now in our agenda down to the public hearings that were scheduled to start about an hour ago. We can start later, we just can't start before they're advertised. The first one, Ms. Courtney, I'll let you go ahead.
So let me go to it's the same one. It's an ordinance I guess we have to do the
First one's a land use change.
Yes.
First one's a land use change.
Okay.
So an ordinance to amend the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan to change the permitted use of a 1.23 acre parcel of land in Section 12, Township 7 South, Range 6 West from residential to commercial recreational. This is for 2390 Oak Street for Charles and Lydia Schultz.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Courtney before we proceed? All right, this time I'll open up a public comment. Who would come forward, please state your name for the record. It doesn't matter. Ms. Page, come on, she's already walking. Ms. David. Please state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Paige Joseph. I'm with Anchor Realty, and I represent the owners of 2390 Oak Street. I noticed on the agenda it does say from residential to commercial. The property's already zoned C4 commercial. So I don't know if that needs to be corrected or changed, but it's not residential, it's on C4. So the building currently already has 3 short-term rental apartments, storage facilities, office space, a cafe, and a restaurant with a beer and wine license. The building's not currently rented to its full capacity because it is for sale. The zoning change to C3 is requested, so that instead of it just being able to store campers and RVs on the property, that it would be able to use the acreage for a small RV park that we believe would be the best use for the property and its location and size. We believe that the rezoning would be an added bonus to the community as well as the county. The RV would generate added tax revenue and visitors to the area, hopefully adding more clientele to the local commercial districts. Those districts out in Lanark include the local golf club, the Lanark market, local fishing captains, as well as the locals that have attempted to open restaurants in the past that haven't been successful out there because there's just not a lot of traffic. We also believe that having added this would add more commercial revenue to Carabel and the St. James district as well. The building has been remodeled, landscaped, and the current owners have also already upgraded to 3-phase commercial power as well as commercial water and sewer lines.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Page. Anyone else? We'll get you next, Ms. Debbie. I'm sorry.
Chairman.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
My name is Deborah Howells, and I live in Lanark Village. Have lived there for more than 20 years and owned property in Franklin County for about 30 years. I'm here to express opposition both for the land use change and the zoning change that accompanies it. This matter is really important to the people in Lanark. More than 200 people, in fact 272 of my neighbors, have signed a petition in opposition to these changes. I believe you got these by email, but I also have a hard copy of them if you would like to have those as well. Let me say at the outset, I'm not opposed to RV parks in general. My concerns relate specifically to placing an RV park in the proposed location and rezoning this parcel away from potential uses that are greatly needed in our community. There are many reasons for concerns about the potential addition of an RV park in what effectively is the downtown area of Lanark. In my opinion, this location is comparable to building an RV park by the Sea Quarters Marina in Carabel, or next to the Big Top Supermarket in East Point, or beside the Gibson Inn in Apalachicola. This morning I'd like to briefly address some of my specific concerns relating to the effects on transportation, the environment, existing resources, and the community atmosphere. First, transportation. There is a considerable amount of pedestrian traffic in our community. many of whom are elders or people with disabilities, and we don't move as fast as we used to. Not all the streets have sidewalks by them, so pedestrians oftentimes have to walk along the side of the roadway. This proposal would increase vehicular traffic through the heart of our community. Also, the repeated passage of large RVs on roads that were not designed for their weight will likely result in the need for more frequent repairs. That would be an increased expense to the county. Second, the environment. Drainage, and I'm not an expert on it, and I believe some of my colleagues are going to speak about drainage more specifically, but drainage from the RV park is a concern to me. Why? Because all runoff in Franklin County eventually ends up in our precious bay. Therefore, it affects not only the Lanark community, but also everyone in Franklin County who makes their living from the seafood industry or from tourism. Increases in population density, as would occur with the RV park, inevitably increases litter and debris. Litter is a particular issue in the Lanark area because bears routinely roam the neighborhoods, the residential areas, in search of an easy meal. Next, the proposal would increase the strain on existing resources. As you know, Lanark Village is tiny. We have very few resources available. There's no grocery store, there's no restaurant, there are no playgrounds, and just very few family activities. We have to depend on Franklin County for law enforcement through the sheriff's office. We have to depend on the city of Carabel for water and sewer services. Our volunteer fire department is currently not operational, although they are working very hard to get back up and running as soon as possible. The addition of an RV park would increase the strain on our community's already very scarce resources. Finally, the community atmosphere. I'm sure you're well aware of the history of Lanark Village, first as a resort area, a health resort, then as the headquarters area for a military camp where 250,000 World War II service members received training, and then beginning in the 1950s as a retirement community. Indeed, what locals call the village proper consists of the historic remains from Camp Gordon Johnston that have been converted to civilian housing. And as far as I know, those are the only remaining structures from the original Camp Gordon Johnston. The residents treasure this quaint and charming little village on the eastern end of Franklin County. The fundamental nature, character, and societal structure of Lanark would be forever changed by allowing an RV park in our community. Formerly, the property in question served the community well with a laundromat, thrift shop, cafe, hairstyling salon, and before my time, even a grocery store. Lanark has many needs, but the proposed rezoning to an RV park will not help meet those needs. For those reasons, I respectfully request that you decline to approve the land use and zoning changes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Howell.
Yes, sir.
No, I said thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You're good. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Roy Hall. I'm a property owner at 76 Parker Avenue. I own an RV. I spend a lot of time in that RV in the summers, staying in RV parks around the country. I usually stay in a park that has a draw to it, something to attract me. This has nothing to draw RVers. There are no sights other than the woods across the street that are owned by, I guess, by some lumber company. I found that if there's no attraction, full-timers begin to accumulate. And with full-timers in an RV park, very often things become run down. I'm having trouble seeing this. Franklin Inn has a little RV park behind it. And if you look at that and compare it to the Carabel Beach, the RV park there, and the one in Ho-Hum, you'll find a huge difference. The one at Franklin Inn is mostly full-timers. The RV park in Lanark has, as I said, no real attraction, and if approved, the chance is pretty high that it's going to fail to draw the number of RVs to make the venture successful. The only RV option then is to lower prices and hope full-timers are attracted. And that's the last thing our little retirement village needs. A much more viable option would be to leave the zoning as is and build tiny houses on this spot. That aside, the proposed RV park has some design problems, according to the drawing posted on the internet. Campsites are 25 feet wide and 45 feet long, which sounds long, but there's no space between sites, and there's certainly no green space. No picnic tables, no built-in grills are on there. I have an RV, as I said, and it's a little one. It's only 22 feet long, and my SUV is another 18 feet. But together, I'd have a little difficulty staying in this RV space. 48 feet sounds long, but motorhomes are very often have a car behind them, and motorhomes now are 45 feet long. You put a car behind that, and there is no space in what is designed for an RV. And fifth wheels are 8.5 to 10.5 feet wide now. And there's a new one I saw advertised earlier in the week. It's 48 feet long. Put a truck on there to pull it, and there is just no space for it. In addition, or an additional problem, you have 4 pull-out slides and a 10-foot awning on these, and these RVers are going to be on top of each other. Most standard fifth wheels are between 6,000 and 10,000 pounds. That's an awful lot for the infrastructure to handle on our roads. Can you imagine how difficult it would be to back into one of these spaces with or without, a car in tow? It's kind of like putting a size 10 foot into a size 9 shoe. In conclusion, from the plat plan and the size of many motorhomes and RVs, it appears it's going to be very difficult for this site to accommodate as many as 14 RVs. The turning radius is too large to easily navigate. You come up Heffernan and tee into Oak Street, and you have to make a left turn and then make an immediate left turn to get into this site, and it's going to cause traffic problems. The RV park is really designed almost as a storage facility if you look at the plat plan, not an RV park. Thanks for your time.
Hello, my name is Patricia Bloodworth. It's Bludworth, and I live in Lanark Village. I did send everybody an email dated April the 4th about this situation opposing the RV park. A little bit of background, I'm a social worker and I've worked a lot in communities and groups of people. I also have a CAM license in the state of Florida as Community Association Manager. So that's given me a lot of experience in working in communities and groups of people. And also I've had training through the CERT program. I'm proud to be a CERT volunteer, Community Emergency Response Team. And that's given me a much broader perspective of emergencies that can come up in our community. So I did some research on the issue of changing the zoning at that location. The conclusion that I came up with was to leave the zoning as it is. And as I thought about it, I thought, well, when things get zoned, they're usually zoned the correct way the first time. So it is zoned correctly. The change that some people are looking for is negative, and don't feel it should be approved. Also, as I did some research, there is a history of higher crime rates in RV parks. The increased traffic is definitely, especially with large vehicles, isn't fitting for our neighborhood. I think when anybody talks to me about Parker Avenue, I always tell them, usually I drive down Heffernan to get to my house. I go, sometimes I drive down Parker just to amuse myself, because the situation is so bad with cars on the left and the right. It's pretty much a one-lane street. So any large RVs and heavy traffic down there is just won't work out. Also, I feel like it's an undue stress on our water and sewer system. I know from talking to the neighbors and in my own house, we're always going, oh, the water pressure is bad. You know, it's terrible. Having 14 more units all of a sudden wouldn't help that any. Also, lack of space, like other people mentioned. There's not even enough room to navigate to get large RVs in the park and to come in and out. And once they're parked, people will have their cars, be towing boats. There's not enough storage to even store the toys that they'll be bringing with them. And also, one major thing is just peaceful living. As I did my research, you know, when you have your house and you live somewhere, you want peace in your neighborhood. That's the whole basis for most of the laws in the criminal justice system. I also have a degree in criminal justice, but we learned about that, like the English law, like your home is your treasure and you want peace. Peaceful living does not exist when you cram people together in a small space. Ask any correctional officer. When you cram people together, there's bound to be issues. Fights erupt. It's extremely noisy. It's not fair to the neighbors. People leave their dogs unattended sometimes. It's not fair to the animals. Loud TVs, loud music, parties. This came up from research I did. And even just the thing, if you're outside your RV and you want to, well, even just smoking when other people are allergic to smoke and they're right next door to you, or you're cooking on a grill and that's going into your next door neighbor who's this far from you. These are common complaints in very small RV parks where there's not enough space. Also, as you notice, if I talk to somebody who's not familiar with Franklin County, I always tell them we only have one road, it's 98. So when you drive down the road and, you know, Ho-Hum and the other parks, they're on the water. You know, it's relaxing, it's beautiful. You can walk there, you could go there during the day, at night. And this location, you know, there's no trees. Florida's hot. Like, it's not really a relaxing area to even be an RV park.
Ms. Bloodworth, I'm not trying to cut you off, but can you wrap it up? You've already been speaking for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for telling me that.
No problem.
And that pretty much wraps it up. And
Okay.
I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity that we can come speak to
And
you.
again, I wasn't trying to just cut you off. I apologize.
I was at the end.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, I guess it is now. Commissioners, Miss Courtney Banks and Attorney Schuler, thank you so much. I'm going to come at you with a kind of a different position.
Please state your name for the record. Everybody may not know.
Debbie Jordan, Lanark Village. I want to state a mixed position for questions for you all to consider before you decide to deny or approve the zoning change. I've actually lived in full-time for 10 years in a 31-foot RV, which I didn't tow a car, and I've also lived on and off for another 10 years in them. So I've lived in RV resorts. I've lived in a fish camp, which is a different total demographic. And there are pros and cons, which some of the things have already been brought up. One thing I know about living in an RV, the time for that thing to be completely engulfed in a fire is 5 minutes. And we obviously are not in a position right now to have fire response quick enough that they will go. But the same could happen to the units in the village. A lot of what Ms. Bloodworth said actually describes Lanark Village to me. You live close to each other. Your walls are attached to each other. You hear your neighbor's TV. So I don't see where that particularly is going to make a big difference, having RVs versus having these units that are all so jammed close together. And my concerns would be people come in on vacation. They don't care if there's a burn ban. They're there to party. They're going to have fires. They're going to stay up late. They are. We have some of that happening. I guess that's where the sheriff comes in handy for it. I talked to the city of Carabel with concerns about water pressure and sewage, because there's either 3 ways that I know of for that sewage to be dealt with. Is every unit has its own sewage hookup, or there's one central dump station and you have what's called a honey pot, and you tow it over there and you dump it in there, or you take your sewage with you and take it to somewhere like Ho-Hum where you have a dump spot. But if there was to be improvements necessary in the infrastructure for the sewer, this is what I was told by Courtney Dempsey and the city of Carabel, that would fall upon the shoulders of the owner of the property, because I was concerned that we would be spending more money, we would lose water pressure and that kind of thing. There are benefits that it is 2 blocks from great fishing, and you can just look down the road and see the water not far from there. I don't see us necessarily becoming some derelict RV park like some that we do have in the county. I think that the Schultz family and their representative here today, Ms. Page and everything, I think that they're looking at it and wanting to make this a decent place to live. Do I really feel strongly? Yes. Do I really feel strongly? No. But fire and the traffic, this is important. The roads, Heffernan and Parker, go parallel. There's 98 and Heffernan's to the east, that's where the helipad is, and then Parker's to the west. Parker's so tight, you can barely get a Vespa through there, more or less, an RV pulling something. It's very difficult to get through there. On this next road over, Heffernan Road, is where the helipad is. Last night I sent you, I don't know how many of you got my emails, but there were emergency vehicles there. The helicopter was there, and the road was blocked off on both sides. Now Heffernan Road has very muddy ditches on either side that if you even try to pull over to let someone through, there's just to consider whether, if we could get the road department or somebody to look at traffic that would make ingress and egress into that park go beyond the village proper, because it's just too tight. And I think that's all I have, and I thank you, and I hope you make the best decision for the people.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Good,
Okay.
Anyone else in the room who wants to speak publicly? Please come forward and state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Wanda Rose. I live at 159 Hinton Street. I do not live in Lanark Village. I live down the road a ways. The property was under contract. It is now back on the market. The person, I guess, that was going to buy it is not going to, I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, I don't have a problem with RV parks. I don't have a problem with the seller. I don't have a problem with the realtor. She's just doing her job. But I don't feel as though this is the proper place for an RV park. I have a fifth wheel. I've been in RV parks. I've lived in my RV, but it's always been where it was approved to be. This property for an RV park would probably draw RVers that don't pay as much money as some of the nicer ones, and therefore could present a problem to the area. As everyone stated, it's going to be a strain on the water system and the sewer. The streets, of course, are not very wide. I looked up the plat map. Some of them are 30 feet wide. And then you've got cars and boats and trailers and everything else parked in the easement, so that's going to be difficult. They always have residents and children's walk, ride bikes, and the streets are narrow. The area already has traffic issues. I just cannot visualize a large RV pulling a tow vehicle on these narrow streets. If the RVs miss their turn to drive up Hefferman, they're going to find another way to get there. So they're going to use any street from where I live, which is on Hinton Street, all the way to Arizona. When you're pulling or driving a large vehicle, you're going to find the easiest route to get there, and it's not always going to be where they should go or where it's planned to be. Across from 2390 Oak Street, as you know, we have the Lanark St. James Fire Department. Next to that, we're going to have a new EMS facility. And on Hefferman, as was mentioned, we have the helicopter pad for emergency air flight. If there's RVs coming down those roads, it's going to interfere with the emergency services. So I'm against it. So thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Ms. Wanda. We got one more coming already, sir. Hold on just a second. He was already moving. Is the only reason I said that, sir. Let him go ahead and get on up there.
It depends on how
Please
we're
state
moving,
your
huh?
name for the record.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Bert Bolt, and I live at St. James Bay, but I'm very much involved at Lanark Village. I'm on the Lanark Village Advisory Board there. The main theme I want to talk about is access. There is a tremendous amount of negative impact relative to access in this entire issue. This idea of having an RV park is a forced and strained idea. First of all, there is not comfortable access to that RV park relative to ingress with Heffernan and with Parker. Those roads were never engineered for this kind of size of vehicle or weight of vehicle. The other side is it's straining the sewer system and the waste management system. We've already talked about that issue. And the other side is it's a duplication of services. You can practically walk to a very nice RV park there at Ho-Hum. So again, this seems to be a big deal in terms of duplication of issues there. And the other thought is an alternative. You know, this property might be considered a possible location for an EMS facility, possibly. And I just wanted to kind of bring that up as an idea of an alternative application for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Kenneth Kilner. I am a Brit, and I'm very happy to live in this part of the world. There are good reasons for that. And this is your S4 special ordinance for Lanark Village, in which it states that Lanark Village is a retirement community with special needs for the personal privacy, if you will, comfort and enjoyment of retired people, which is one of the reasons that I live there, and many of these people are there for that reason too. Further, you state that the Commission is aware that it is desirable to maintain and preserve the desirable characteristics of Lanark Village and prohibit nuisances and activities therein, which you describe in the ordinance as nuisances, motorhomes, campers, boats, trailers, semi-trailers, and all-terrain vehicles, which shall not be parked in the streets or in the yards of residences in Lanark Village. Now, this raises the point of rezoning. Zoning is put in place generally to avoid incompatible land use. A RV park in a retirement residence is a clear case of incompatible land use. And I make the point that when you consider rezoning, you should consider that very deeply. I live there. I'm a member of the Board of Governors. I attend and I use the facilities, in particular Chillis Hall, which is the community hall, which are directly across a car park maintained by the golf club. That road, Heffernan, is the principal access to Lanark Village and runs directly past Chillis Hall. And opposite Chillis Hall is a car park. There are no sidewalks on Heffernan. If you wish to walk your dog, and many people do, you must walk in the road. If you wish to take your grandchildren to the park, you must walk in the road, and people do that frequently. If you wish to attend an event at Chillis Hall, you must park your vehicle opposite the hall and cross the road. Now, senior citizens are not known for being situationally aware, and I can attest to that because I am a senior citizen. If you are crossing the road to a social event from the parking lot, you must cross Heffernan. If you are not situationally aware, i.e. most residents in Lanark Village, you are not going to be looking for large, wandering Winnebagos. And I would suggest that meeting your end under the wheels of a wandering Winnebago is not something to look forward to. And these Winnebagos will be wandering because they are in unfamiliar territory, they are tired, they've been driving for hours, they really don't know where they are, and if they have GPS, that's going to be a distraction, not an assistance to them. So I rest my case, and I hope that you will consider those arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I used to be in Bonnie McCormick, Lanark Village.
Yes, ma'am.
I used to be in the grading and excavating business and
Please stand closer to the microphone.
oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I used to be in the
Hold on,
grading.
we'll
and-
help you out for a second. We want you to be heard. We want you to be heard.
All right. I used to be in the grading and excavating business for over 20 years, and I know that this has been a particular property has been landscaped and excavated and graded, but the grade is off, and it had to all be redone before any such land use was even done, because I have a picture that I can give everybody. This was after a small rain. I should have got the latest rain. It was a pond out there. So if there was RV people there when there was a great big rain, this just would not work. It'd just be a total pond that they're all sitting in out there. And then one thing I want to mention to y'all, Lanark is a special community. It's a historical community. I would love to be able to join with the military. I guess they have a special designation for properties such as us, that we could become known as a historical, military, historical designation. I got it. And then because we're special. There is not anything like us in Florida. Everybody's becoming connected to their little places. They're fixing them up. It's been going on forever. And we are very a tight community. And we just would encourage people coming into our community to have a connection to it instead of not being connected and just bringing RVs in just for a visit, because our resources are few, as been stated before. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Anyone else? Hold on, Ms. Debbie. Some other people haven't spoke yet. Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Tony Johnson. I have been a resident and property owner in Lanark for 12 years. And I would like to point out a fact that most people don't realize, that Lanark Village is built on a sand dune. And sand, as you know from living around here, when it's dry and you drive on it, you're going to sink down. When it's wet and you drive on it, you're going to sink down just quicker. Now, all of the entrances to this property that we're discussing are across our sidewalk. And if you can take a walk down Parker Street, which also has a sidewalk, any place where cars cross that sidewalk, they break up and all. And the really nice sidewalk that we have there is pretty soon, when you drive these 7,000 to 10,000 pound vehicles across it, are going to break up just like gravel, you know. Those entrances also drive across a water line that feeds the fire hydrants. When these units come up Heffernan and go to make that left-hand turn, they're going to ease over to the right. The blacktop's going to give away, the side's going to sink, and it's going to make a mess, and it's just not the place to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the room before we check it with Zoom?
I'd like to make a small comment. My name's Charles Cunningham. I own a place in Lanark, and it has to do with Oak Street. Oak Street's got to be the worst street that I've ever seen for RVs. It's a dead end at Arizona. It's a dead end at Doe Street. It has no access to Highway 98. But my concern has to do with the zoning. Once you open up the zoning for an RV park, it opens up all the zoning right along Oak Street for other kind of commercial zoning inputs. Right now, it's essentially a rural road. You have small acreages, there's a lot of land still for sale. You got, single dwelling houses. You got, a fire department, and you got American Legion and churches, but it's a very rural area. And once you zone this for an RV park, who says that some guy can't come in and buy 5 acres and get it rezoned for a really big RV park, maybe one that's permanent, or maybe a really, really, really big mobile home park. Anyway, it just kind of destroys the country atmosphere, potentially could destroy the country atmosphere that's out there along Oak Street. Also, the school bus runs up and down and collects the school children along Oak Street too. I might mention that. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Ms. Jordan, since there's no one else, please just state what you're wanting to state, though.
Again, Debbie Jordan, Lanark Village. Two things. One, I wanted to ask Courtney for an answer for, and the other is that we are not a retirement community. We have children, we have families there, so it hasn't been a retirement community for several years. And Miss Courtney, is that parcel included in the S4 special district? I didn't think so. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Do you have something about online?
Yeah, well, I want to make sure before Paige comes, yes, I have one that just raised their hand, Ms. Tanya Putnell, and I was out the room for a couple of minutes. Did Ms. Deborah Howells speak? Do we know?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, she did.
She did? Okay, I want to make sure there were 3 speaker cards. I want to make sure Ms. Jordan, Ms. Rose, and Ms. Howells.
Yep.
We're good? Okay, so we checked those off.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to open up for Ms. Tanya Putnell to speak to the board.
Can you hear us, Tanya?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, please.
Hi, Tanya Putnell, Gulf Terrace. I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning for the simple fact that Lanark Village is a residential area. This RV park would be right in the center of the residential area. So I don't think it should be changed to recreational. It needs to stay the C4 mixed-use commercial for future local businesses that will benefit only the residents of Lanark. I'd also like to know how this fits into Franklin County's comprehensive plan for Lanark Village and if it complies with the S4 ordinance. Those are some of the main things that we strive on in Franklin County, and we want to make sure we keep our county the way that it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else attending by Zoom that wishes to speak?
Anyone else attending by Zoom? The chairman is calling for you. You would indicate by raising your hand on your device. I do, sir. Melinda Bullock, is that correct? I'm gonna unmute Miss. That's the caller ID. Give me one second, ma'am.
Give us just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, online, you're good.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. My name is Marlinda Bullock, and I own 2 units in Lanark Village, and I have owned them since 2017. And it's Lanark Village. It's just hard to explain. I've lived all over the world. It's been my privilege. But Lanark Village, I saw it the first time in 2017, and I thought, this is the way Florida used to be. I was raised in Tampa, and I just fell in love with it. And I purchased my first one and renovated it, and I got a second one and renovated it. And it's just it's hard to describe. You can't understand it until you experience it. But it really is a community that is so close-knit. And walking in Chillis Hall, you're loved on and welcomed. And to see, there's so many reasons. I don't have to explain everything that everybody else has already explained. It's just a really, really poor use of that land. My background is in broadcast. Now I have my real estate license. But for a marketing, I just don't see any competitive advantage of how it would be successful. But most importantly, it's going to greatly damage the quality of life for all the residents and homeowners of Lanark Village who contribute greatly to Franklin County. And these people take care of each other. And it's just such a special place. And this would be a very detrimental thing to all the people who are doing such a beautiful job of living together and take care of each other and really upgrading and improving Lanark Village and holding on to that beautiful history that you really don't understand until you go in and experience it. So I'm greatly opposed to it, and thank you for listening.
Yep, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Norton raised their hand. Hold on just a second, ma'am.
Does anyone else on Zoom, attending by Zoom, would like to speak before the chairman moves on? You do so, indicate by raising your hand. No more hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Sheila Henderson. I own properties in Lanark Village. I've been there about 7 years, and I live behind that proposed property, and I just can't even believe that this has even come up as a land use for this area. And I just want to say that I'm extremely opposed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
Bonnie McCormick here again. Sorry, Debbie, but I just wanted to point out that the county recognized that we are a retirement community, and I want to give you the ordinance that says that. And there's copies there too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak about this publicly? Ms. Page?
Paige Joseph, again with Anchor Realty, and I represent the owners of 2390 Oak Street. I just want to take this opportunity to kind of shed some light on some of the things that the public's concerned with, maybe to help them kind of understand what where the property's at and the things that they are concerned with and how those things can be deterred, especially with the comparison to some RVs that are behind a motel, not a true bona fide RV park. I think this area would actually be more compared to something like Coastline that is in East Point that has a mixture of short-term RV rentals as well as long-terms in the back. Their facilities are obviously clean and neat like they always should be. They also house quite a bit of room for law enforcement that we've had move here, as well as teachers and nurses. I know we have several teachers that are at our school district that use those RV parks, and they're not set up like a slumlord kind of deal. Also, the concern for green space or not having enough space for people to commingle inside the RV park. This building has, let's see, Courtney, will you flip to the picture or the drawing where the RV parks are? Behind the building there is 2 courtyard areas, one to the east and one to the west that has a green space. That one's not me. That one's not. It was the drawing that was submitted with the plans.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Or even just the property appraiser's website, just to kind of show the whole outline of the 1.25 acres, not just the park. So you've got the parking lot in the front, and then you have a 7,000 square foot building in the middle that kind of makes an L shape, and in the back there's 2 separated green space courtyards that could be used for grilling, hanging out, those kind of things. Yes, so the east end and the west end corners of the building have green space courtyard areas that's kind of not pictured in that layout, to kind of understand how much space there truly is here at this building. See, there's one on each. And then also the concern of small spaces here. So that fenced in area on the left, what would be the left-hand side of that picture, or the west end, that's currently fenced in where the current owners had like a chicken coop and had a couple different farm-style animals there. Those fences haven't been removed to open it up for a full space. Also, the people that were asking for the RV park change that did that plan that was submitted to you guys for 14 sites did not include that space in it. And we haven't been to an engineer to have engineered plans set out to say, okay, how much space does each RV need? how much turnaround space do we need, those kind of things. That 14 number could drastically change. But we were quoted almost $20,000 to do engineered plans for an RV park. So the consumer's concern was, let's see if we can actually have an RV park before we put 20 grand into some plans. So some of those concerns will be addressed once an engineered plan is actually constructed. Also, with fire hazards and things like that, Lanark Village is made up of old military barracks. Everyone knows that. A very large portion of those barracks do not even have firewalls. So the idea that an RV park is going to bring in more of a fire hazard to the community is just a little absurd to us, considering you have all these single attached family homes that most of them do not even have firewalls. Also, the concept of there is no access to Oak Street from Highway 98. There is 3 accesses to Oak Street from Highway 98. That is Heffernan, Parker, and Spring Street. We are in a 100% agreement with the public that Parker is too congested and should not be an option for RV parks to come down. So one of our suggestions for that is, one, check-in process for RVs would be instructed to do not use that road for check-in, to either use Heffernan or Spring Street. Also, if DOT would approve signage at the front and at the back, that there could be signs that would be put up that says no through RVs or campers, just like several of our roads in the community says no through trucks, like semis. Also, I would like to point out that Spring Street has already been designated by the county as the first responders' access to Oak Street for fire trucks as well as EMS. So we know that that road is wide enough. And then, Courtney, you have some pictures that we submitted of Heffernan, if we can show those. So I went out and I took these pictures on a Friday afternoon, which would be like typical check-in for someone that's coming in for a weekend stay. So this is, or here, let's do this. Let's go to the top and I'll go through each one of them for you guys. Okay. So this picture here is me standing at the front of the building looking to the west. So there is no residential homes in the eyesight of the west side of the property. What you see here is the chicken coop that's on the property, but also the storage facility that is on the opposite corner. And then on the next photo, this is the eyesight directly in front of the building. That property across the street is owned by the St. Joe Development Company, and there is no residential homes there either. And then you can go on down, Courtney. Thank you for helping me. And then this is the east end view that shows a local park that is to the right. And just east of it is also the Lanark Village Association property. So there's also no homes to the west that views this property. Okay, this is a shot of Spring Street on a Friday afternoon around 4:30. This is the road that was deemed for first responders' use for the new facilities that the county's doing on Oak Street. This is a second view a little bit further, a couple blocks down the road, getting closer to Oak Street. No parking issues, no drive-through. And then this is Parker. This is the road that definitely has the congestion. We're not arguing that one bit. And this is the busier part of Parker where there's kind of a tight curve. And then this is Heffernan. So Heffernan, this is showing where the golf club association building is on the right. You also have the post office there on the left. This is no parking issues on Heffernan, leading straight to Oak Street. And at the end of that road to the east is the subject property. And this is coming directly from 98. And then this is the entry to Heffernan from Highway 98. Again, 4:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. And then is that the end of that one? And then can we go to the diagram real quick?
The RV part?
No, ma'am. The one that I sent you of the neighborhood. I think it's going to be on the email before that.
Well, while she's looking, I want to say something just to make sure the public is aware. So what we're doing, Ms. Page here is representing the applicant. That's why she's been given longer than just a 5-minute time frame to try to answer some of the questions that were raised. It's not an unfair advantage. She's here on behalf of the applicant. I want to make sure the public's aware of that.
I'm not at the public hearing.
Right, right.
Yep.
You're part of the public hearing. So just know that's what's going on. If you're sitting there wondering, well, she's getting to talk a long time, it's because she's here on behalf of the applicant. And as far as, you know, I understand, I wish that no land use changes ever come up, but people have a right to ask for land use changes for their property. You know, so just know that while they're looking to clarify that up.
Also, while she's looking for that, I do also want to clarify too, this property is not zoned or part of the S4, that's the special district for Lanark. This property is zoned C4. It is already commercial. We are not asking for a residential parcel of land to be converted over into commercial. It is already commercial. It has a cafe, a restaurant, it has office space, it has short-term, long-term apartments inside, and a beer and wine license with 3/4 of an acre of parking lot. Right. So it's not like we're really asking to change a whole lot of the demographics. The only thing that this change would do, because as the property sits now with its current zoning, we could store as many RVs as we could fit on the property for storage and charge for storage. So that would be quite a bit more than 14. The only difference would be they would actually be able to engineer and instruct an RV park and rent those spaces out versus just crowding it up like a junkyard.
Well, that's partially true, but go ahead.
Okay.
That's not completely true, that's partially true.
Okay.
It's
so,
C4, so it still has to have a commercial site plan review.
Right.
If you're doing more commercial work, but go ahead.
Gotcha. So it already has storage on it, and it's already had RVs and stuff stored on it and paid for storage. So I didn't think that that would need any change because it already does so.
Right.
Okay, and so what you'll see here is the diagram. The red square is 2390 Oak Street. There we go, let's zoom in. So the things that have a diagram description on it are the things that are associated, or the properties associated around this property that are not residential. So you have storage buildings to the west end of the property, as well as a little bit above where it says St. Joe Company.
Where it's kind of gray looking?
Yep, zoom out a little bit, there you go. So that is the new coming soon EMT station, the fire station, as well as the Lanark Village's boat storage facility. And then you have storage units as well on the side of 2390 Oak Street. You have a public park, you have property that is owned by the Lanark Golf Club, post office, and then 3 more pieces of property that are owned by the Lanark Village Association. So when you stand at this property and you look to the left, to the right, to the front, we're not asking for something that's in the middle of people's homes. They're not going to walk out in front of their front yard and try to enjoy the swing on the porch and have to look at an RV park. That is not this section of Lanark. To address the drainage issues that were brought up and concerns, this property currently has 2 drainage ditches located on the east and west side of the property that run the entire length of the property, as well as culverts already installed. There are sidewalks on the Parker side, but not on Heffernan. And then also the property has been cleared and is currently a 3/4 acre property approximate that has already been rocked for several years, and there's not a large drainage issue. There is one small corner on the west end of the property that does hold water, but it's just because it hasn't been maintained. There's nobody been there for 2 years. And then also the addition of the RV park will not change the drainage of the land. This property sits 33 feet above sea level and is not near any flood zones. Water and sewer issues, we've heard that brought up quite a bit. I understand that there's a lack of water pressure, that they're concerned with their sewer systems and how this will affect. I'm not sure if the public realizes, but about 1.5 years ago, the owners paid for the city of Carabel to bring all commercial facilities to this property. So you have 3-phase power, which is electrical, so that's not running on residential wiring. And then also you have water and sewer that are commercial grade and size lines to this property. The residential lines that used to be hooked to this building on the Heffernan side have already been closed off, and it strictly runs off commercial lines and should not affect at all. We have had multiple meetings and conversations with Charlie Painter, one just again yesterday, on the effects of water and sewer, and he sees no problem with this. Also, so Lanark Village is kind of being projected as a retirement community, and we don't want a bunch of visitors in here, and we don't want the traffic and those kind of things. But however, Lanark Village is already a transit community. I sell property in Lanark all the time, and most of it is for secondary homes, short-term rentals, long-term rentals. I think even the lady on the virtual said, I own 2 properties in Lanark. Well, she don't live in both of them, okay? I went to Airbnb and VRBO and pulled up the available rentals in July of 2024, and there was 3 pages of available rentals in July for short-term transients. That did not include anything in Carabel. I came up with 24 total units for rent, and that did not include long-term that is managed by Sandy Beach Properties, and it did not include anything that is already on the books and off available rent for July. And then also, we've talked about traffic congestion, sewer and drainage, maps, small spaces. Also, the ho-hum that is on 98, that's an RV park that is there. It is, children's not allowed. It is an adult-only RV park. Retirees like to travel too. Most of them do. A lot of people call me all the time and say, hey, can you sell me a lot in Franklin County that I can just come down and park my camper on for the month when we travel there? Well, our county doesn't allow that. Our county does not allow mobile homes to be hooked up to city utilities and power on a vacant land. The only option people have to come here to travel, unless they rent one of these Airbnbs and VRBOs or stay in a motel, is to stay at an RV park. And if you go through Franklin County and look around at all the vacant land that's not supposed to have RVs on it but does, this gives another option for somewhere to have someone else to go when those county enforcements start taking place that says you can't have this no more. And lastly, there was some desire that was expressed for different types of businesses to be on the property. Right now, that's just not doable. The restaurant, the cafe would not survive without the RV park. The Pearl tried to do it on 98 and could not. They had to close. Without short-term rentals and without added traffic to the area, retail and office spaces isn't an option, and that's why we truly feel like an RV park is the best use for this property. A lot of people have had an opinion about what should go there, but nobody's made an offer to buy it and do that other than the people that want an RV park. Thank you, guys.
Commissioners, we have received public comment, and we have let the spokesperson for the applicant try to address some of those issues. No, ma'am, I'm sorry, that time has passed. So now it's to us. Any discussion?
Did you say?
Yeah, it's all to us.
I don't have no
us.
questions.
Any of us. So
I know all about this out here. And any of the commissioners need to know any kind of information, historical information, which I'm proud to say I know some of the history of that area. And one thing I do want to relate to everybody is we all have an opinion. We all have decisions to make. And whatever decisions I make on this is going to be what I feel like is the best for the community out there. I don't have it one way or the other. There's ditches on both sides of that property. I'm just wondering, Courtney, I need to ask you some questions if you don't mind.
No,
Mr.
that's what we're
Chairman.
here for.
I need to ask you some questions. When I left the board back in 2018, that property was zoned one thing. How did it get to this, and who did the rezoning?
So back in 2019, I believe, it was rezoned from residential to commercial residential because of how that building's always been like that way. So they rezoned it to C4 to put it into compliance.
To compliance.
So,
Was it the owners that own it now?
Yes.
That did that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, let me ask Paige a question. Paige, is the owners the one that's gonna put the RV parks in? So they're gonna try to sell it to somebody to put the RV park in?
Yes, ma'am. Just to give you a little history of the listing. So the property's been for sale I've had it for 2
long
listings
time.
now, 12 months, and then I believe someone had it for 6 months before me. The common question that we get 9 out of 10 times is, I know I can store RVs there, but can I rent them? This is a transient area. This is what Franklin County's all about. It has a lot of short-term rentals, a lot of travelers, and we would love the property if we could have as an RV park. So the current, what it's allowed to do right now, like the cafe and the restaurant, the community doesn't support it to be able to keep it afloat. It's not a pliable business for that location. So we're asking, since it's came up so much, this is what the sellers have decided to ask for in attempts to be able to grant those wishes of the buyers that would like to develop it and do things for it to be able to see it succeed.
Okay, let me ask you another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the sale of the land contingent on whether it's rezoned and the land use changed?
No, ma'am.
It's not?
No, ma'am. The
They're gonna buy
contract,
property
the
anyway?
contract that we had on the property was not contingent. However, please note that that contract is no longer in place. As I think Miss Rose let you guys know, it is back on the market and available. It is not contingent anymore. And that was because of a lot of the, negativity that he got via Facebook and social media and things when people found out that he was the one buying it and he didn't feel like he backed out. And I hope that if this is rezoned to an RV park, he will come back, but he stepped away for a lot of social media harassment that he received.
Okay. Okay, that was just some of my questions.
All right. Any other questions from the other commissioners?
I don't have, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions. Just, I do want to make a note, and I think it's been elaborated on. The current zoning that this property is at right now, which is C4, it could, potentially a hotel could come there, potentially a motel, potentially, and I know there's a lot of stipulations. You said storing RVs, a little bit, as the chairman says, there's a little bit more to it than just that, but it could be an entertainment hall. They could make a club out of that building there. I'm just saying that this is things that could potentially happen, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
And it already has the beer and wine license to do so.
So you know, again, an automotive shop could go there. So it's almost like which is best for the community. I just want to make that note. And some of the questions that I did have, you did address, like the ingress and egress. Same concerns that I received via email and from the public comments today. But I wanted to make that note. The only difference really between, because anything that C3, going from C4 to, because this is C4, which is mixed residential, only difference is everything that C3 has is basically, or C4 has is under, can also be C2. So in other words, whatever zone for C4 can also have the C2 designations, which is what I'm reading right now, per our current zoning. The only difference with the C3 is you actually have the RV park.
Correct. And also with the C4 zoning that has been in place before, with it being allowed to be residential and commercial, the building has been allowed to be able to be homesteaded. So the county hasn't been getting full tax dollars that if this was an operating business that it could get, because it can be homesteaded, and they did live there and that was their home for several years. So now doing this, not only does it generate more revenue, you also have more tax dollars coming in. You have more people coming in to buy Cokes at the local Lanark Mark. You have more people buying golf swings at the local golf clubs, that kind of thing. I really think it just opens up so much more for the community than what if it just sits there dormant, or if someone tries to open a restaurant that won't be successful.
Well, I think that's kind of what the community wants, to sit there dormant. Me personally,
I do too.
But
I do too.
Let me ask a question to Courtney, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Courtney, and I just lost my train of thought. It's like I can't read my own handwriting. I can't think of my own thought. Gosh, I cannot remember.
I can remember my thing.
Go ahead.
I'll
come up.
What everybody has to understand, and I don't need you no more.
Okay.
Paige, thank you, darling, for answering my question. But the thing about it is what everybody has to understand, and this is an area that's been there and established for quite a lot of years. Quite a lot of years. The parcel of property that is in question has always been commercial. I mean, back in the early days, back in the days when people didn't have too many grocery stores in Carabel, Lanark had a grocery store. It was Mr. Ken and Miss Inez Foster up there that had an IGA store. And in that IGA store, the building complex, there was many little shops and stuff that everybody everybody went to. Lanark didn't have no problem like that. Lanark didn't have no problem with the shops being there. They didn't have that in there. You know, they didn't worry about it. But I have concerns about this. It's because I feel like you went and changed a zoning to be able to do something, and you didn't do it. Now you want another zoning because you want to do something different. And I really have a problem with that. And I'm ready to make a motion, but I want Commissioner Barnes to answer all of her questions.
I was, Mr. Chairman Courtney, this was not, the P&Z BOA board,
I'm sorry.
they recognize that this, they basically advocated, I shouldn't say advocate, they approved for it to come to us for public hearing. So they didn't really have a decision whether or not, or a preference one way or another, what their thoughts were on this?
No, but the only thing I brought to the board is that, you know, they were, the property was residential. It wasn't zoned correctly, so when they rezoned it to C4, they were trying to be in compliance to how that property's been used in the past. So them wanting to go C3 was basically to try to get more out of that property before everything over that area has to close down, so.
Ms. Cheryl, can I ask a question? Can I pass
No, you can. Come on.
Yeah.
But we're close to being past time.
Yeah.
We still have another one to do.
My only question is, I just wanted to clarify, because I was not involved with the Schultz during that process, and my
yes.
question's more so for Courtney. Did they ask for it to be changed to C4, or was the purpose of it is because it wasn't zoned correctly and it had always been commercial?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. They had spoken with Mark Carrington.
Okay.
And so basically what they were trying to do was just bring the property into compliance, because it
Okay.
was always just zoned, you know, residential,
Right.
even though it's been used as both
Grocery store,
commercial
all kinds of stuff. Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, because I
Yes.
wasn't with them during.
But to add to that, I don't remember, and Ms. Courtney, if it is different, please tell us this. I don't think we ever went through anything with commercial site plan. So, and I understand what Ms. Page is saying, and I'm not trying to misrepresent anybody. But unless, and in addition to, if they started adding storage after that point, after it became C4, that's not something that's been approved as a use by this Board of County Commissioners.
No, and even
On
if
their
they-
site plan.
correct.
What was approved is the building that was there. And the way that was being used could be mixed use. So, I'm not trying to hand grenade anything, but, you know, discussion about having storage units, that's not something we've approved as something as a part of a commercial site plan, that I know of.
That's
And
a
if
good
I'm wrong,
point.
please tell me.
That's a good point, though.
And even if they get approved to rezone to this, they would still have to come before the board
For
for
a commercial site plan,
commercial
yes.
site plan. Yeah.
That's why they haven't spent money, like Ms. Page said.
Yeah.
Why spend $20,000 on a
Correct.
set of plans if you don't know if it's gonna get approved? That makes
Correct.
sense.
Yeah, but that brings it up, and that even makes it clearer, you know, the situation clear. I'm gonna make a motion that we deny this.
Okay, we have a motion to deny by Commissioner Sanders. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was a 5-0 vote to deny.
Mr. Chairman, so with the denial of the land zoning, then the land use change,
The
the
land
zoning
use
goes away.
change.
Because you
Yes.
cannot have the zoning change without the land use change. All
Well,
right.
I knew it was either way. You could do it either way. If you did the zoning change, your land use didn't, you know.
Yeah, unless
Okay.
Attorney Schuler correct me, but being a disciple of Alan Pierce and Mark Urrington, that's how I was taught.
A disciple, here we go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir, you had your hand raised.
Taught me a minute.
May I ask a question, Ms. Page?
Yes.
Ms. Page, we have two options. We can proceed on with the public hearing on the zoning change. However, my advice to the board is you can't have zoning that's inconsistent with the land use, and they must deny, or you can withdraw your request for that public hearing. Which do you want me to do?
We would like to withdraw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Second public hearing has now been withdrawn, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, so we go past that to our next public hearing, correct?
Is this a different parcel of land,
Yes.
different location? Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
But give us just a second so we can obviously clear the room and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Where's Schuler? Okay. Okay.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're to our second scheduled public hearing. Ms. Courtney, we'll turn over to you.
Thank you. So this one is rezoning, I'm sorry, the land use change to, I'm sorry, let me start over. An ordinance amending the Franklin County Comp Plan to change the permitted use of a .93 acre parcel of land in Section 31, Township 8 South, Range 6 West, from residential to commercial residential. And this is for Jerry Davis and Shannon Boyd at 263 Patton Drive in East Point, Florida.
Sorry. Started without me.
We knew you'd be here eventually.
Yes, sir.
All right, do y'all have any questions for Ms. Courtney before we go to public comment, or before we hear from the applicant? Gentlemen, we turn over to you.
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good. I'm here to represent Mr. Davis for this rezoning change.
Okay. I have a question. Are we looking at rezoning the whole property? Because that's what it's showing.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Well, isn't there a house on that property?
Yes.
But it can't be C3?
It can't be C3?
Not a house? House is residential or C4.
Okay.
I mean, am I reading it wrong? Anybody
I
please
wasn't
help
aware
me?
of that, so I don't know. We can't,
C3 is commercial and it specifies that you can do recreational uses. But if there's a house there, it has to be either residential or C4. Or some form of residential or C4. Because C4 allows for commercial and residential together. But C3 does not.
So you're saying that we need to change our request?
I'm saying if you have a parcel of property
Yeah.
that has a house on it, it rightfully should be some sort of residential designation, or you could apply for a C4 land use change, would allow you to do both, but it would not allow you to do RVs.
So that means we'd have to go through the process again though, right?
I think so, but it's still, I want to make sure you understand, it would not allow for a recreational use.
Attorney Schuler,
Unless
Mr. Chairman.
Unless I'm reading it wrong,
So
y'all tell me.
Let me ask, because we're doing the land use change now, not the zoning yet. So can they go from residential to commercial recreational and then table the zoning to be a more specific difference to C4 at that time? And I'm just asking as,
I don't know that you could, because you can't have a residence in C3 zoning.
I didn't know.
There's nothing in C3 that allows for a residence.
That is.
And there's already a residence
correct.
built there.
So, I mean, are y'all going to tear the building down?
No, can I speak?
Yes, sir, you sure can.
Okay, we bought this property back in August of last year. And when we bought it, from this lady, Tanya, she had RVs that are already there on the property. There was 4 of them, or 4 sites, but there was 3 RVs there. And when she bought the property, she bought it from Rick Plessinger, which owned the property across the street as well as this. And when she bought the house, it was like a duplex. It's a 2-story house. There's a kitchen on the first floor, there's a kitchen on the second floor. And Rick had took the stairs out and was renting it as like a duplex. Okay. Tanya told me when she bought the house later that she had the stairs put back in and evicted the people that were renting the house because she just wanted the house for herself. And so when I bought the property, I asked, were the RV sites legal? And she told me that they were. Their grandfathered in. They'd been there for 13 years. And she even has in a letter that was sent to everybody stating that the property used to be residential commercial at one time. I don't know that for a fact. And I had never checked on any background to see if it was. But when I bought the property, you know, I felt like I was paying too much money for the property, but with it having the RV sites there, because I'm building some houses over on the island, and I bought the place to put workers up in, while, you know, a year or so project on the island. And so after I bought the property, and we got a letter from code enforcement that we were in violation because it couldn't be, the campers couldn't be there on R1 property.
Right.
And when I got the letter, I came down and met with Courtney and discussed the problem with her, and she told me that this was the best solution I could do, is reapply for, or apply for this zoning change.
Right.
To allow it. And then we got a letter from the attorney as well stating that we were in violation, and we responded to his letter, you know, which he requested we respond what we were gonna do, and we told him everything that we were gonna do, and so this is where we're at.
So I will say this, any amount of, first off, I don't know of any, and I don't know who would be able to verify this, any RV sites that are grandfathered in Franklin County, period, unless they're currently on C3 property that's already been C3 property. For instance, like the campground that's just down the road from where you are. You know, but what we're looking at here and what we've tried to address as a county is a proliferation of RVs that people are just putting on their property.
Correct.
So one thing that's changed since I've been on the board, used to you could go and get a $50, you could get a temporary power pole. Well, the problem we run into is if you get a temporary power pole, if I get a temporary, I'll use me for example, if I get a temporary power pole, Duke Energy is not going to care whether it's there illegally or not, or if I'm having illegal uses. So we stopped doing that. And the only way we're going to get to where people are doing what they're supposed to be doing on their property is the direction we're moving in now. And I know it seems like it's unfair or whatever. It might have been there for 20 years. But this board has a whole different outlook on how we're trying to address things to make sure that people are being compliant, because the zoning isn't just about what you can and can't do with your property. The zoning is about making sure that we're taking care of you and your neighbors.
Correct.
Everybody's functioning under the same kind of guise, the same thing, especially when you're a residential neighbor in an area that's zoned residential, which I know there's several houses right behind there. They've actually talked to me about going and opening that road up that never got opened up because this parcel's been bought back there that people want to build homes in. And I think some already are. But everything to do with our policies and procedures, our zoning code, everything we're doing is trying to give a standard of practice and operation so everybody knows what to expect.
Right.
Well, what people don't expect is to have somebody, you know, and I'm not saying you did it, I'm just saying to put an RV behind their house or somewhere they think it ain't seen so they can get by with something.
Correct.
So that's what we're trying to address, and it's unfair that it's happening with you, I get that, but I still am at, my question is, if there's a current residence there, how are you gonna rezone this property to C3, because then there's no residence? I'm not the legal eagle in the room, but I don't understand what we're looking at.
Well, Mr. Morone, I just had a brief conversation on those same lines. You can't proceed with the land use change from residential to commercial recreational because it's been advertised for the entire parcel, and the entire parcel includes the residence, and residential uses are not allowed on the commercial property for
Right.
C3 commercial recreational.
Right, and it's less than an acre as well.
Yeah, I
So if
see
you
that.
start trying to split it, you're still gonna.
Correct. So,
You're still gonna have issues, because then it's not gonna be it's not gonna be
it's a non-conforming use either way.
right, it's gonna be non-conforming, you know what I mean, it's still gonna be an issue.
If the resident is used as a rental,
That doesn't matter.
That doesn't
The state,
matter. Okay.
the state just told us we can't regulate that.
I
You
got
can
you.
Airbnb every property you have, and there ain't nothing we can do about it.
I got you, okay.
They're still considering it residential, because people are living in it, even though it might be on a temporary basis.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a note too, and I know this isn't anything on you. You were told, and things have happened. This county has grown by leaps and bounds. People in the past would do things and nobody would say a word about it, so they would just continue to get away with things. We've had these zoning codes and land comp use plan, this land comp plan for a long time. People just haven't complied. Well, now we're getting to the point where our county's growing, we're getting neighbors moving in, they're moving into a home with an RV, they don't like that, they call and complain, and then that's why this board, since I've been on the board, and as the chairman stated, we're having to make these changes. And it's nothing negative against you guys, you're just trying to do what you were told.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it
grandfathered in, and I get that, but again, this is something that we, moving forward, have to really address to prevent the continuation of things that have happened in the past that now we're having to recognize have been an issue to try to remediate or mitigate so it doesn't continually happen. Because it is against our land use as it is now. Matter of fact, we're working on an RV ordinance. We're trying to get through that, but again, this is, I apologize to you, but this is.
I think we understand. I don't, we're not trying to change rules or anything.
No,
But
no.
let me ask you this, if we apply later or reapply for a C4, is that a doable?
And still want to allow the RV?
Yes, but you won't be able to have RVs with C4.
With a C4?
Right.
RVs are C3, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no, you're good.
And
Yeah, and to be fair now, sir, I met you the other day, and we talked at work, and you asked me about it, and I said, well, I haven't looked at it yet, because it hasn't been seen by our PZNA board.
Right.
And I truly had not.
Right.
So this is not a hand grenade, this is just being transparent with what's in front of us.
If we divide it, if we do like a minor lot split and half of it is RV, you saying there's not enough land there for that? If we do a minor
It's just
lot
one
split?
parcel, it's not like, it didn't used to be lot, like a deeded lots or anything, did it?
Do what?
It's always been one parcel. It would be a non-conforming
As
use
far as
either
I
way.
know, when I bought it, it was just one parcel.
It
It's
would
like-
be a non-conforming use either way.
And like I've explained to you before, like I did talk to you briefly on it, I looked through when Amy was actually in this position, there were multiple letters sent to both of those property owners prior to about the RV spots being there. So, they were put there. I know they were put there 13 years ago, but they've always been in violation. The property's always been in violation.
You see, the lady I bought from told me that she got a letter because they tried to do a U-Haul rental place or something there at one time.
Correct.
She said that there was nothing ever said about the RVs there, because she used to bring nurses from Africa over and teach them our culture and ways of life and stuff. That's why the
But that's,
RVs were there.
as unfortunate as it is, we can't be responsible though for what other people have told you, because Ms. Courtney's saying that we have historical documents showing where they were sent letters even before she was serving in this position by previous people that it was non-compliant.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a note too, I always encourage people to do their due diligence. I know a lot of people.
Well, I thought I did, but I didn't.
Well, I'm just saying, and nothing against you, I'm just saying, like, I'll throw myself in as an example. I was looking at purchasing a piece of property just for my own personal investment reasons. This was many years ago, actually, when Amy was on the board. I called Amy, I said, what's the deal with this property? She's like, well, you're gonna need a variance, you're gonna need this, this, and this. I said, no, I don't want the property. And that's what, and I'm not trying to impose more work on our planning and zoning department, but that's what they're here for. Do the research. I always do the research when I go out of state. I'm a concealed weapons carrier. I want to know what their laws is in another state. Just like if I go buy a property in another state, I'm not going to buy it sight unseen. I'm going to do my due diligence and my research to understand what the current zoning is, what I'm allowed to do, what I'm not allowed to do. Is the lot or land big enough? Because we have people buying property in our area all the time that come to this board and ask for a variance because they realize after they go pull a building permit that the property, as it's non-conforming, is not big enough per our standards to build a house. So then they bought this property, and here we are they're asking for a variance. When if they'd done their due diligence beforehand, they'd have known that it was never gonna happen for them to be able to build a house on that property because it didn't meet our standards. And again, nothing against you, I'm just saying,
No, not at all.
I just wish a lot of people would do more research and their due diligence before they do purchase a piece of property.
We
'cause-
never dreamed we'd have this problem with the places that have been there for 13 years, thought it was legal. We didn't know we were doing anything wrong. So I guess my next question is, what can be done? I mean, or what will be done?
You have a consultant that you can consult with.
Well, if they're not gonna let you, if they're gonna change it, we're gonna have to move those RVs?
Uh-huh.
Unless they'll let us do a minor lot split and do C3 on that back part, and that's just not a doable.
I think that, I don't wanna,
We're not
It's hard
going
to
to
do this
answer that
live,
live
but-
on the fly. You'll have to
but-
talk
but
to
it-
staff about that.
but the lot split option, I think you'll find there's other things in our zoning code and our comp plan that'll run afoul of.
He just needs to work with staff. I
Yeah.
mean, we don't want to prejudge that. We're just looking at this. So
Yeah.
my question is, do you want to proceed on with the public hearing, or do you want to withdraw the request? You got a public hearing for a land use and a public hearing for a zoning change.
I think it would be in our best interest to withdraw, since we know you're not going to vote it. I mean, you're not going to approve it.
We haven't had that hearing yet, but I
I
mean,
know, but you're not.
there's a factual item that we would have to deal with to even be able to vote on it.
Correct.
I guess we just have to withdraw.
It's up to you.
So if we withdraw, is there a way that we'd go back and apply for, like you say, the split or whatever?
Well, we can.
That's something you can get with staff about to see if there's a way that we can help you do that, sir.
So we're going to we'll withdraw respectfully.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you for your time.
So,
Yes, sir.
just one question. How long will I have before I got to get the RVs out of there? And, or we?
I would may I?
No, yep.
So I would wait for you to work through
See if we can get it
the
now.
remaining problem with P and Z staff.
Okay.
Maybe there's an avenue forward, maybe there's not, but
Okay.
until they've had a chance to receive your request and make a decision, that would be premature. But at this point, I'm not going to rush into an enforcement action while you're still going through
You
the
don't want to
process.
come putting that cuss out there.
No, sir, we'll continue to act in good faith until, like if you're trying to work through the process. yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, I thank y'all very much for
Yeah.
your time and understanding and the
Yes.
situation that I'm in and.
Yep.
Sorry we put y'all in
No,
this
you're
position.
good, you're good. It's all just, working through things. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Ms. Courtney, y'all ready to go back to the regular PZMA agenda items?
Yes, sir.
You can proceed when you're ready, Ms. Courtney.
Okay, I'm trying to share my little screen.
Can I ask you a question before we get started?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed on the first one, the 496 Avenue A, and it might not really matter, but it's kind of clerical in nature. Some of the yes/no questions they answered the wrong way. I don't know that it matters, but did you catch that or see that?
I think we did bring it up to him.
Okay, okay, that's cool. All right, that's cool. Go ahead.
Yes, and I have the updated application here.
Okay. Give us just a second. Ms. Courtney's going to present it and we'll
Oh,
discuss it.
chair in there. It wasn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did,
Go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
according to the maps.
Okay.
yes.
Let me share my screen again. All right, so the first thing that was on the agenda was a rezoning and land use change request. Consideration of a request for public hearing to change the zoning of a parcel of land located in section 29, township 8 south, range 6 west at 496 Avenue A from R4 single family industry to R1A single family subdivision. Request submitted by Construction Permitting Solutions, agent for VCLR Enterprises, which is the applicant. And I'll let them kind of give you a background on their request.
Hi, I'm Candace Lally Ryan, the owner of Construction Permitting Solutions, as well as one of the owners of VCLR. I am bringing this property, what we're trying to do is it's currently R4 single-family house industry. We're trying to change it to R1A, one dwelling per 14,000 square feet. Right now, we have a total of 43,310 square feet. We're trying to divide it up into 3 parcels. Currently, there is 4 houses that have been grandfathered in. They were built in the 1940s. And what we're trying to do is 3 single family with 1 accessory structure. The accessory structure, we would like for it to be like a storage game room type thing. We plan on removing the stove, oven, and taxing it with the primary structure on the property. The accessory structure will not be used for a single family residence.
Currently on this property, are there 4 houses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would remove one of those is what you're saying?
We would turn one of them into an accessory
Okay.
structure.
Okay.
So it's small, it's like 600 and
Oh, yes.
something square feet, so
Yeah.
it would be.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've probably been in any of those houses there. I've probably been in them at some point, I assure you.
Okay.
Visiting friends or different people over the years. 'Cause I grew up in East Point and I'm over 50, so I've probably been in those houses.
Okay.
But this is a request to take it to a public hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any future, or any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We'll be going to a public hearing.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, Ms. Courtney, please
All
proceed.
right. So we've got a couple of critical shorelines. I didn't know if you wanted to make a vote on all of them or pull one out.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull 2812 Highway 98 East out.
Item B.
Okay, I have a question. I want to pull out 782 Mill Road because I have a question.
Okay.
I want to make sure we discuss that question.
And I want to pull out item B, 2812 Highway
You
98.
might just do that. and we'll go forward.
Okay.
We just pulled out 3 of them, so just do item A, please.
Okay. Item A is 173 Cow Lane. It's a consideration for a request to construct a 441 square foot single family dock with 1 covered 10 by 10 boat slip located at 173 Cow Lane. Request submitted by Larry and Judy Brooks. Let me pull this up for you. This is staff notes. They have received DEP permits and federal permits. Staff checked everything. They meet all of the qualifications. I believe they do. There is going to be no power to the property, and I believe they are currently working on getting. They're pulling their house permits.
So now this is asking for a boat lift, correct?
Yeah, they're only wanting the actual slip.
Mr. Chairman, so they're not asking or requesting for power? They're not-
Correct.
Okay, so that was one of my questions
Okay.
too.
So it's just the boat slip that they're.
Yeah, no power on this one.
Correct.
Um,
All right. Pleasure of the board.
No, you go ahead. Did you
I
have
make a motion
questions?
to approve then.
Okay, motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, the second one we have is a consideration for request to construct a single-family dock that consists of a 4 by 250 walkway with mid-port turnaround with a 12 by 36 covered boat slip and a 14 by 36 covered slip located at 2812 US Highway 98, Lanark. Request submitted by Florida Environmental agent for Weeks Investments.
Okay, my question, Mr. Chairman, was this. On the paperwork I looked, and it said a single-family dock, a dock that consists of 4 foot by 250 foot. On here's what it says. But on the paperwork, I saw 4 foot by 300 foot. Didn't I, Courtney? On there? On the,
Yep, I'm looking at it.
you see what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So which one is it?
Description is 300, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's
You're
4
good.
by 300
Yeah.
access pier.
Yeah. That's what we do. We
That's
just
on
go-
the P and Z, or the dock permit application, I'm sorry.
Hey, Aaron just raised his hand. Hold on.
Yeah, Aaron Sargent.
Let me. Is that the applicant? I mean, the.
That's the agent.
The agent, okay. Hey, Aaron, I'm gonna open up your mic and then the chairman will let you know.
And the thing I'm looking at is this. Most of our docks out there in that area is around 100 to 150 foot. They're all uniform along there. Courtney and I talked about that. Seems to me that somebody's gotten a special permit to go on out the 300 feet. I'm concerned with that. I know it has been approved by DEP, but as y'all remember, a few months ago, I showed you how it was running at Alligator Point. It's the same way here. When you automatically go and do the dock, it don't have no marsh grass, there's nothing to go through. It's water right there at the edge of the property. I looked at it yesterday, I walked it yesterday. So you're gonna go out there 150 foot, or let's say around 150 foot, more than the other docks. You're gonna be sticking out there and it's gonna cause a navigational problem. I'd like to pull it back because we could. I'd like to pull that dock back to where it meets the whole, if y'all look at the picture right there, you got it in front of you, and then you imagine in 300, going out 300 feet, and that's where it starts at, right there, the edge right there. Come out 300 feet, you're gonna have that one sticking out, and the other one's pretty much uniform through there, and all the way around to where Mr. Fender lives on up there around 20, I think he lives around 25 something, Highway 98. But I'm concerned about it.
And Mr. Chairman, Aaron, Commissioner Sanders, Aaron is unmuted whenever you're ready. Just let him know when you're ready for him to reply.
Okay, so we'll get Mr. Aaron to try to address that, is that okay?
Oh, is that who is?
Yep,
Oh, I used
the
to have
agent.
an Elva Pepper flavor.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Aaron.
Good afternoon,
Good
Franklin
afternoon.
County Board of County Commissioners. This was kind of an issue that we have discussed on several projects that Florida Environmental and Land Service, and I would assume other environmental consulting firms that work in Franklin County are dealing with. The state of Florida, the Department of Environmental Protection, has a requirement that a certain depth is required if you're going to have boat slips at the end of your dock. And their requirement is 2 feet of water depth, or two feet of depth in between the prop of the boat and the substrate. And that's to prevent any type of prop scouring or impacts to areas that are either do have submerged aquatic vegetation or, in an area where submerged aquatic vegetation can grow, which is, that is in this area. So that is the reason that we, as a consulting agency, when we go out and measure these things, we get our clients to 4 feet of depth, because that ensures that when they're going to have their boat in their slip, that they can come and go and don't have to necessarily time it up with the tides like some of these folks do that we have come in and gotten them permits from the DEP, the state, from the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the federal government, and then Franklin County, to extend some of these previous older dock permits, if they were even permitted, to get out to an appropriate water depth. The navigation issue is reviewed and considered at the DEP state level. I worked for the department for 15 years prior And I can assure you that every single-family dock application that I reviewed, navigation was considered. These things are also considered at the federal level by the Army Corps of Engineers. This project in particular was, according to the project manager at the Army Corps, was sent to their navigation section within the Army Corps to review. And they also, they issued the permit, so they don't have any concerns with it. So, you know, that's kind of where I stand. As a consultant, I have to balance federal, state, and oftentimes local rules and regulations to try to get my client a project within the first go-around that checks the boxes and gets a permit issued at all 3 levels. It can be extremely difficult. This is actually the second time that I've came in front of the Franklin County Board to discuss this project. And, you know, having said that the state of Florida, Department of Environmental Protection, who actually owns the sovereign submerged lands on which this structure will be placed, or what has been approved to be placed, you know, that's where it's going. It's the state's property. The state of Florida and the federal government doesn't seem to have a navigation concern, which I can assure you that in instances where the Army Corps thinks that there might be a navigation concern, the regulations and the things that are required to satisfy those concerns is pretty strenuous. We do that when required. It wasn't necessary here. You know, other than, you know, it is longer than the others. I've brought this up before. I've actually come in front of the county to present projects in Franklin County where people, you know, like in this neighbor, you know, not this particular place, but where people have had to go out further because their originally permitted dock wasn't long enough. It didn't suit the needs. They couldn't use it. It looked nice, but it wasn't functional. And we try to be upfront with our clients and say, look. So thanks for letting me share the project.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the simple answer is this length of dock puts them out to 4 foot of water.
And past any potential impacts to submerged aquatic vegetation or any resources that the state may be concerned about in the area. Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The other issue I have with it is on the land at 2812, there is a camper there with electricity there. It has the meter and the meter box. That's one thing I observed too. See, I don't just let this pass. I go up there and look at stuff. You know what I'm saying? And this it's got me concerned because he's asking for a boat slip. A boat slip. So if he gets a boat slip, what's he gonna use? He's gonna use the power, right?
And see, Mr. Chairman, I was under the impression this didn't have power, and I had pulled it out. I wanted to pull it out because of the RV issue, because there were spots, right? But then, not to interrupt you, Commissioner Sanderson,
Yeah,
but the other thing is, I was under when I was researching this, I was under the impression that no power was requested, but then down here it's asking for a jet ski lift, so that's power. So I guess there is already power to this property. I don't know if anybody can answer that question, but. My problem is this, and I've said this on multiple occasions, I am not going to approve any boat dock from here on out, from this moment forward, if they're requesting a boat lift or any power to that, because any lift requires power, unless there is a structure on that property or a building permit that is in progress, which we're gonna make sure that they're gonna actually build and follow through the process. Plain and simple. Now, again, my question is, this 12x12 jet ski lift, again, I've got some contraindication there. There's an RV there that needs to be moved, right? So they're already going against our zoning code anyway. So that's to me, a no-no. But now they're asking for power to a property that doesn't have a structure on it. So there are multiple issues with this request.
Yep. Hey, this is Aaron again. I just want to interject real quick before we spend too much time going down this road. That was a concern to me as well. I have an email, I'm looking at it right now, in which I emailed the county and said, okay, I want to make sure that if we go back in front of the PZA board, it will be okay. This is the second time up for this one. It was tabled last month, and I wanted to make sure it didn't get tabled again this month for the reason you're bringing up. And I get an email back that says, yes, I think it will be okay. Staff is recommending approval. So I've been sitting on this meeting since 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock this morning. And I'm in the same spot I was last month.
I did speak with the homeowner, the property owner. Even though this was being proposed, he was only asking for the slips with no power. He's not going to go for the jet ski lift or any lifts. Yeah, that's what he. This is the site plan that he submitted to DEP. When I met with him, he said, "Well, I just want to go for the slips and not the entire boat lift."
Then that should have been amended, because that's not what we're looking at. That's not what we're looking at.
Yeah.
We can only consider what's in front of us.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You said there's already power to the property?
Is there?
That's what.
Because that's my
Metal
confusion.
box.
That's my
There's a
confusion.
metal box, and it's the meter on the box.
I'm just wondering how that
So,
got there.
The property owner is saying, yeah, I'm not going to
And
put.
he's got a water hose to the, can.
What I'm saying is, we're looking at, he's wanting to run power. That's what we're looking at in front of us. But he's telling you that, oh, I'm not really going to run power, but he's got power access there already. Yeah.
And honest, there's no green stamp on the box.
Wow.
And it says 2812 on it.
I'm
Just
trying to
wanted to
remember.
make sure I had that correct in my mind.
2812.
2812.
Yeah, I can look and see if there's a
highway.
I'm trying to remember because I know I had gone out with an individual looking at this stuff, and I'm not sure if that's because there was multiple areas. I'm not sure if that was the same address or not.
And there's a camper on it?
If
There's
it's
a couple of pads.
Do they
There's
have
a
a
couple
temporary
pads for
camper
RV, 2-part.
permit thing or anything like that?
we don't give
don't do
permits
that.
for temporary campers. Aaron, do they have a permit for building a house on it?
When this was tabled last month, I called Mr. and Mrs. Weeks and I told them at that time to start the process of pulling a building permit. They said, okay, we're gonna do that. I had some email correspondence, and like I said, April 3rd, I got one that said, we're recommending approval. And so, if they have, their intent is obviously to build a house out here. They're trying to get all the permitting stuff squared away as quick as they can. And, so all I know is that they're in the works of getting a building permit. I don't know how far along that road they've gone.
And Mr. Chairman, just so you know, we're not trying to, be hard to deal with, but we've just been, as I said many times before, we've been burned in the past. But the issue with this is there's again a couple different issues, and I understand you have to understand we have two different boards. We have our Planning and Zoning Board of Adjustment boards, and they did approve this. that the ultimate decision comes to this board, the Franklin Board of County Commissioners, for ultimate decision. And we've had issues in the past with people abusing the whole dock with the lift thing and making fish camps. And I'm not, again, anything against you or this applicant, we've just been burned in the past. So me, as a commissioner, from this moment forward, once we found these things out, I just come to my own conclusion. It's Jessica Ward talking. I'm not gonna approve any boat dock from this moment forward that does not have a structure on it or a building permit. I know you said they're looking at getting one, because that lift provides power to that property. And that power, you can go put an RV or 3 or 4 RVs on a vacant piece of property and use it as a fish camp and VRBO it or whatever you wanna do with it. And it goes against our land use code, our zoning code. And I just, again, it might be a little confusing because you have to go through 2 different boards, but I just, like I said, I guess we need to maybe confirm if there's already power, because if there's already power to this piece of property, it's a moot point anyway. But we need to see what we can do to get that power removed. I don't think Duke's gonna do that, but again, we've been burned in the past with this situation, so that's why we're being a little more apprehensive with these boat dock permits and requests and
I'm looking
approvals.
at the Citizen Serve. I don't know how far I can go back on there. There used to be a property, there used to be a house on the property. I don't know if the house went down from the storm maybe, which is probably has power on it.
On that piece of property?
Yeah.
Well, I know it to be, it was an empty lot at one time. And I know that for a fact. Now, what happened to it after Hurricane Michael, I don't know.
There was a permit pulled and application pulled in November of 2019 for a house. I don't know how far it went. It expired 11/18/2020. I don't have to talk with the girls to see how far that went, but
Was it the same property owner?
I don't think it's the same property owner.
They didn't never do anything with it, Courtney, because I know the people.
Gotcha.
And they didn't never do anything with it and decided to sell it.
Gotcha.
Because it had, at one time, it had the big virgin pine trees on it and all like that. And then whoever bought it this time, they went in there and just clear cut the whole thing. Frida White used to own it many years ago.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Commissioners.
So, I can remember.
Yeah.
So, Commissioners, the billing official is actually in Carabel. He says he's going to travel there. In his car, he looked at the current system. And he cannot find a permit for power in the current system, so we'd have to search the older system to see. But back then, there were singular forms that they filled out saying specifically what they were getting power for. But his concern is if we have a violation on the property right now, he has some concerns about that. But he's gonna drive there and check it out and call me back, so I don't
This is,
know.
Mr. Chairman, it's pretty
I
simple.
went out
There's a
there twice to
violation
make sure
already
I
in
went wrong.
process. We're not gonna,
Yeah, that's
that
his
pretty
concern.
much shuts my brain down.
That's
I'm 1 to
so-
5, but if we get in
Right.
violation right now,
I agree.
I don't know if we want to
the brakes
table
are on.
until we could work it out with the
Yeah.
property owner, declare a violation, and then we move forward, or what, the board's call,
Well-
your advice, sir.
You were between the attorney and the assistant planner, let's see what we can do. Because like I said, that's why I had a big problem. I've been telling Courtney, I've been watching this property. You know, I've been watching all those other properties on that side. You know, many years ago, St. Joe came to us, and this was just when they were there, and they asked us to take that 26 acres right there and put 1 acre lots. We let them do that. But we don't know what they have done since they sold it to individuals. And that's the thing that we have to watch out for, I guess, is that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. So, obviously, the application does not reflect, because you said they don't want the jet ski lift. If we deny this, they have to wait a year. If we, me personally, I'm obviously not gonna approve it. But if we table it, that'll give them the opportunity to get the questions answered, take the RVs off the property. We have the idea, okay. I'm gonna make a motion to table, because I don't, he's already been held off enough, but again, I wanna emphasize, I'm not gonna make a motion to approve any dock here on out that does not have a primary structure on it, that is asking for any kind of lift that requires power, plain and simple. You're wasting your time with me coming before this board for that. But I'm gonna make a motion to table this for right now.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by
We all
Commissioner
second
Ward,
it.
second by Commissioner Amison to table for the reasons that were stated.
Okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. All right, Ms. Courtney?
All right. Item C, we have a consideration of a request to construct a 436 square foot single-family dock with a 4 by 13 access walkway and a 10 by 16 terminal platform and a 14 by 26 boat roof over and 1 boat slip located at 305 Bruce Street, St. George Island. Request was submitted by John Bolin, the applicant, agent and applicant.
Yeah, we got a house.
Mr. Chairman, just a note for the record, this has a primary structure already on the property, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
Finally, we got one that's got it all together.
I'll make a motion to approve this
I'll
as long as
second.
no other commissioners have questions.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, last for critical shoreline, I have a consideration of a request to construct a 920 square foot single-family dock with a 4 by 170 access walkway and a 16 by 4 terminal platform located at 782 Mill Road. This request was submitted by Timothy and Linda Howell, applicants.
So I have a question about this, Ms. Courtney. Just looking at the documentation we were given, their core permit has more than what they're asking for, is that true? They were permitted for more than what they're asking for.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
I just wanna make,
yeah.
I just wanna make sure what we're looking at was
Yes.
correct. Okay, that's.
He's only gonna go for the, what's over the marsh. He's not gonna
Right.
build, he's gonna come back for the
So
dock
the
part.
dock, the walkway and the terminal.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm good with it.
once Courtney had told me that you preferred a structure being on the property, I told her I would be okay with not having the dock, just if I could have the pier where my wife and I could walk out
Yep.
and enjoy the scenery
Yes,
at
sir.
the end, then I would be happy with that, and I would reapply for the dock permit once the house is built.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
And, sir, just for the record, I think I know who you are, but could you state your name for the record, please?
Timothy L. Howell.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay, so a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion?
I got a question. What are we voting on here now? Just a boardwalk? There's no.
Just the-
there's no
just the
slip?
pier part.
No, there's no slip.
Yeah,
He's not
there would
asking
be
for a
no,
lift or anything, or even a slip.
No, he's asking for the
just a dock.
walkway, the
There's no-
platform.
Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the picture and I'm thinking that's a slip and that's,
Yeah.
never mind. I apologize.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something?
Yes.
Again, this is New River.
Mm-hmm.
Again, there's hardly anything on New River. We need to be very mindful, Ms. Roberts watching me, we need to be very mindful of what we do on these rivers that don't have much, many houses and stuff like that. We gotta make sure that we don't make any kind of navigational hazard in them to where we can still enjoy it. The one thing that I want y'all to look at on this picture is, look at that creek. You see that creek that runs up from his property right there? That's a creek. I used to fish that creek all the time. This is marsh grass. We need to watch this because this is very important. As we grow in here, we need to let the people that come in here that want docks understand what that marsh grass is all about. That's what provides the food for all our fish and stuff. So I want everybody to remember that.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you for your time.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you,
Thank
Courtney.
No problem.
All right, now we're on to special exception application.
Yeah, this is kind of a Susie.
Okay.
They need a special exception and a variance.
Okay.
For the same tower. So they're doing a consideration to construct a 185-foot communication tower, and a fence support facility. There's not an address assigned for it yet, but we do have the parcel ID. I sent this paperwork over to our airport engineer on April 10th. He did respond back. They've received all of their FAA and FCC approvals, stating that it's not going to be an issue for the airport or any projects going on at the airport. I think I sent that email.
Yep.
Okay, I did.
Yep.
So they are, as far as our county ordinance, for cell towers, they are allowed in every zone with a special exception. So that's not why they're needing a special exception. And then for the variance, they're exceeding the 47-foot max building height. So they have to go 138 feet above our max building height and need a variance.
Okay, but these need to be considered separately.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I will say, Ms. Courtney, that I talked to Mr. John Collins yesterday, which does all this on behalf of the county. And not only does it not impact anything for now, it shouldn't impact anything for the future, even some of the other areas that we might get down to 10, 15 years down the road, because it's not located near an area that would affect the runway extension that we have in our current master plan update that we've never realized yet. It would not be close to that runway. It's actually close to a different one.
Correct.
So there's no, in his estimation and his discussions with the different entities that he reached out to on our behalf, it should not impact anything.
And also because they don't exceed that 2,000-foot max height too.
Right. Yeah, because planes are gonna fly that low.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I got a quick question, because I'm getting conflicting information. John said that's not anything potentially down the road. Is that correct? Is that what?
Yeah.
I even asked him.
The airport is, they've got an extension to a runway. So any future projects for the airport, this project would not affect that.
Okay, so that won't affect anything as far as commercial traffic potentially in the future, or anything like that? Because the reason I say that is we may not see it, but potentially our children may see, you know, I think you've stated before that you'd like to see that extension possibly one day. But
Yes.
I mean, let's just be honest, I'll probably be
It might come quicker than you think.
fertilizer by then,
You
but
just
I'm
never
just
know.
saying, you know, I just don't want to, I want to make sure we err on the side of caution, because I was getting conflicting information yesterday and that was coming from John. I didn't speak with him personally. That's why I'm just wanting to make sure.
I called him to make sure on behalf of the board. Because there was, so it was brought to my attention, I'm trying to remember the thing and I can't find the text or email or whatever it was. There's a designation or something they do with FAA stuff that's 139, has to do with commercial flights, commercial stuff. So that if that ever come to a point of being addressed, they might have to redraw the areas off the end of the runways that have to be cleared. You know, but.
The zone.
Right.
The
But
approach and
given
takeoff
that
zone.
this is kind of, so our airport's like an X, this is over in the middle of X somewhere. You know, it's not nowhere near the end of any runway.
Yeah,
So it
it's-
should never be an issue. That's the way I was understanding it.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah. Well, they're really, and rightfully so, they're really funny about the end of the runway. So far out, there has to be just nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And and the bigger aircraft you possibly get landing in an airport, the wider and deeper that area has to be. So that was the discussion. But given that this piece of property that they're talking about, that you're saying we don't have description, but we have a location. It's in the middle of the X, so it's not toward the end of any runway, so it shouldn't matter.
And it creates the broadband issue you guys have been also concerned about for some years. It helps fix that. On the line, I have Ms. LeBlanc. I think she is there
The representative,
representing the group. In case you have any questions, she's
Okay.
standing by.
Commissioners, do y'all have any questions?
So the first motion would be for the special exception.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve, correct? Making a motion to approve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's that.
I just make sure you said so moved, I make sure which way we're moving. So, motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. Do we have a second?
I mean,
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will say that I had concerns from our AOED chairman about this. Because he was concerned, but if John, and I guess, because I did receive the email from Mr. Collins too, our AFCON engineer, I'm all about having a cell phone tower. Good Lord, we need them. I want one up 65. I've been after.
Yeah.
Can these same people go up there and?
We're working on it.
Okay.
well, hold it just a minute. Let's see, Otis and Anthony, or Commissioner Crum and Commissioner Amison. What are y'all thinking on it? Do you want this to, I mean, that's the representatives, y'all are the representatives in the area. I'm over here on the other side of the county. So, I mean, y'all got any thoughts?
But no, please don't take this the wrong way. Obviously I would love to have better cell service and stuff in the area, but my thing is it's just kind of, this came in, it hit a few people. I would have rather had err on the side of caution and let more eyes look at it, possibly get a recommendation from both our airport manager, our board. Just give it a little bit of time before we just jump in. And I still think we got time with it. I don't want to.
Mr. Chairman, I rescind my motion.
I would just like to table it till we can get a little more information.
Okay.
And like I said, I don't oppose it, because I mean, I went back and forth with someone last night over this, and we were both back and forth with it. But my thing was, I said the best thing to do is just to kind of slow down, because this is what we found out about this, 2 weeks ago?
I don't know when.
Less than that.
Or less than that, really?
Yeah.
I mean, with something this,
Well, wait just a minute. You know what you got to think? And you just made me think about that. You remember the other day when they were spraying that fertilizer over that? If they've got room if they've got land out, they're spraying fertilizer over there for the pine trees, they got some land to do that on.
We're not privileged to that kind of information.
Proprietary.
We're not proprietary, yeah.
I'm fine with
But
all
no,
that.
on a serious note though, I would like to just kind of err on the side of caution. Let's give it a little bit of look and then come back with it in a couple weeks, if that's the case.
There's no, Mr. Chairman, there's no time constraint on this.
I don't
No, they're
know,
just-
again, Ms. LeBlanc is there, if there's a time constraint, I'm sure she would have. Oh, I'm sorry, she did raise her hand, hold on,
Mr. Chairman, to be fair, Ms. LeBlanc is representing the she's not, the applicant, not Desiree.
Good afternoon.
Not the property owner.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. So, Matt and I was on this call all morning, and unfortunately, she had to go to another hearing. And as a matter of due process, we respectfully request a continuance. So, I think it sounds good about waiting 2 weeks for what you're suggesting.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, our 2 weeks turn into 4 months.
No,
They don't. Don't listen to him.
I will say this though, a completely other matter, but related to this. So if this is gonna be like a thing going forward, we need to give staff some clear direction.
Yes.
If something is it 2 miles within the airport, 3 miles, 10 miles? We need to have some way to address this so we don't have this issue.
Yeah, I had to do some research. I did have I don't know if it's on here or not.
But that, Mr. Chairman, that's what we have our advisory boards and things set up for,
Yeah.
to alleviate some of that, because,
Yeah, but that advisory board is not the P and Z.
Well, I understand that, but
You know what I
I'm
mean?
just saying,
So-
when it comes to, you was just talking about the airport.
Yeah.
Well,
But I mean, we need to get a clear designation from staff. So if there's a clear designation because this is within 2 miles of the airport.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Then no, it needs to go to this board first.
I understand.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not confusing.
And if you've got a problem with whether it's too far or too close to the airport, you got the flyover plan.
Yeah.
The airport
Yes.
flyover plan, so that encompasses all that. So, I mean, anything within that certain part, you're not supposed to do. Anything out there, it would be pretty much.
Right.
Commissioner Crooms, have you looked at the flyover plan?
I have not looked over.
Okay, it was passed many years ago, but it shows you the perimeter of the airport, and it shows what's out there around the airport, so you can pretty much tell and look at it.
Mr. Chairman, he needs to go up in the plane like I did and actually get an aerial view of everything around.
It does look different than the.
It does look a lot
So,
different.
so that I understand, we're tabling this to
Well, we
get
haven't-
more information from.
I pulled my motion, so.
Did you make a motion?
There was not a motion to table,
No, there was not a motion to table yet.
I
There
apologize.
was a motion to approve, and she rescinded it. So we are open, we don't have a motion on the floor.
And then, the lady, she
Ms.
just asked
LeBlanc?
for a
Yes.
continuance. so
Yes.
Do we just need,
I'm
we
here.
don't need a motion then, do
You need a motion to table, you have to, either have to
Yeah, we gotta
approve,
take some
deny, or
action with,
table.
with what's in
Yes.
front of
we?
us.
I make a motion that we table.
Second. Oh.
All right,
We're
so
gonna
we have a
table to the
motion.
next meeting?
Motion table to the next meeting by Commissioner Amison, and second by Commissioner Croom.
And is there anybody specifically that we want, in addition to the airport engineer, looking over this? You want the airport manager and
The
AOD
I would
board?
just get them
AOD
to,
board.
yeah, I would like to have the board included and the manager.
Okay.
I mean, you know, we're asking these folks to participate, at least like to get their feedback. It's like P and Z.
Yeah.
They make a recommendation, doesn't necessarily mean we gotta go with it, but I would still like to give them the opportunity to review it somewhat.
So make sure it goes before the airport board.
When do they meet next?
And to be honest with you, it's probably gonna come back approved. I would just like, I
Yeah.
would rather err on the side of caution to make sure before we move into a direction that we later gonna regret.
When do the airport board meet next?
They meet before we meet again. Yes,
Okay,
they do.
perfect.
They
Okay.
do.
We meet on the 7th.
Yes, and they meet the fourth Tuesday of this month. So they actually meet next Tuesday.
Yeah,
So
so
yes.
it'd be perfect.
Yes,
Yeah.
it'll work out. So does Ms. LeBlanc understand that we'll probably have this at our next regular
Yes,
meeting?
she's okay with us.
She's
Yes.
good? Okay.
Yeah, I totally
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, I'll direct the AOD to add this to their agenda.
And Mr. Chairman, don't we need to also table the
The
variance
variance,
request?
yes.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to table the variance request.
I'll second.
We have a motion to table by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Courtney a question?
Yes.
It's relevant to this issue, it
Yes.
just wasn't relevant to the discussion. Did you copy John Collins' email response to the commissioners in the
Yes.
package? Commissioners, in that email, I was copied on that, I think, before you guys received it. I believe there is a 20,000-foot diameter around the airport where these sort of height restrictions are reviewed and considered. So, Mr. Chairman, that goes to the question that you answered, which is, how do we know who needs to be looking at what? If it's within that 20,000-foot space, maybe that's something that the board could think
Yeah.
about sending it to both P and Z and the airport board.
Yeah, so if anything comes up before or coming to P and Z, if it's within 20,000 foot, the airport board needs to look at it first.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a height variance, not
Yes.
every.
Right,
Just
just
the
height stuff,
variance.
yes. I know, that's what I meant.
Yes, but I wasn't clear on the record, I want to make sure.
Okay.
We want all the house permits anyway.
Okay, Ms. LeBlanc, somebody from staff will be in touch with y'all, okay, about schedule.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Did we already vote?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, just making sure.
I have a vote, yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Gordon?
All right, next on our variance, we have consideration of request of a variance to encroach 9.83 feet into the front 25-foot setback to construct a single-family residence on the property described as 2274 Highway 98, Lanark Village, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Thurman Roddenberry, agent for Claude Gava, the applicant. I'll just read this. The board motion to approve with the following conditions. The applicant must remove the RV, remove the retaining wall, and contact the state regarding the violation of any illegal fill dirt without a permit prior to this meeting. So the RV has been removed from the property. I've received a letter, he is staying with a friend, and the RV is no longer being lived in, it's not on the property. DEP, they did speak with DEP, and the retaining wall has been removed, and DEP has found no other violations on their property. So they are now in compliance to move forward with their variance request per P&Z's recommendation.
Okay. And they're asking, Ms. Courtney, just to know for sure, they're asking to move closer to the road to get away from the 50-foot?
Correct. They will remain completely out of that 50-foot wetland setback by encroaching to the front.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just clarify once again, this request is so that they don't encroach into the wetlands. So it's really, they're just moving their house to be away from encroachment on
Yeah,
that.
and they'll still line up with the rest of the houses on that road as well.
Well, it's the wetlands and the critical shoreline.
Yeah, they were gonna be in the wetlands and critical shoreline, yeah, but now they're just gonna be, originally they were encroaching into the wetlands, the critical shoreline setback and to the front. But so that they weren't limited to that 1,000 square feet footprint, they moved completely out of that wetlands, that mean high water line setback.
That is correct. We went before the board earlier and they asked us to do that. We had asked to be encroached into the 50-foot setback, and we was advised not to do that, so we changed the plan and we changed the site plan and moved completely out of the mean high water 50-foot setback.
Okay.
Yeah.
So working with, Mr. Chairman, working with staff, you guys come up with the plans?
Yes, we
Okay.
did.
All right.
Mhm.
And the, Courtney, Mr. Chairman, sorry, the P&Z BOA board approved this? I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve this request by Commissioner Ward,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. There's no, wait, excuse me. Sorry, we're running a meeting here. No, man, the board has already made a motion. The board has a chance to discuss. Now the board's about to vote. All in favor?
Do they
Aye.
have an object?
Any opposed?
Was there
I don't know what he's standing up raising his
Was
hand
there a
for.
speaker card filled out for the objection?
Nope.
Oh, there was not? Oh,
Nope.
okay.
So it was a unanimous 5-0 vote. Thank you for your time.
We thank y'all.
Don't put that camper back out there either, Thurman.
We will not.
You hear me? Because I'm watching them.
I hear you. We will not, I promise you. Thank y'all.
Gotta watch them.
It will get removed, sir. It will.
Who said it was removed? Is it
I don't
removed?
know, something about the seawall. Sir, please come forward. Come up here. Come up here. No, you come up here. You want to talk, so come to the front.
I tried to raise my
But let
hand,
me
sir.
tell you something before you start talking. If you ever stand up in my meeting again that I'm running, and you try to disrupt the meeting exactly like you're doing, the person back there that's got that uniform on is going to take you outside. Don't ever do that again.
Understood, sir.
Thank you. Now say what you need to say.
Okay, I'm not opposed to the variance. I'm the
Mhm.
neighbor just west,
Yes?
and he was supposed to move forward with conditions.
Mhm.
That seawall was not removed.
Okay.
And it's plyboard, and it's affecting my property.
Okay.
So that is my concern.
Yes, sir.
So the tons and tons of dirt that he was dumping there over the past 2 years, keeps washing into the ocean, keeps washing over to my property. He has plyboard holding up that dirt.
Okay.
I
We'll
got a
do our
picture,
best to
I
take
have
care
a
of
picture that this morning.
Yep.
And as long as he has something incorporated in the building plans that he's gonna build a proper seawall, I have nothing against that.
Right. Okay.
I apologize for
Oh,
disrupting.
no problem. We will make sure that is looked after, I assure you.
And let me ask him a question if you
Yes.
don't mind. Are you to the east of the gentleman or to the west of the gentleman?
I'm to the west of him.
West of him?
Yes, ma'am.
I know where you at. Because
Yes,
I thought it was you or the other house that had pulled a camper in there about a year and a half ago,
Yes, ma'am.
2 years ago.
Yep.
I
But
apologize,
no
sir.
problem. Thank you,
To the
sir.
board, and I just want things to be done properly.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
And that's the whole purpose. We have been here since 9
I know.
o'clock this morning to
I
try
know.
to get things done properly. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
All right, so last, under variances, we've had consideration of a request for a variance to encroach 3 feet into the 10-foot side setback and encroach 7 feet 9 inches into the the 10-foot side setback to construct a 24 by 15 wood frame addition. The property is described as 612 Mariner Circle, Alligator Point. Request submitted by Daniel and Suzette Oligmeyer, applicants.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner?
I've got some, because you see the three people over here, I think they're here to support, I think they're here to support the Overmullers. First of all, did staff try to work with y'all to try to get something to where you didn't have to encroach into the side setbacks?
We did have one.
We had one meeting.
I'm Daniel Oligmiller for the record.
And this is
my wife,
Suzette
Susie.
Oligmiller.
Yeah, we had one meeting on site here in this building, and then I think one phone conversation to talk about how to do some things, but all the other conversations were about submitting the application, whether the data was there or not.
And we did update our application and turn in a whole new application to Courtney after we had spoke to her.
Well, the reason why I'm saying is I'm concerned with encroaching on side setbacks, because when you have a fire, you don't have that much. You only got 10 feet in there if you have a fire and trying to do it and everything. I would really hope, my hope and dream is that everybody could work together and kind of work this out. That's what because I know where y'all live. Y'all live on Mariner Circle. You got
Yes,
the
ma'am.
maritime oaks, and you don't want to have to cut them and all that, and I understand that. I have that tree. But is there any way?
Staff wouldn't have an issue with moving forward with them if they can talk with us about the issue. The main issue staff has is not just heated and cooled space that they're trying to request for a variance. It's also a carport, which is an accessory structure that we don't deem as a hardship. The house as itself doesn't meet the minimum square footage, heated and cooled, the thousands heated and cooled. So if they wanted to move forward and try to revise their plan where it's just their heated and cooled space that they're requesting to meet that minimum square footage, we wouldn't have a problem with that. But as it's currently been presented, the staff does not see a hardship.
Let me see. Do you have the?
Yeah, if you go,
Yeah.
ma'am, first of all, Chairman and board members, thanks for hearing our
Yeah, no
cause
problem.
here, appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you go to the addendum, and Courtney, I'm not sure what page that is, if you keep going down.
Page 5.
I want to correct something too, Courtney, real quick. The original application, the structure that I had was 24 by 15. This is actually 30 by 15, so I want to make sure for the record that we have the right dimension. But the square footage I have on the addendum is correct as it is in the application. So that's all correct. Now, I think the question is going to be, where are the trees, or what does it look like, or not trying to second guess your question.
Yeah, that's where.
All right, so if we go back up one,
Well-
or there, that's,
In regards to the carport, it's part of the physical living space, HVAC space, because of the roof line. We just thought we would leave it open so we're not encroaching quite so much. It's not gonna be, it's gonna be just still the sand there. So that's the only reason. It's not a separate structure or anything. It's just part of the roof line, because otherwise we don't know how we would support the roof line on our addition.
perhaps go down to the third picture, Courtney, please. There we go. So that gives you, let's start with this. So you can see the roof line is pretty much in one direction, and you can also see that the hammock oaks are over the roof. So, I know we talked about, gee, what'd you think of in 2019 when we bought the place? I looked at this and I said, there's no way we can go up with this house. There's just, because we'd have to cut out half of the oaks that you were just looking at. That's not an option. If we went to the other side, unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but that's where our septic system is. So I can't go to the other side of the property. So really, the location we have it in is really the only location we can go with this home. And Susie's right, with respect to the carport, that roof line really is going to dictate how we hook into the house with this small addition, which the addition is 600 and some square feet.
With the carport.
With the carport. The amount of encroachment is about half that, 342 feet. So I get what you're saying, ma'am, about being able to get the, fire protection and things like that. Sam, who is here today, is my next door neighbor. I think it's about 65 to 70 feet between our property line and Sam's home. And that's where we pull trailers and pickups now. So there is certainly room between his home and our property line, and even after the addition's built, there will be plenty of room for anyone to have ingress or egress to both our properties.
Yes, and we drive on that all the time.
What you got though, you still got an encroachment
Yes, indeed.
on the side part right there, and that's
Well,
them.
and part of that is, we are the oldest house in the Sun and Sands Beaches area, which is the oldest registered subdivision in Franklin County. And here's a map that they turned in from 1960. We literally are the only house that existed before they platted these lots. And they platted them not in mind with our old house already there. They made small lots, so we're imposing new rules really against an old house that's been there since the 40s. It was an old Mariner house. We're trying to keep the character of the area. Our house, we love it. It's an old Camp Gordon house, and we don't want to rip it out or change it. We want to stay in character with that. Everybody in the neighborhood knows us as the old Mariner house. It's tiny, and we just want to keep in tune with that.
Courtney, did you say if we did this, this would present a precedent?
Yeah, we've never approved an accessory structure, even if it was attached to heated and cooled space. We've never approved a variance for an accessory structure.
And that's what I'm saying.
Could you, I don't understand what that.
Can we turn that just into living space then? Can we just say that's gonna be living space and no carport? It'll just be a living space since that's what our footprint is? Can we just change it right now and say that's all gonna be living space?
What I'd like for y'all to do is sit down with Courtney and let Courtney tell you what would be appropriate through the county regulations, and then try to work with her to go through that. Because as it is, I can't approve, I as a commissioner can't approve an encroachment that is being recommended by staff not to do. You see what I'm saying?
But the P and Z approved it, so I'm trying to understand.
Sir?
The previous board approved it. Is Courtney the decision on that, or is the previous board the decision on that?
Courtney wanted us to cut the trees down. That's our hardship. According to the Florida Natural Areas.
I don't see it as a hardship. Let me say, how long have you owned the house?
2019, 5 years and 1 month.
Okay, the thing about it is, it's not a hardship. What a hardship is, I mean, as good as I love trees, you could cut the trees down, really and truly. But I know y'all don't want to, because I understand that.
Well, according to the.
I'm trying to, as the commissioner from that area, to try to figure out something that we could do to work with y'all. If not, there's 4 other commissioners on here, and they may feel different than what I do. They may not worry about working with y'all. They may go and take Courtney's recommendation. I'm trying to help y'all facilitate this between planning and zoning to where y'all can work on it. You know,
Mr. Chairman,
and not be encroaching on the right of way.
Mr. Chairman, I did go out and look at this property, and I did speak to the applicants, and I flat out told them exactly what we've discussed here today. I don't feel like it's a hardship. Is there any other way we can do it without, encroaching? I appreciate your neighbors being willing to help you guys out. I do, because some people aren't so giving. But I do have a concern too, though. If, say, for example, and I said this earlier, due diligence, say your neighbors were to sell the house. If the new owner comes in, they may not want that encroachment. So then you guys may have to tear it down. Because technically, if you're encroaching, which again, if it's already, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to understand, how am I encroaching on the property?
No, I'm just saying, you're asking for the variance to encroach. That's my, if say, for example, one of your neighbors sells I'm hypothetically thinking, if their neighbor was to sell a house or something were to happen, if the person that buys that house sees you guys and and I know it's not your property, but again, I'm just playing hypotheticals. And I do understand, and I spoke, like I told you guys when I was out at your property, I do understand the tree thing. It helps with erosion, it helps with It's aesthetically pleasing. I like the trees. I'm all about, like with Commissioner Sanders, I'm all about keeping as many trees as we can. But my thing is if staff's tried to work, and I told you guys this too, if staff's trying to give you recommendations, maybe we can work, if we deny this, and as Commissioner Sanders already stated, that as it stands right now, you guys would have to wait another year before you could come back to the board and reapply for this. If we table it, then you guys can work with staff to try to facilitate a plan.
That's correct. If you table it, it'll come back in the same manner it's tabled in, doesn't it?
But they'd have to withdraw.
Not necessarily. I mean, historically.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the right thing.
Historically, an applicant has not been required to go back and begin the process over. I mean, that would have to be a case-by-case decision depending on what sort of modifications come back and how substantial and materially different it may be. But historically, they're allowed to modify and come back before the board without having to restart from step one in the process.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I wasn't trying to interrupt.
No, I'm glad you did.
Because I'm trying to figure out something that keeps us from voting this down. I mean, voting the staff recommendation, voting it down, getting into the encroachment. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to work out something that everybody will be happy. And yeah, you may not be able to have it on the side. You may have to have it in the back, or you may have to, you know, I don't know. That's
Mr. Chairman, I think what your commissioner for your district is trying to tell you is she's throwing you a life preserver.
Yeah, and I
just grab it and float on, you know, to keep it alive. You might want to use that.
Before we go very much further, I do have two people that asked to speak publicly during this. So before we make any motion, I do have to address those. No, you don't have to raise your hand. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so my only question is, yes, we are definitely willing to work, and we wanted to work with Courtney, but her only option to us at the time was cut the trees down right in the back of the yard. So is she willing to help with
It doesn't matter
other?
whether she's willing. We're going to direct staff to work with y'all.
Okay, and not cutting the trees down?
If there's a way to make it work.
Well,
Because there was
there
was another variance that just came through in December on a setback for the side that just came through at 4050 St. Teresa Avenue, and they're encroaching way into their side setback, so I guess they don't need a fire truck there. It was approved by the board in December.
That was a new construction.
And it was an addition, it wasn't a new house. So I just wanted to bring that up, that they got approved 4 months ago in December, going way into the setback on the side at 4050 by your board, and they had owned their house 5 years and 1 month, exact to the month that we have. And they had a 1,700 square foot house that was built in 1966, and they added 1,700 more square foot addition. So, I mean, we're just having a tiny little thing.
We're talking about hardship, so I want to understand, they have a 1,700.
So hold on just a second.
Okay.
You can finish saying what you want to say.
Yes, sir.
But this is not going to turn into the PZ&A meeting.
Okay, so I'm just.
At all.
Fair enough, fair enough.
At all.
I
Go ahead and say what you want to say.
Fair enough.
Because we can just turn it down and be done with it. We're trying to work.
I know, but we're
So-
trying to be
So we'll work, but we want,
consistent.
yeah, we just hope there's some other options other than cutting down our trees, because I have 11 pages from the Florida Natural Areas Inventory saying how precious our trees are to so many things, to our harbor that we're on, to our wildlife, to hurricane, to protecting our house, to how rare they are, and how Bald Point State Park has purchased over 200 acres near us just to preserve the trees that are in our backyard. And by taking down our trees, it could hurt the whole entire neighborhood,
A
so.
species like our trees.
So here's the thing I will say, and you brought it up. All of our variances are in our planning and zoning things are handled on a case-by-case basis. So it really was not in your favor to bring up that we've given other people a variance, but you're having an issue working through yours. Because we didn't say no.
Right, and we said we're.
We haven't, I'm still trying to talk. We haven't said no.
I'm trying to keep from saying no.
So please just take the advice, work with staff. let's see if there's some way we can do it without it being so far into the setback. We're not saying no, not at all. So, I mean, I
Fair enough.
understand it's been a process, it's
Message
been a minute,
received.
but please don't be upset with this. We're trying to find a way to get you to a yes. But it's not gonna happen if we can't even have a discussion about it. It's gonna be hard to do.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
So I've heard the applicant refer to Courtney as the owner. He say, no. Courtney's gonna sit down with the building official.
Yes.
Because she will include, and which she has already, but again, we're gonna have another discussion. She will sit with the building official, because he is the one that determines about their issue about the roof line, if it actually is. So it'll be a group discussion. I don't want them to think, you know, if Courtney says, no, she's the big bad wolf, and that's not what we're trying to do here.
No,
We're
we're
trying
not
to
gatekeeping.
discuss, yes, we're trying to discuss, are there other options?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just one, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanders.
That's okay, I interrupted you, Mr. Chairman, because it's getting late hours too. But one thing I want to do is when this comes back up for discussion before the board, when Courtney brings it back up, could y'all please have Steve here too, the building official?
I will.
So he can explain the
Yes.
roof lines and all that, and we'll
Yes.
take care of it.
And-
But work real hard to try to facilitate something that will make everybody happy and not mad at each other, and nobody has power over the other.
And know that Steve is also transitioning into the zoning administrator that you guys
Right.
directed to.
Right.
So he'll have more of a role than Courtney would moving forward. But, Mr. Chairman, you do have two speaker
Yes, I
cards
do.
that you have to allow to speak, and then we can move forward.
Mr. Michael?
Okay, thank you, and we look forward to working and getting
Yes, ma'am.
something worked out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the board.
Okay, Ms. Robin?
Is that okay, Chairman?
That's fine. I just called the names that was on top, it's all good.
Yes,
They're
sir.
both here.
I don't take offense, and I want to say, like the gentleman earlier said, I am so glad to be here after a long absence, and I'm going to tell you, I'm super excited because what I heard in this short meeting today is that we have 5 commissioners and a staff member and her assistants that are really into protecting our bay. Oh, wow. And if you know me from a long time ago, you know that I'm really an advocate of that. So
You know I am too, Ms. Robin.
Pardon me, ma'am?
I said, you know I am too.
I know that, Miss Cheryl. May I call you Miss Cheryl instead of Commissioner? Commissioner, we're in a meeting. I'm sorry. But anyway, I was going to talk more about the function of those maritime oaks, but what I want to say now is that, first of all, why am I here? I was driving down the street, saw a sign, slowed down, was squinting, and out walked this nice couple that, even though we're neighbors, I didn't know. Mike and I have decided we're going to retire, and we bought 2 lots in the same subdivision 400 yards away. And I've been concerned about some of the things that they're concerned about, like how do we fit this lot that wasn't conforming, and I found out it's formally non-conforming onto a lot that's only by 8 by 100. So when you may think, oh, you should have known that and everything else. Well, I've been on a P&Z, the city of Apalachicola, for 3 years. I'm a realtor. My dad was a builder, all those things. I didn't put it together until after I bought the lot that was going to be a problem. When I got into the nitty-gritty of you have to have a septic tank and you have to have setbacks and so forth, and the same setbacks that apply to any house built an acre apply to these little lots. Yep. So you have to get creative, which I love a challenge. I have a suggestion. I don't know if I'll be liked by all my new neighbors by making it, but I'm very grateful that you let them work it out. That's super. Oh, super duper. I'm really an advocate of that. But I am going to suggest that maybe in the future we could have some kind of a little larger meeting that would include us, because this doesn't include us, because we're running into some same issues with our lots, and other people may, I'm thinking, there's going to be some other people in the same, and it may influence the direction of development of this subdivision, and it's really special. I won't go into that. So I am going to suggest, and I'm new, forgive my newcomer insertion, but there is a septic tank and drain field there. And that's the big bugaboo. You know, you could almost do it on an 8,000 square foot lot, which is ours, meet the setbacks and everything else. But then when you figure out, okay, where are we going to put the septic tank? So I'm just suggesting that if there is anything that you can move, or if you can, I don't know. I haven't been on the planning process, but I'm going to suggest that, I guess that's just to say that I think there is definitely something can be worked out. And I wanted to thank the commission very much for your willingness. This is a record by many hours, and you know, there's at least one of you on this commission that knows that I've formed a lot of bench time up here in meetings photographing. So with that experience, I really appreciate the fact that you offered that opportunity, and I think, and I appreciate all of your work, Corey, so far on this, because I know it's a lot of work and I don't know how you do it, but, and I'll keep my fingers crossed and keep me updated. Thank you for listening to us. To
Mr.
me
Michael?
at a record 3 o'clock.
We still got more to go, Mr. Michael.
Okay, Mike's got one more thing to have a perspective. But before he does, one more thing. I just want to say here, and this is, I read twice thoroughly the parts of the code that comply, that refer to demonstrating hardship. And basically, it has to be peculiar to such land, structure, or building. And I think a 77-year-old structure in that location may qualify for that. Existing conditions and circumstances that are, the strict application of the code may create a non-curable use of the property. I'm reading right from the code here. And then also it said technical evaluation should include the danger to life and property due to flooding and erosion damage and effect of such changes on current, to speak to your note, Commissioner Ward, current owners and compatibility. So Mike's going to take up briefly that idea that the codes, especially on non-conforming, it's written in the code that you can apply different ruler. And if you have questions, I'll work with Ms. Corey to show her where I found that. Thank you.
I'm going to make it brief. I know everybody's hungry. We talked about zoning, but let's talk about 3 things that's important to everyone. That's health, safety, and welfare. And I tend to focus on the middle one, and that's safety. I talk about, the subject was brought up about being able to fit a fire truck along the side of the building. I've been to a couple of fires in my lifetime and in my career, and I don't think that close to the shore we would be pulling emergency vehicles down behind the building. We'd be pulling fire hoses, and maybe several of them. Everybody keeps talking about the oak trees, and the oak trees are awesome. It's a natural environment like you see on Gulf Avenue in Carabel. That is a natural forest. It protects that property. Commissioner Sanders knows where I'm talking about. It's the same thing on Mariner Circle. That's what those trees do. They protect that house and other houses in the area, even more landward from that one. While they're doing that, during an inclement weather, you're reducing the strain on an emergency response system, be it fire rescue or be it law enforcement. for potential harm or damage that would occur. I sent all 5 of you a letter with these items in it, and I appreciate your return, and I am not a neighbor, I'm an adjacent property owner, and I take that well. Thank you, sir. We do own 2 lots there. We live here. We love Franklin County just like the Oligmullers do. And just to wind it up here, I want to tell all 5 of you and the city attorney something. I learned something today. And I didn't learn about buildings or how close to the sideline they are or what kind of tree is planted in the yard. I learned something about people. I learned something about 5 people today in particular. And I want to thank each and every one of you for the lesson that I learned today. And don't let anybody ever tell you that you're too old to learn, because I'm 74 and I have learned today. Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. We're this far in. I just want to know who's paying for supper. Because none of us have had lunch.
We all 5
Go
have
ahead,
to
sir.
eat separate restaurants.
Yes, sir.
My name is Sam Patterson. I am their next door neighbor. I am the neighbor on the side that the variance is being requested. There's no impact here. You mentioned not being able to get a fire truck through there. There's got to be 40 feet from the edge of where he's starting the building to my property, where my residence is. The talk about cutting the trees, one of the things about cutting the trees is you got to go closer to the water. I think Hurricane Michael taught us you build a building closer to the water, you're probably going to get it tore up. The back of their yard has got to be at least 6 feet above sea level. The other issue, well, not an issue, but where the variance is requested, we're going to disturb sand spurs, and they're going to have to probably move their waste management block over about 5 feet. So as far as selling the house, it's my intent to pass it to my children. I would urge you to approve this. But, I understand the process and I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do we ever vote on this?
No, we never made a motion yet.
All right.
I handled those speaker cards before we did a motion.
Yep.
Now we're procedurally in place that we can make a motion of. But I can't, I'm the chair.
Y'all waiting on me?
Who are we waiting on? Let's go ahead and just start doing the budget here.
I will say this, I will say that I understand the applicant's concern, the Ogelmeyer's concern with the trees. I get that. I do agree that maybe there's some other issues, like with the septic on the other side, which there may be some issues with that. I don't want to deny this because I don't want to have you guys have to go back to the drawing board. If we can table this and you guys work with our county staff, I think that would be the best, in my opinion, the best road to go down. So I'm going to make a motion to table this.
Second.
So that they can work with county staff to try to come up with a new.
So we have a motion to table by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioners, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It has been tabled.
Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to Aaron's report next.
Oh, we're not at Aaron's.
Oh, wait, what?
We still got sketch plan.
Oh.
Yeah. No, that's wishful thinking right there.
Never mind. Continue.
Go ahead, Ms. Gordon. Just hold that thought.
Thank y'all for coming.
I have a minor plat for a parcel of land containing 3 lots at the property located at 2140 Highway 98 West, Carabel, request submitted by Martin Wool, who is the applicant.
And this is the one that we did a few months back, and they did the Bertas, but we didn't do his.
Yeah, because we,
Okay.
What was it? We had to go for, they wanted to move lot lines, but they had to go for sketch and final plat.
Yes. They'll do other steps first.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes.
This is very similar to a plat that you approved of what we referred to as the Great Wall near Yellow Hill
Yep.
on your way to Carabel. In that case, I don't remember the exact number of deeds of record, but they had 5 or 6 deeds of record. Due to erosion, less than all of the deeds of record were buildable. And so what the board did on my advice and recommendation was that you limited the density to the number of lots of record that were still buildable, and then the unbuildable lots of record were put into common space. I forget the name of the gentleman who was present at the P&Z meeting, but I asked him that question, were there, how many lots of record? He said 3. My other question was, are they buildable? He said yes. So seems like this application meets the prior precedent that the board has followed. So I just want to make sure we got that on the record, because I do have some concern where people are wanting to take lots that are less than 1 acre and then try and plat them into more density than they're otherwise allowed for under the code.
Right.
But if they already have 3 buildable lots of record, then you're not increasing the density. That's been the board's policy.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Schuler, you've looked at this, right?
I have not looked at this, other than to ask the question that I just put on the record, which is
I
to
was
make
just,
sure.
I was just wondering, because this is around the Great Wall. And you know what kind of problems we have with the Great Wall, I'm just saying.
I'm trying to forget.
I know it.
You and me both.
I thought I was gonna forget, but anyway, okay. So he said it does make, it does make 3 lots?
Correct.
3 equal lots?
Correct.
3 lots of record, they're all buildable according to, I forget the gentleman's name, is he on the line, Mike?
Mr. Wool? Yeah, he is. He
Because
just right
there
there.
was
Oh, Mr. Powell, yes.
It's a
Yes.
gentleman from Tallahassee, I
Yes.
think he's a surveyor and
Yes,
engineer or something.
Mr. Powell.
Architect maybe.
Can you put some, I think this will help. Can you put the 2 pictures on the screen, or show one and go to the other one that has the red around them? I think that'll help. Those are clearer than anything else in this application.
Mr. Chairman, can I unmute Mr. Powell?
Yes.
What I was gonna say
back in
though,
the other
Mr.
It's
Chairman,
under the
if you don't mind.
miscellaneous documents.
Gotcha.
If you don't mind, this is Mr. Ralph Hardy's former property that he had. See his house right down there?
Yeah, that's how,
So he
that's how it was
got-
originally, yeah, this is how it was originally.
Look on the screen up here.
Yeah, this
That's
is
how
how.
it was.
This is how it currently is.
Okay.
Right, and go down to what they're proposing.
Not much.
Down equal now.
Right,
Yeah.
they're kind of equal, but they're putting that house where it's not on a property line.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is next to the Great Wall.
Right. Well, that's what they're proposing, is to change it.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Chairman, he's unmuted whenever you would like to.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Powell, you said?
Yes, Mr. Powell. Can you hear us, Mr. Powell?
I can. This is Ken Powell with Moore Bass Consulting, representing Martin Walt, the applicant.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Powell, commissioners? Or is everybody hungry about it?
Everybody angry.
I'm good. Right, if I could. Hey, Mr. Powell, this is Michael Schuler, the attorney. Do you concur with the representation I've made to the board of my understanding of what you said at the Planning and Zoning Commission?
I do, Mr. Schuler, yes. We had three legal descriptions for the property in question here. We are simply trying to readjust the property lines to make each of the 3 proposed lots buildable in nature.
Because if it's Mr. Hardy's property, he's had that seawall up there, so they shouldn't have any erosion issues.
That's what it shows there too.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Can you
scroll down, please, just a little bit?
Which way? This way?
Yeah, that's right.
And if I may, there is a current, as you can see, a current structure on what will be the most southern lot proposed in the plat.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay,
I think other,
so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. We have a second by Commissioner Sanders. Any additional discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
with that, I'll also approve the final plat.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion to approve. by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ms. Courtney, we are done.
Hey, before we, Mr. Chairman, before we go to Aaron's report, we're there now, right?
Oh, here we go.
Okay, I just want to say, Courtney, the way you did your report, when you kind of going and doing the letter and giving a brief synopsis, I think was really helpful for me. So I just wanted to commend you on that, that process. It just made it easier for me to be able to go and look and fumble through it.
That's, you guys get a taste into my thought process when I'm reviewing them.
It's a good process.
Are y'all done with me?
We think so. Anything else from Ms. Courtney?
We got like 10 more things for you.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney. We appreciate it.
Listen, you took up most of
Do
the
you
meeting
want to
today.
take a quick break?
Yeah, let's take at least 4 or 5 minutes and then we'll Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're going now on the part of our agenda that includes Ms. Erin Griffith, our fiscal manager and grants coordinator. Please proceed, Ms. Erin.
Okay, Commissioners, action item number 1. At the last meeting, the board issued the notice of award for construction and approved the CEI task order for the Old Ferry Dock boat ramp. As the county now has firm costs in place for both construction and CEI, FWC has issued a formal grant award agreement for the project to align the budgeted grant funds by deliverable. There is no change in the total grant award, only line item adjustments to the budgeted costs by categories. Board action to approve the attached grant award agreement for the Old Ferry Dock boat ramp project.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is a 5-0 vote.
Okay, next item number 2. In February, the board approved a task order with Langton and Associates to assist the county with the development of the second amendment to the county's multi-year implementation plan for the Restore program. The amendment is now ready for approval and advertisement of the required 45-day public comment period. This amendment adds back the ADA accessibility improvements to the countywide dune restoration project, which were removed from the initial grant award by Treasury because the ADA accessibility was not specifically mentioned in the MYIP Amendment Number 1, and adjust the construction cost estimate for the Franklin County Municipal Solid Waste Transfer Station project, as the feasibility study with complete construction cost estimates was also not available at the time of the earlier amendment. The county also received an update from Treasury staff last week and were told that the construction grant award for the St. George Island Stormwater Project is moving through the various steps of review, and the county should be receiving a grant award agreement within about 2 months on that project. This timeline will be sufficient to get the project out to bid and underway in early fall. Board action to approve the attached MYIP narrative and budget matrix for amendment number 2. And action item B, board action to advertise and open the official 45-day public comment period for the attached Restore MYIP amendment number 2 on Thursday, April 25th, 2024, and end on June 10th, 2024.
So moved for item A.
Okay, yeah, they need to be separate, correct?
They can actually be together because it's the same subject matter.
Okay.
Then I'll make a motion to approve both.
All right, we have a motion to approve A and B by Commissioner Ward.
A second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Next item number 3 is the American Rescue Plan, the county courthouse repair project. At the last meeting, the board opened construction bids for the structural sealant repairs at the main courthouse. The low bidder was Monolith Construction of Port St. Joe. Consultant Tracy Busby has reviewed the bid and found that the bid was complete and all documentation was in order. However, the base bid was more than the budgeted funds available for the project. In discussions with Ms. Busby, we feel that the county can still move forward with the critical components of the repair work, but will need to pare down some of the more discretionary items that were included in the original scope by the architects, such as the landscaping work around the perimeter of the building, should the low bidder be willing to negotiate. Once negotiations are complete, the revised bid and project scope will be presented to the board for approval to award. Board action to approve staff and ARP consultant Tracy Busby to negotiate with the lowest responsive bidder, Monolith Construction, for the ARP courthouse repair project.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? Under discussion, I do have a question. So this is the low bidder, but they're bidding more than we had money for.
Correct.
So
We don't have any, we were actually fully documented for American Rescue Plan funds by revenue loss, so we don't actually have to go back through the whole bidding process, even though it is federal funds. So we are able to negotiate with the low bidder. However, we are gonna have to strike through some of those items, such as the architectural firm actually included in there that, you know, of course, the foliage that was around the courthouse would actually be trimmed by a certified arborist, you know, so there was some items that, you know, we probably don't really need to do if we're just trying to address the structural sealant issues.
So I guess my question is though, if the lower bidder was more than the money we had for the project, I mean, in the past we've rejected all bids and taken out to rebid.
We do sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
We have done that before.
Yes, yes,
If it's,
yes.
the low bid is more money than we have set aside for the
Yes,
project.
yep, and also, you know, they may not want to negotiate, so that's
So we don't know that, that's,
yes,
okay, that's
yep,
what I was trying to find out.
Yep, yep,
Okay.
so we hope that they will.
Okay.
Yeah, and they were the low bidder and they were responsive, so.
Okay, that's what the question I was.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So there's room to shave it.
yeah,
So-
Correct.
Yeah.
okay. Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next item is item number 4. The Sheriff's Department has received 2 JAG grant award agreements. The attached JAG residual grant for $160,495 will provide funding for a new 4x4 patrol vehicle and a mobile compact rapid deployment device, a CRD. The CRD is a mobile satellite cellular service tower which can be deployed to areas without service, such as areas within the national forest during search and rescue or other emergency operations within the county. The second attached JAG grant of $13,495 will pay for the first year of maintenance and satellite internet access for the CRD. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached 2 JAG grant awards agreement for the Franklin County Sheriff's Department. And let me add as well that this would actually be retroactive approval because the Sheriff's Department did need these grants signed actually last week.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Okay, and I do have one late add board action item. I just need to request permission to be able to cut a manual check. It should be about $5,000 for the initial monthly premium for the inmate medical insurance policy. We have not received that renewal yet, and the policy does renew on May 1st.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, and then just miscellaneous board information, Commissioners. I know I was not, here at the last meeting, but I did want to clarify that the overhead door company for the hangar door repair, that was actually, that originated from, I actually originated that order. Scott Kelly had come in and had explained that they had tried to fix the door the first time. The door was not repaired, so I actually told him go ahead and contact overhead door company. He did. Overhead door did show up on site. The only involvement from Centric was about, I guess, 5 minutes or so for Stan to actually show them which hangar door it was, just because when they got there, Scott Kelly was not on site at the airport. So that was, that was an authorized expenditure as well. And then also Jason Fisher has gone out there numerous times to actually attempt to patch the old roof at the FBO. That roof is beyond its useful life. From what we understand, it's about 99% better than what it was before he went out and attempted to do the patch. But there's just been a lot of deferred maintenance at that location, and we don't really need to have our county employees going up on top of a hangar roof trying to patch things themselves. So that's been kind of the whole initiative, is we're trying to get vendors such as Fisher Roofing, Gunn HVAC, licensed contractors out there doing the work instead of just trying to do it ourselves like it had been done for years and years. So, so there has been a concerted effort to try to get a lot of the deferred maintenance caught up. And for a while, until we get those items caught up, it's going to be just a lot of repairs. So hopefully we'll start catching up on those items.
You're good with that, Ms. Aaron. At CarQuest, I have quit selling any of them duct tape, so you're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Duct tape and glue and rubber band. Thank you.
Chairman, I got one quick question while we're on that topic.
Okay.
Where are we at with that, with AFCON on getting that roof project done?
From what I understand, we're very close on that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have
Yeah.
called John.
Yeah, we should have gotten an update on that for you all.
I'll send it by email.
Yeah.
You get a pass. Trust me.
Yeah.
But no, I was just curious when you brought that up. I know I'd mentioned to John that we kind of needed.
Yeah. I'm sure we will still have to go through the summer season, so hopefully, the roof will survive one more season of storms because we will have to go out for construction bids. So even with that being said, we're probably still a good. Even once the grant award agreement is here, we're probably still a good 3 to 6 months out from having a roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else from Ms. Griffith?
Thank you for your initiative on the door, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
good.
That's what I was trying to explain to you, Commissioner Ward, when that last time.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Morone, we're up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna not even read word for word here. So the medical examiner contract, item 1, page 32. I brought that up back in May, I believe it was, and then the chairman got an.
In May.
You mean sorry, March.
We're not May yet.
We're not May yet. Oh boy, it's been a long day. In March. So the chairman got a conflicting email that kind of looked like the current medical examiner. What it was, that was a survey for his past services. They wanted the county to fill out. Were we happy? But the new Dr. Coyne, I believe how you pronounce his name, He will start on May 1st, so that I need that new contract signed, authorized by the board and signed by the chairman.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve that signature by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is a 5-0 vote, Ms. Jessica.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next item, at your February 6th meeting, the board agreed to create a new facilities maintenance coordinator position. You also agreed to allow Mr. Shane Phillips, at the time, he's currently the facilities maintenance custodian, to fill that role in an interim basis. After working in that role for a few months, he agreed that he would like to do that on a permanent basis. I sent the job description based on what we could put together to Evergreen, so that position would be placed on the pay plan. They agreed to place it as an 8. That 8 would have a salary of $43,562.96. This is a new position. There's no requirement to advertise this position as we've done in the past. So with your approval, I recommend retroactively paying Mr. Phillips from February 6th, when he started this role on an interim basis. Board action to create the new facilities maintenance coordinator with a $43,562.96 salary, promote Mr. Phillips to this position on a permanent basis, and pay him effectively February 6th when you first approve it.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a quick question / concern on this. I did get, somebody else got, another individual approached them about this and was a little upset that we voted to approve this person to this position. I don't know the other individual. I want to make sure that we're fair and impartial when it comes to employees having an opportunity to apply for certain positions. I have no doubt that Mr. Phillips is qualified, because I know he is. Is there any other person that you think that, I don't know how to phrase this?
Commissioner, let me help you.
Okay.
So I did this based on qualifications. I did this based on Mr. Phillips' experience with all the courthouse. I did this based on Mr. Phillips' relationship with the vendors and contractors that we use to do repairs. So yeah, there was a lot that went into this that I looked around and nobody else had all 3 of those, what's the word, criteria, if I could say that. So yes, I thought I was pretty fair about it. He's been working at this for a long time. A lot of this he's been doing without actually getting paid for it. We have new issues we gotta work out. He has to oversee this courthouse project that Aaron's talking about. He knows the courthouse inside out, pretty much. I don't think anybody knows it better than Shane does, to be honest with you. We have the Chapman building that's going to need a lot of repairs, Commissioners. He's working on that too. I mean, I could sit here and list things one by one that Shane does and what he's qualified to
And
do.
even if we did go out for a advertisement for this position, he's probably the only one that, I'm not saying nobody would apply, because I'm sure there would be, but he's the one that seems to be most qualified for this particular position.
Simply based on his knowledge. Simply. I mean, I could find other factors, but simply based on his knowledge.
I think Michael's aware of what we're talking about.
All right, pretty much so.
Would you please
I know how it works.
take care of the situation?
To the best of my ability. But yes, my full recommendation is behind Shane. I stand before you, recommend him. I think it's a fair recommendation.
Okay.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Kern. I think I heard him down there anyway.
That was his belly.
I hear you. That's why I couldn't hear him, because of my belly. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? It's a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, Commissioners. Moving on to the next page, item number 3, the TDC board evaluation process. Attorney Schuler's report includes the final draft of the TDC membership policy. I am working on that advertisement packet to fill the 2 vacant seats. Attorney Schuler forwarded a TDC board member application that I probably will use. It's from Martin County, was that correct, or Marion?
I think it was Martin.
Martin County. However, Attorney Schuler did me the favor. He did some extensive research on his county attorney bulletin board what do you call that?
Sounds right.
Close enough type of, don't worry,
This time of day, that's good.
yeah, it's good enough. The facilities I have one through the courthouse facilities and one for county managers. But anyway, he did that, he get that up. No one else has a score sheet, so I'm gonna say that straight up based on the research you've done. So there are two approaches we can use to deal with this. I like to keep things simple. The simple approach is once we get all the applications, I give them to you guys, you review them all, and you submit to me 3 candidates. I say 3, even though there's 2 seats, it helps the odds with the voting as far as I'm concerned. And then we just appoint the 2 top vote getters. The more, I hate to use the word difficult, the more involved process would be to ask Attorney Schuler to create a score sheet. But then with that score sheet, you have to score every single application that comes in here. Then we tally the score sheets, and then we determine based on the highest scores who gets the 2 seats. Your call. I would like to put the way we're going to score on the application so applicants are aware when they do apply for these seats. So that's why I am kind of bringing this up today, because I want to get that out to the newspapers the end of the week. And I just need you guys to pick a choice, pick one. If you want, you could tell me, no, Michael, we'll wait. That's yeah.
We don't score any other applications we've taken for any other boards. I'm fine with us just reviewing the applications and picking the names we like.
To submit 3?
Yes, sir. I mean, we did the AOD board live here.
Yeah, we sure
in front
did.
of everybody.
And
Yeah.
it worked out pretty
I'm
good.
with it. You
Yeah.
know.
So, just, do we want
But
to do
I'm
it through
one of
by
5.
motion?
I'm okay with that, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't be opposed to just eliminating the person's name off the sheet anyway. That way there's no, I know we might need to obviously know what their credentials are, but I'm okay with that, because like you said, we don't score any other candidate with other boards. So, I'll make the motion to go about it the way, simple approach.
That's what I'm talking about, Commissioner.
Simple's better.
Yep.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve submitting the application packets, and then the commissioners can submit candidates they like, and then the top 2 vote getters will get the 2 appointments.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the motion by Commissioner Ward. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item 4 is the subsequent designation. The only reason we're doing one again, we've been asked to do another one this year. You guys do remember that remember that fight with the regions consolidating with Career Source and all that? Because of that, Florida Commerce has asked that each region, each county signs a new designation. That's all I'm asking for. It hasn't changed much. I will forward the old designation and the new one to Attorney Schuler, which is his answer to me usually is that the state says that's how we gotta do it. That's how we gotta do it.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I will say, looking at it, I didn't see any language in it that was, so the way it all shook down when they were talking about the state level here in the last year or 2, our district pretty much stayed like it was. And I don't see any language that's changing that.
Good.
They're just changing the way they're approaching it, so I'm good with it as well.
And this board did an excellent job in fighting to keep that. Everybody participated with that.
All right, any additional discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I know the hour is late and we still have a lot of fight in us. So item 5, you guys hinted at this morning. Each of you met with with Brian Hall of Carr, Riggs and Ingram. This is the opportunity for you to kind of compare notes because you haven't had a chance since then. I don't know if you want me to defer this or you want to have a short, quick discussion now, but you kind of discussed that a lot. Well, not a lot, but enough this morning.
It's something to discuss, don't you think, Mr. Chairman?
We're here.
Because I'm gonna tell you something, I learned a few things. I learned exactly what I wanted to find out. And he told me, that's the reason why I like meeting them up on one-on-one, because you can ask them anything, you know, and I mean, Brian knows it. He said, you know how this works, Commissioner? I said, yep. You know, but he did. He gave me some good information, and that's the reason why I said this morning what I did to Mr. Mike Kozar, and I wanted to say, well, what prompted you to come here today? You know, because we haven't heard from him, and I knew that apparently they were worried about, number one, that hospital group that came about 2 or 3 meetings ago, and number two, what the bottom numbers were that we really wanted to find out, you know? And I think that's it, and we're gonna move ahead. That's all there is to it. We're gonna have to. When I saw that $2 million going to the hospital, you got to. It's $2,617,000. Yeah, you got to move on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, if you know, this board has been requesting this from Alliant themselves, who manages, they're the management firm. We just wanted to figure out, we know it's bleeding, where?
Yeah.
And I think we figured that out.
Yeah, we did.
Or we got clarification on that. I'm just, you know, again, I understand you like to sit down one-on-one, but that's information we should have got a year ago.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad we got it one-on-one.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, it shouldn't come to that.
No.
This information should be right there. I mean, it goes all the way back when we were requesting other things from out there, and it was just, you know, 3 months into it, 4 months into it. You know, I'm 1 of 5, I'm with y'all, but if you're paying that kind of money to have anybody for that matter to manage that hospital, that kind of information should be, it should be there. They should be able to get it to us. We shouldn't have to go 6, 7 months and then go and have a sit down with the auditor to get clarification on this. This is something they should be able to provide for us. That's what we're paying for. Well, now, that's just the way I feel about that.
And Mr. Chairman, I think the one thing that really brought me to the table on everything and making it figure out was when we requested of Brian Hall to break the numbers down.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, I can do that. And I said, you can, because we've been told all those years, Ricky, and you know me, Chairman, and you know that they couldn't break the numbers out. Well, Brian Hall had them broke out.
And that's what I'm getting at. I mean, you know,
he had to break it. If he could do it, they could do it.
Well, they're privileged to that same information to that auditor. Am I wrong?
Oh no, he gets it from them.
Exactly. Why does it have to go to? I mean, it might not be official. You know, it's still unaudited. At least it gives us a general idea of where we were.
I agree with you.
And now that's just like I said. We just, you know, we're paying a substantial amount for that. And that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll add to that. It obviously, the ambulance is not a lucrative venture. All right, you're going to lose money when it comes to the ambulance service. But the good thing about separating it out is you know you're going to lose money from the ambulance service. But we shouldn't be losing money from the clinic side, in my opinion, because the clinic, it's pretty much money in the bank. They go to the clinic, they get whatever they get. But what can we do at those clinics to help increase our revenue? And that's the whole thing here, is increasing the revenue. Are they doing EKGs in the clinic? Do they have the machinery to do that? Are they doing labs within the clinic? Or are they sending them, giving them an order to go to wherever they want, say to Quest and St. Joe, and them getting the business? That's the biggest thing, is we're trying to come up with revenue streams, but we shouldn't have to be coming up with revenue streams. This is something that we pay someone to do. So it was good and eye-opening for me to see the difference and the similarities between the years. I know they're still auditing 2023, but I was blown away at the numbers. I'm gonna be honest. And I texted you after that. Well, you texted me and asked how it went. I'm not gonna tell you what my response was, but anyway, that's it blew my mind. It was definitely an eye opener for sure.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Okay. Next item, if I may, Commissioners, your ARPC notes. I know I'm just going to skip straight to the chairman because I know he has some updates. I think even Riverkeepers asked if you're gonna mention something this morning.
Yeah, I told him I didn't have anything to mention, it was there, I was just gonna be available if the board had any questions about any of it. Cause I pretty well gave a description of how the planning council has modified the RLF, the revolving loan fund, and the way we're gonna move forward with that, and I think it's gonna be beneficial to all the counties in our region, to do that. And they do want to come and present that to the board though.
Okay.
That way it can get, public notoriety and some of the lenders can hear, you know what I mean? Cause they're gonna have conversations with Centennial and People South and all those. Cause what we wanted to is try to use those dollars to help leverage business owners that are 85% to where they need to be, but the bank don't wanna go the full 100%.
Fill the gap.
The RLF can help fill the gap, and we are propping up or helping support businesses in our communities, and it's being done by, you know, by dollars that otherwise there would be no option to do. It'd just be a denial.
Yep.
So that was the biggest thing. There was other things discussed about the Tri-River Waterway. Mr. Philip Clayton gave a presentation, and that was what Ms. Ackerman was talking to me about, was that, you know, was those discussions. But if there's any questions commissioners have from reading that, I'll do my best to answer them, but I wasn't planning on a long presentation.
Cool. That said, I signed a couple of county liens I signed off on some, two $10 liens to satisfy some old county tax need. I only say this because I wanted those liens to be part of the county record and it's part of the clerk's office, their record. So we would know where to reference when I did that. And of course, I don't know, do we want to go home or we just want to wait for the next meeting on Tuesday, May 7th at 9 a.m.?
We're already here.
Might as well stay here and wait for that meeting, but you know. But that's all I have for you guys, Commissioner.
No, you don't.
I don't? The late ad. Oh, Marone, you're getting too old for this job.
No, it's just too late today.
Okay, late ad, item 9. So it's a letter of support from Gulf County, Mr. Jim McKnight. I knew there was something else. Gulf County Economic Development, I can't remember his title. He explained to Chairman Jones that Gulf County resurrected that old floating dry dock application. That goes to Triumph, Chairman Jones?
Goes to Triumph and it goes to the Department of the
Navy.
U.S. Department of the Navy.
Yep. It would allow for the development of a maintenance, repair, and overhaul. What you hear the chairman say many times, an MRO is what he says. Facility at the Eastern Shipyard in Port St. Joe. They would like a letter of support from Franklin County for this application. They kind of sent a draft. I'm going to tweak that a little bit. Chairman Jones spoke to Mr. McKnight, so he might have more comments, and I just need you guys to authorize this letter of support once I get it
I
tweaked.
didn't know he was with the economic development.
Yeah, that's what he does.
So he does.
Oh, yeah, that's true too.
A whole bunch of things fall under that title, Commissioner
Yes,
Sanders.
they do.
It's strange. He does a lot of things. You're like, huh? That's not really economic development, but you know, hey.
Well, all I can tell you about is I've known him since the early 80s.
Jim's been
Well,
around.
about 80, 81.
So I will say that this, it's just a letter of support. The letter is going to Triumph, Gulf Coast Triumph, and to the U.S. Department of the Navy and different applications they have. So what Triumph, I think, is, from talking to him, what I've kind of understood, Triumph is basically like they've done with us. They want to fund something, but they don't want to be the only funding source. So they're, you know, again, they've reached out through Representative Dunn, and I think they're trying to get some money from the U.S. government as well. So it's just to support that MRO facility.
And Mr. Chairman, just so the public is aware, and I know Commissioner Crooms newer, I don't know if this was under Commissioner Amison when he was here or not, but we did this before. We're just kind of re-upping a letter that we already approved in the past. And this is kind of to help, we could provide jobs too, for Gulf County.
Yes.
I wasn't here, Mr. Chairman, but I remember when it came up last, it was.
Actually, Commissioner Kroom, so one of the things they reference is the students from the welding program at the school being able to benefit from this once it gets online. The school still has the welding program, correct?
Oh, they do.
At that nice facility, that's right, yeah. Which I think that was funded by
Triumph. It was.
Yes.
I heard that they did away with it.
The welding?
Yeah.
I've not heard that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. 'cause,
That's
I
one
mean,
of
it's
the
a
things that I'm
beautiful
gonna put in the
facility.
letter of
Yes, it
support.
is.
That's why we would support it, to help our school.
I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay.
So moved. Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Ward.
I'm all messed up, y'all.
We have a second from Commissioner Sanders. Mr. Morone, since this was an addition, see if anybody on Zoom wants to comment before we take action.
There's
nobody in the room.
There's no one in the room, so we're asking if anybody on Zoom would like to comment on this, as it was a late add to the agenda.
This room commute.
New hands raised, they're all actually probably eating themselves, just kidding.
Probably.
So, yes.
Okay, so any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Morone?
Please say no.
Let me check my notes.
Well,
and
if
make
I
sure.
do, I'll get with you.
Oh, no, we're doing live in minutes.
Oh, wait.
But go ahead. You have something to say?
See?
Wait, do I? I'll, if I remember, I'll get with you.
Okay.
I think it was something, but I'll get with you after the meeting or tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Cool.
Mr. Rowan, please reach out to Ms. Karen. Those dates she gave us have already passed, and I didn't realize that from different things we both had going on in our
Oh, the
life in the last
consultant,
week.
oh, the consultant,
Yeah.
okay.
Reach out to
All
her,
right.
because those dates she gave us has already passed.
Okay,
But we do need to have that other
the follow-up
meeting,
meeting.
yeah, the follow-up meeting she asked for. That's the only thing I had on my written out stuff.
Okay.
Anyone else? No. Okay, turn the shoulder.
All right, Commissioners, item number one is a action request for board action on the supervisor of elections regarding the Carabel Garden Club building. She has reviewed and says that she is, approves of using that location for the precinct 5 in Carabel, Florida. It needs some work. And so she's looking for two things. One is the board's official approval for her to use the garden club as precinct 5, and board authorization to authorize and undertake some work that was identified in my report, such as yard work, deep cleaning the inside, turning on the utilities. She said a removable handicap access ramp for access, but I'm thinking just a handicap access. We'll let the building official make that call, I would think. But two things. One, board approval for the supervisor to use the garden club as her precinct 5 location in Carabel, and authorize the county to undertake the work that she's identified, not to exceed the county bid policy.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, question one. So we would have to go up for bid for this work to be done, or? would
Probably
it be not. It doesn't follow?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
Not.
Number two, I'll make a motion to approve. We gotta do it in 2 motions?
I think one motion is fine. It's the same subject matter. And,
Okay.
and I say minor, I mean, that's just my category for what she's identified. I did not see anything that was like major roof, it's not like you have an interior wall that she's identified or something soft on the flooring. It seemed minor to me. If it's like anything else on an old building, once you get into it, if it becomes something different, then we'll come back to the board for further instructions.
We kind of had yard work done already, but because we let it sit for so long, so it's just a touch-up. So, no, I think we're good.
Okay.
I'd recommend this to you.
I'll make a motion to approve all this. Oh, one more question, sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is gonna come out of the courthouse maintenance budget, or is that, can we use the courthouse, or we have to come up with a different funding source?
Probably courthouse maintenance, since we
It's a
own it
county-owned
now,
building?
so yes.
Okay.
We probably will. I'll get with Shane and have him figure out what needs to be done, and then I'll just make sure Aaron's could write a check for me. No, yes, I will, Commissioner.
All right, I made a motion to approve already.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward with a second by Commissioner Sanders. Any additional discussion?
I mean, I'll take a scrub brush to a toilet. I'm not opposed to that, Mr. Chairman. So if you can't find anybody that you can afford to clean, I'll go clean.
I'll take a picture for Facebook.
Okay.
Here we go. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I was recently contacted by Mr. Danny Collins with Duke Energy requesting that the county consider their request to renew the existing staging area agreements. During declared states of emergency, Duke Energy has staged essentially recovery materials and personnel, one at the airport, and then the second location is Kendrick Park. That contract expired staging agreement expired December 31st of 2023. He's asked for it to be renewed. In my conversations with Mr. Collins, I suggested to him, and he approved. Of course, it's all subject to what the board wants to do. But instead of continually missing the 3-year renewals, because I don't ever think of it till he brings it to my attention, he doesn't bring it to my attention until after it's expired, that I have a 3-year contract, and then it just automatically renews from year to year with a 6-month termination, so that if either the board or Duke Energy want to get out of the agreement, you terminate for convenience upon 6 months' notice. That's kind of similar to what we've done in other contractual arrangements. So really, it's not a 3-year contract with a 1-year renewal. It's really a 6-month contract that just keeps renewing. But that is what I've discussed with Mr. Collins. He was in favor of that. He says that they have not exactly the same, but similar type arrangements with other staging locations. So he was okay with what I had suggested to him. So if that's okay with the board, then the board approves it. If you have other instructions, then just let me know.
And I've run this by Mr. Collins of AFCON, the FBO, the Steve Kirschenbaum. I think he might have brought it to the full board. I can't remember. And Ted was part of that email too. So they all are aware of this staging site. And I will say, John and Andrew has a lot of experience with so if there's an issue, Duke is very accommodating. They're like, okay, if you don't want us there, we won't go there. We'll go on this other side. So it's not a problem.
Mr. Chairman, these staging areas have been there for years. It's not that we're changing anything. It's just changing the terms of the contract renewal.
Sure.
I'll make a note.
The AOED, if you'll remember, had suggested some clarification to the FBO lease renewal to accommodate the staging area.
That's right.
They were not necessarily, I mean, they were a little concerned about the 200,000 square feet being taken up with it, but I think they were okay with it.
I forgot about that.
To be fair, I believe what the conversation was is if we get that hangar complex rolling, will it be conflicting? And they were just trying to make sure none of that was overlapping.
Yep. And they were good
no,
with it.
the hangars on the other side from the staging agreement is my understanding, so hopefully it's okay.
Yeah.
But if we need to table it and look at that?
No,
I think we're fine. They,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, I've been following that email correspondence and everybody's thumbs up on it, so.
Okay, cool.
All right. So do we ever have a motion?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. Second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous.
All right, then some discussion items just for the boards and the public's notification. The engineering report on the 2 claims at Alligator Point regarding the multi-use path has been received. The summary of that engineer's report is that in their professional opinion that the construction of the multi-use path in front of the Gill and Osborne property did not cause any erosion damages that they seem to have suffered at the property, but it's not the result of the county's multi-use path. They think it's a long-term stormwater management issue and erosion issue not caused by the county's bike path. I don't know if the board wants to take any action on this, so I just put it on as a discussion item. But as with the last meeting, it can be discussion and board action if that's what you choose, or if you would like to just receive the information, table it, or not just take any action, and we can think about it and take action at the next meeting. That's entirely at the discretion of the board.
What action would we be taking?
To deny, because we have to give a response. I'm sorry. At
You're
some
good.
point with the notice of claim, I mean, to me, these things are just breathing sometimes.
Sorry.
You're talking to non-lawyer people over here.
You have a notice of claim from 2 individuals claiming damages against Franklin County for alleged stormwater runoff issues as a result of the multi-use bike path or multi-use path that was constructed in the summer of 2023. That claim for damages was submitted and rejected by your insurance carrier based on a exclusion in the policy. So I reported that back to the board. Requested that the board hire an engineering firm to review the allegations. We now have the engineering report that says that in their professional opinion, the allegations are unfounded essentially. So at some point we will need to send a response back to the 2 claimants that either the board accepts their claims and you're going to negotiate with them on some payment of damages, or you deny the claim and let them move forward with whatever litigation response they may or may not choose to undertake. I don't think there's a factual basis, but particularly based on the engineer's report, that supports the claims. And my recommendation would be, when you make a decision today or some point in the future, that you accept the engineer's report and deny the claim.
I'm gonna make that motion that we accept the engineer's report and
Yeah.
deny the claim.
If we got that proof, then there ain't no litigation. I mean, shoot.
We need to get this out of the way.
So we got a motion to approve that by Commissioner Sanders and a second by Commissioner Amison.
To accept the engineer's report that the multi-use path did not cause the stormwater erosion claim
That's
by
right.
the two claimants. Gotcha.
This is an issue that's been ongoing for a few months now. We need to just put that to
Put it to
bed.
rest.
Yeah, we need to take care of that.
All right.
We'll stand by the engineer's report.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I gave you an update on the process of the providing and delivering, I should say, the notice of termination for the helicopter hangar lease. I did go back, and you've got my report there. Essentially, we're 3.5 weeks in, and according to my UPS tracking, the certified letter was still in Jacksonville. I went back to the post office yesterday. They in fact confirmed that the certified letter is in the East Point office. It just never got scanned in. They say it's been unclaimed, that they delivered notice of the certified mail. Certified mail has been unclaimed, so they're going to return that to me. So I'll hire a process server to go serve them. Call it a day. But that's an update on that. And then just notice, public notice of consideration of an ordinance creating essentially a facilities conduct ordinance. That public hearing will be held on May the 21st at 11 a.m. in this building, which is 34 Forbes Street, Apalachicola, Florida. And then a second ordinance will be held, public hearing, adopting a business license ordinance. That also will be held on May 21st, 2024 at 11:05, also in this building at 34 Forbes Street. And I just provided you to close the circuit on the TDC policies, a clean copy of the action the board took at the last meeting, so you would have it there. So if you look at it, if I got like a scrivener's error or something incorrect, this will be the opportunity to fix it. I've looked at it several times. I think it is correct and reflects the board's action. We just wanted to close that loop and provide y'all with a clean copy. I've already given a copy to the TDC for them to incorporate into their policies and procedures manual. And then a supplemental item, following up on the reef permit application from the last board meeting. The Apalachicola Area Reef Association has resolved the issues of concern that they had about complying with the conditions for the permit to be issued. They are recommending that the county authorize the permit and authorize or approve the permit and authorize Mr. Morone to be the signatory on behalf of the county, as you've done with the other reef permits. So that is the board action that I am requesting. Approval of the permit and authorizing Mr. Morone to sign it and any other documents.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That concludes my report, unless the commissioners have questions for me.
I will just update the board. At the last TDC meeting, after these procedures had been adopted, there's still some things that are loose ends that are gonna be tied up. But anybody that's asked me, I've told them just to give us time and patience. We still have 2 appointments to make. So until we get all those things kind of rolling where they need to be, there is gonna be a certain amount of time of status quo till we get to the point where we can take those actions. But I just want to make sure the rest of the board is aware of those discussions. Anyone else have anything for Attorney Schuler? Here's the big question. Commissioner comments. Does anybody have anything they're dying to say?
I have. I got to. I just got to tell y'all, just a minute. It won't take just a minute. I went to the APTA meeting on Saturday, and I found out what it is about the rocks at the parking on Chip Morrison. I actually saw it, that when you go around the curve, if they park at the back 2 spots that's on the curve right there, their vehicle is sticking out in half the road. So they said this will calm the down, the downside to them if we can just take and have Howard, and I've already talked to Howard, go out there and those last two parking spots, just put rocks all in there so you can't park in there. That will eliminate that problem there.
That's an easy fix.
Okay.
I love that.
Okay, and that will eliminate that problem as far as the next door neighbor that's next to it. Then that, whatever way. The other thing is the sheriff came out there and addressed the people, and I don't know if you all know, but last week I had a conversation with the sheriff. And I basically said that we had rendered all, ideas that we could on the parking situation down there in Alligator Point. And I said, Sheriff, if you can think of something better, come back and tell me and we'll take it to the board. Well, he has, and y'all may have gotten the email
About the
from
barnacle
Michael
device?
about the barnacle device and everything. We'll talk about that later when the sheriff comes. And then the other one is in the next meeting, there's gonna be a group of folks coming from Lanark, Miss Nola Tauber. She's with the golf course out there. They have a golf course. And she wants help,
The pickleball court.
Pickleball court.
So,
And she wants, and I pretty much committed that I would support that if they raise money, if the county could do it through Parks and Recs, because it's next to an adjacent park, county park anyway, to make that happen, to match them. So I said, we could work something out on that. I mean, I don't know how much.
And I did, I talked to the board.
That's all my stuff.
I talked to Ms. Nola last night, and we're gonna sit with Aaron and Fonda and see if we can work out.
Yeah.
And then when I get back, we'll bring a report to the board.
And that'd be fantastic for those folks.
No, that'd be good because, so that's one of the areas that, let's face it, every other park we have falls under our umbrella anyways. So we can use other funds to do other parks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that'll be a good thing.
Yeah, and I mean, she's got an estimate and all, but
It's not
I
much
mean,
money. It won't be much money to do
No,
that.
no, they own the land. They
Yeah.
own the land. It's next to the county park that we have out there, so I don't have no problem with that myself. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me bring those items up real quick.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, in the ode of meetings, from now on at noon, we need to be asked if we want a possum sandwich for
Something.
lunch.
Some kind of sandwich. I can tell you, eat just bread right now will work.
Well, if we do that, if we think we're gonna run over, let's get staff to get us some Subway. Y'all agree with that?
Good with it.
When have we not
Wait,
run
wait,
over
wait.
12 o'clock?
Possum sandwich.
That's right.
Possum sandwich.
I just
Well,
got,
that-
I just
I'll
gotta
get
bring
y'all some
up,
possum sandwiches, that's what
we
we
always gotta have a Commissioner Lockley, omen or something.
I know
Yeah.
Leslie Ford. I had a dream about him last night.
Gotta get him in there.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah.
All right,